Welcome to the second day of the Meeting Show 2020. We had a great day yesterday filled with education, content, meetings, and we're really excited for you to explore the show again today. Head over to the education programme. Once again, we've got a packed schedule of sessions for you to interact with. And also have a look at the exhibitor list, because we've got hundreds of exhibitors from around the globe that are waiting to meet with you. I hope you have a great day, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow.
We are events.
We are meetings. We are incentives.
Hello and welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 and to TMS TV. This exciting virtual event gives you everything you need as meeting and events professionals. Head to the educational programme for 3 days of thought-provoking content, which can be watched live or on demand, so you will not miss a session. Our experts will cover hot topics such as recovery, designing online events, measuring ROI, creative event design, and so much more. You do not want to miss any of these sessions. Make sure you connect with our exhibitors who are based all over the world and include hotels, destinations, destination management companies, conference centres, venues, and of course, technology providers. And you have also found TMS TV right here. 3 days of non-stop content on everything meetings, events, and incentives, including industry opinion and interviews, the Tomorrow's Talent Initiative, highlights from the education, and so much more. Enjoy the show.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon to the rest of the world.
Hi there, it's Martin Boyle, CEO of IAPCO, the International Association of Professional Congress Organisers, and we're delighted to be working with Jarno de Boer from ACS Audiovisual. We'll be presenting content versus technology. So join us for our exciting webinar, and we hope to see you then.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing 5, 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands, united in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen right here in the heart of England.
Welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 virtual event platform. This tutorial will cover all of the areas that you need to maximize your event and get the most out of the show. In this, we will cover updating your personal profile and settings, finding and booking relevant education sessions, how to book and carry out meetings, and finding and connecting with other attendees. When you log into the 2020 event platform, you'll be taken to the homepage where you will find everything that you need to participate in the event. Here is also where you'll have access to TMS TV, a constant stream of interviews, education and engaging content that will be running over the course of the show. If you ever have a question or need to chat to the Meeting Show team, use the Need Assistance button to visit the help desk. Here you can access all of the how-to guides and also chat directly with one of the team members. We recommend that you complete your profile for a better show experience. To do this, hover over your name in the top right corner. Now, click on My Profile. Here you can add a photo, include your social handles and update your contact information. This is also where you can update your notification preferences and change your password. To do this, hover back over your name. Click Settings and you will have access to all of these options. The Meeting Show will be delivering its usual quality of education. This can be found by clicking on the Education Programme button on the home page or the link in the navigation pane. Here you can see all of the education sessions that are coming up over the 3 days. If you want to add them to your event schedule, you can do this by clicking on the Add button here. Once these are added, you'll be able to join the session by clicking on the link in the schedule when the time is right. This will open up the education session natively in the platform. Don't worry if you cannot make this time. All of the content will be recorded and made available once the session has been completed. We do, however, recommend that you try to watch the session live to get the most out of it, as here you'll be able to comment and ask questions in real time. With the new platform, it has never been easier to book your pre-arranged meetings with exhibitors. To do this, click on the Exhibitor tab from your event homepage. If you know who you are already looking to meet, you can type the name of the exhibitor in the search box. To find an exhibitor that fits your needs, there is a selection of filters you can toggle on and off that will direct you to a suitable supplier to meet. From here, you can click onto the exhibitor profile and read about them in more detail. You can see some of their collateral and even see what staff are available to meet. You'll also see all of the available time slots for the meeting. Click on the time that you wish the meeting to occur. Next, click on the location button and it will take you to a screen in which you can input a message to explain why you are choosing to meet. Once you click confirm, the meeting request is sent and will be approved in a short time. The meeting will now appear in both the My Meetings and My Schedules section, which can be found in the My Event tab. Don't forget to book these at times that do not conflict with any of the education you have booked into. When you have made your appointments, click on the Export to My Calendar to export reminders into your Outlook or Google Diary. When it is time for the meeting, simply visit the My Schedule tab, which can be found under My Event. Here you will see the details of who you are meeting with. To start the meeting, click on the Meeting Call button. If this is the first meeting you have had in the platform, make sure you allow the preferences so the platform has access to your camera and microphone. Once the other meeting attendee has accepted the call, you'll be connected natively in the platform to conduct your meeting. If the other person starts the meeting first, a prompt will appear and you can click to join the video call. You'll be able to see and connect with attendees through the event platform. To find the attendee list, click on the attendee button on the homepage or in the navigation pane. Here, you will find the list of all the attendees. At the top, there will be recommendations of who you should meet based on the information you provided when registering for the event. On the left-hand side, you can search directly for people by typing in their name or company. As with the exhibitor list, there is a selection of filters you can use to narrow down the list of attendees. To connect with an attendee, click on the Add button. You'll be taken onto a page where you can type a personal message and send a connection request. Once the request is accepted, the new connection will appear in the My Networking section under the My Event tab. You will now have access to the individual's profile. Here, you can contact them using the chat feature, or even start a video call. If you would like to launch a video call, click on the Expand button, then click on the video call icon to launch. In this section, you will have access to all of their contact details. You can also score the connection and assign any helpful tags or notes to the contact. All of this information will be available to export at any point during the event.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the meeting show. If you were with us yesterday, I'm sure you will agree with me. We had an incredible day, some great content, some great learning. The exhibitors are doing a good job, so make sure you head down and see them. But first up today, join Martin Boyle and the wonderful Jarno de Boer for their session on technology versus content. It's over to you. See you there.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the meeting show. My name is Martin Boyle. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of IAPCO, the International Association of Professional Congress Organizers.
My name is Jarno de Boer. I'm from the Business Development Director of ACS Audiovisual Solutions. Also welcome from my side and hope you enjoy this session. Feel free to pop up questions anytime, and Martin will kick off this session, so hope you enjoy, and let's be in touch at the Q&A. Martin.
Thanks, Jarno. So look, I'm going to start with a bit of a big picture overview of what's happening in our industry, how PCOs are having to adjust a little bit. But the main focus of the session today is technology versus content and how one can support the other. And we'll put a question mark behind that. Can they, should they, and how do they? So we're going to then look at some practical solutions and look at, how do you pick your virtual platform and what works and maybe what doesn't work. So if we can go to the presentation slide, that would be fantastic. Okay, and next slide, please. So back in 2019, of course, before coronavirus hit, just to give you a little bit of a background as to IAPCO, our 135 accredited company members delivered just under 21,500 meetings and events around the world. And the total economic value of those was just under 13 billion euros in 2019. Moving forward. What is the core purpose of a PCO? Well, a professional congress organizer brings to fruition the organization and delivery of a congress, a meeting or event in a professional manner. They provide their recommendations based on their expertise and their proven track record of delivering time and time again for their clients. They're really there to empower clients, to focus on their core roles and responsibilities of facilitating that knowledge exchange between their constituents and their members, or their customers and their clients. And PCOs are commercial entities, so they do so at a very competitive yet a fair price. Next. So before COVID hit, what did a PCO actually do for their clients? When we were having face-to-face in-person conferences and events at venues and destinations around the world, PCOs managed everything from the scientific and academic program, helping speakers prepare for and present their content, looked at budgeting, finance, legal structures, looked at sponsorship and exhibition. They managed the actual on-site delivery of the conference when we were in person. They looked at all the registration and the security process that goes behind registering, but then looking after delegates in person as well. They looked at the Congress technology and what was required to deliver that conference. And then looking at things like CSR, sustainability, and liaison with the local hosts and the destination, the venue, and the stakeholders in that city and region. Next slide, please. As we know, in 2020, coronavirus hit, and it affected most of us towards the middle or end of February. And in all honesty, it probably hasn't let up too much. In some parts of the world, we're seeing green shoots of recovery coming up, where we're seeing smaller meetings taking place. But generally across the globe, we are seeing a complete shutdown of those physical meetings. So what's had to happen, of course, and PCOs have been able to adjust quite quickly to this. We surveyed our members back in July of this year. And one of the really interesting statistics and results that came back from that survey was that 97% of our 135 accredited company members were offering virtual meeting solutions to their clients already. Some had been doing so previously, but now we've got 97% jumping right in and helping clients, because the clients needed to deliver their conference, their message, their knowledge share. Somehow they weren't able to do so physically, so they were looking and continue to look for doing so in the virtual space. Next slide, please. So what actually happened then with respect to the services that PCOs, and I would argue some agents around there as well, are actually offering to clients in the virtual space? Instead of looking at the physical infrastructure, we're now actually having to look at the virtual infrastructure, but still provide all of the service requirements to deliver content in a conference setting in the virtual platform. So it still involves speaker management, abstract handling for scientific programs. It still involves, of course, all of the finance, the budgeting, the sales, the sponsorship and exhibition liaison and sales, setting up the virtual sponsorship platform, setting up this virtual exhibition platforms. It still involves registration, and instead of security on site, we're now looking at cybersecurity and how do we manage all of the content that's being broadcast live. Still involves all the registration of virtual attendees like yourselves that registered to join Jarno and I this morning. It also, of course, looks at the technology and choosing the right technology to deliver the appropriate content at the appropriate time for the appropriate virtual delegate. And we have to make sure that the platform that is selected and the platform that is delivered meets the expectations of the attendee that used to attend the physical meeting. It needs to meet the objectives and what the virtual attendee is actually looking for moving forward. So instead of looking at the selection of the venue now, we're actually looking at the selection of the platform and making sure that the platform marries with the content. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of what the virtual attendee is looking for, and one of our members, Ken's group, has recently conducted a survey to over 100 healthcare professionals. And they were asking what they really think of and what they need from virtual meetings and virtual events with respect to content and how it's delivered. Next slide, please. And what is really important to them is that most of the sessions, there is some sort of interactivity, and they're expecting interaction between the presenters, the speakers, and the virtual attendees, so that they might not necessarily be able to be there in person, but they're certainly able to communicate back and forth through the platform. Next slide. Thank you. Once they've decided to attend a virtual meeting, and this is very interesting, what we're also seeing is the delegates, the virtual delegates, are waiting till the very last minute before they register for a virtual conference. And they're able to do so because they're sitting in their home office. They're sitting at home. They're sitting in their office. They're not traveling. They don't have to book their hotel. They don't have to book their flights. They can wait and assess whether or not they're going to participate based on the content that's published on the conference website. But what's important to them when they do decide to attend, content must be available for several months after initial broadcast. And they want to have access to this content on demand. So they may miss a session when it's broadcast live, but they'll come back to that session at a later date, and they want to make sure that they can do so. Education is, of course, first and foremost. Keeping in mind this was for healthcare professionals, but we're hearing across numerous sectors and numerous industries that the actual responses are in parallel to what others are telling us as well. So I would argue that, yes, for the healthcare meetings, this is a focus, but these results do cut across all sectors and industries per se. Online discussions and chats, again, that interactivity between the delegates and the presenters is very important. What's not so much important to the virtual delegate are the likes of virtual tours of destinations or cities or some of the local attractions, where the conference, the physical conference, may have been scheduled to take place previously. More and more, they're looking for this interaction, the networking virtually, but the content and the professionalism of the content. Next slide, please. What are they looking for with respect to the exhibitions and the sponsorship engagement? They want to have live Q&A with exhibitors and sponsors. Probably there's some pre-recorded sessions that take place, but then some sort of live interaction between the exhibitors, the sponsors, on the shop floor, and whatever sort of dynamic and shape and form that might take. And Jarno probably has some examples of some of the technologies that have been delivered and developed with that respect. Again, back to the chat functionality, quizzes, gamification, for example, that tends to be less important and less successful when they're considering the virtual conference. Next slide, please. So, what is next for meeting design, for PCOs and for event agents out there? Look, we know that restrictions are in place and meeting large groups of people together at a conference currently is very difficult and very challenging for all of us. But virtual conferences and virtual delivery is a must in the short term and the immediate solution for clients. What we're seeing is the hybrid format where you have the virtual and a smaller in-person group gathering is going to be the default moving forward. I think, the days of having 5,000 attendees physically at a convention center in a destination may be reduced moving forward. We may have 2,000, we may have 2,500, but what we will have is a much greater audience internationally engaged virtually, so the hybrid form. We're also seeing what my friends in Australia call the hub and spoke meeting design, where you actually have a centrally located main session, if you will, taking place in a destination or a city. But you also have this spoke concept, where around the world, smaller meetings will be taking place, but are linked directly to the hub of the event or the conference. So this is a hybrid solution, but with numerous cities and destinations and stakeholders involved in delivering content and interacting across the platforms as well. What's really, really important in meeting design is that all of the delivery is professional. So looking at how the content is going to be delivered, how it's going to be received, the platform that's used, it has to be done so in a professional manner because virtual delegates are still looking for that for their investment in that attending that virtual conference. And they're looking for the high quality of content, expert panels of speakers. And they're reviewing that before they actually decide to attend a virtual meeting. Unfortunately, we are seeing that the delegate fees, the expectation of the virtual delegate is that they shouldn't need to pay as much to attend a virtual meeting as they would if they were attending in person. And there's arguments pro and against this, and we're seeing on either side of the fence some positive results of when the virtual registration fee is parallel to when it was delivered previously in the physical space. But generally speaking, what we're currently hearing just now is that majority of virtual delegates are expecting a lower registration fee. But again, back to that interactivity, that connection with the panel and the speakers. So I've ran through quite a few things there. Overview of where we are with respect to IAPCO, our PCO members, how we have shifted to the virtual space, how we're still able to help clients deliver their message, their knowledge exchange through virtual platforms. But it's very obvious, it's very clear that all the messages we're hearing back from industry and from virtual delegates and exhibitors and sponsors, that the platform is very, very important. The technology has to be right in order to deliver the content in a successful manner. So I'm going to hand over to Jarno now. Jarno has some ideas and some thoughts on how to select the right platform, and also to share some examples of us with respect to successful delivery and maybe some that were some challenging. Jarno.
Thank you, Martin. I'll run through some of the research that was discussed with Martin, and I'll give some practical information to it as well. So in the end, where we see the mix is the organizing excellence out of the APCO members and out of the meeting planning, together with the right technology partner, and to exceed expectations. That's in the end what we want to achieve and what we're focusing on. The things are changing fast, and we went from a complete live with a certain part of online or little parts online now to fully online, and hopefully we'll move soon into towards the world of hybrid meetings. If we can go to the next slide, then I just focus on some key elements, selecting in the right solution, and there's a lot different in the online environment compared to the live environment. Time and timing is different. That time difference when traveling, timing of sessions, if people are in a conference center or they sit at home brewing their own coffee for a coffee break, all that. You've got parts that on demand and live differences, when is content available, when do you want to have content available. Of course, there are different risks and different solutions available. So I'll also run through some examples. And on the next slide, please, Wheel. I generally say to all our clients and in every discussion, we have to go one step back, because for the physical event, everything was plotted out properly. We have a lot of experience in the way how we move forward, how we plan to that, what we need from venues, everything's all right. But from an online platform, from a virtual environment, that's quite different. And it's not only the short term, it's also the long term. Where do you want to be in the longer run? And then if we speak 3 to 5 years, if we now say, okay, we're fully online due to all the COVID restrictions, but from that, we want to move as a live events industry, we want to move towards a hybrid events environment. What is hybrid is already a very good discussion, because most probably if I ask out here, what's hybrid, 10 people answer 10 different, I get 10 different answers. So, and there will be a transition time, I assume. So most probably we go from fully online to virtual plus with an actual audience, and from that to live or a physical event, plus an online audience. So it will change. Is half of the audience in a live environment enough, with half or even more reach online? Those kind of things we have to question when setting up a platform, because in the end you preferably don't do it once, but you want to have to repeat and be able to share the knowledge built up in this period for future years. So in the short term, how to build your program, what kind of sessions can help reach your goals, also what budget is available, because budget is a strange thing, that people are used to budget of venues, etc. On the other hand, budgets of online virtual meeting platforms is a complete different figure, a complete different approach. So, and also from an association or from a knowledge driven event, how to deal with the content in oral, in poster presentations, where you can go. Is the same mix still good for your event? Do you need to look at the impact and different levels? And also there's a lot going on, and from the first virtual events in, I think, March till now October time, a lot of development was done. So what's happening with artificial intelligence, with VR, different algorithms, a lot of data is coming in. So what is the purpose, and how can we use that? You can go to the next, please. And so in the end, it brings us down to meeting design, and although meeting design is something that a lot of event planners are used to, I would question if there should be a different mix around the table, with also IT and AV specialists, with the meeting planners, with different stakeholders, so that you can redesign. Because in the end, I think nobody likes to be in a program from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, sitting behind a computer, watching session after session after session, and still be focused and concentrated. So like software isn't the solution, it's just a tool to reach your goals. So that's very very important. And unfortunately, there isn't one solution that solves all problems. So which parts can you influence to maximize your impact? What are the variables out there? And so just take meeting design as a key driver to adjust, because we have gamification. There are possibilities. You can do different polling, Q&A. From a gamification point of view, we saw people receiving badges if they looked at enough sessions, etc. But turning that around towards content, there's also accreditation and data that you want to achieve. So can you use maybe a gamification part that's not used as a game of winning badges or getting entries? Can we use that data for accreditation and use that for our delegates? So, and then in online environment also the setting is different. So you have all kind of different sessions, and take in mind your own experience in this event and in other events that you visited online or that you attended online. Like we see a lot more panels showing up. There is a speaker interviews instead of Q&As, or there's a session with a Q&A and afterwards there's still an interview with the speaker, and polls, voting. But also when it's quite easy to say, oh, we want an interactive session, so we need some polls and we need some voting. That's very good, and I think it's really an add-on, but have a correct speaker briefing, because in the end, if the speaker doesn't really embrace the polls or the voting, then it will literally be after the session you can vote, and then it's more a questionnaire than an interactive session. So those kind of things are really important in it. And we see a lot more talk show settings, and that's also quite a lot of the times it's a budget thing. It's really nice, everybody's seen a talk show or the Today Show or anything, but there's full set studios with lots of cameras, lots of staff, a whole direction team that generally makes 1 hour television, and during a conference we are generally at 8 hours of sessions and less budget than the meeting show or an average talk show on television. So that also brings us to on demand. What can you publish and how can you work with weekly or periodic, monthly updates of your content? So in the end, it's about how do you transform your program to select the right tools, and how do you use the selected tools to make it suitable for your event. And if we can go to the next. It's Martin mentioned already that people tend to book rather late when there's one, because there's no ticket involved anymore, there's no hotel booking, but we also see it from a marketing perspective. Like in the end, there is a different life cycle. The community is more or less the same. There's a platform that needs to be selected. There's content. The content needs to be captured. Do you want to do it live, on demand? All that things is different. But also we see a lot of people, because they decide later, because they don't have to book. So people want to see what's on the program. Normally, a lot of people just book to the conference. They know what the audience is. They know there's a good session, etc. Good sessions taking place. There's a lot of networking. But in this online era, that it's people want to see, and they can in the end register 1 or 2 days up front. They just block it with they pencil it in their agenda, and then they move on from there. So that's where in your budgeting purpose, or in your budgeting process, there's a whole different approach. What do you expect when, and at what moment can you have your content available? Because in a live event, the content is available the moment it is. The session is taking place. In this case, our content is available the moment we present it, and after this is recorded, it can be published, etc. You have your content available. But if people want to see more content, can we pre-record sessions, market some of the sessions in a way that some content is available, so that people tend to register early because they say there are enough good sessions that it's worth their investment of, and not only money, but also time to attend the event. And from there on, you go back to the distribution, and that needs to end up into a platform. So, and although platform always sounds easy, it's that, oh, we need a platform. Everybody needs a platform these days. It's also, there are some elements in interactivity and what you want to achieve, but also we have to be keen on GDPR and what's happening, because all industry leaders I talk to, they need, instead of the physical booth, then they at least need a lot of data. but with GDPR and with your delegates' privacy, it's not automatically that all data can be shown, that a lot needs to be without personal data. So there's also a thing to think about how you want to deal with that, and do you want to give away everything to please the sponsors? So there's a thin line between within privacy, I would say, and with the solid regulations in place, this isn't an easy part to just step over. If you can go to the next. So I spoke about meeting planning and in the initial phase, and I just want to dive a bit deeper in the programming options, and because there are, as mentioned, some things taking place. It's very easy to go cherry picking on a virtual event, because you can just go do your work, you can sit behind your computer, you can do your emails, just pinpoint 2 or 3 sessions, because there's no physical transport anymore. You're not in a hotel and you go to the conference center for a whole day. So how do you want to deal with that? But also there's no venue contract to limit your time. So there's nobody kicking you out at 12 at night on the 21st of October in this show. So can you use your time in a different way with a live part, with an on-demand part, and how to move away from the typically 2 or 3 day conference and or event and move forward. And I think that's where it becomes the whole online environment, and also towards the hybrid part, where it becomes really interesting, because you can do pre-conference sessions. If it's on the platform, people can watch the sessions. I had one of our clients who had a very interesting discussion. He said, in the end, I want the 3 days live event. I only want to do panels to discuss the sessions that were available on demand 4 weeks in advance. So everybody can look at the sessions, and the content is there to consume when they want it, when they need it. But during the live event, we hardly do any sessions. We mainly focus on interactive discussions with panelists, with people who are able to send in questions on forehand so that they can prepare, and we get an interactive show, more talk shows. So we just put up a studio for 3 days where we start broadcasting, and where we try to get specialists in, or through video connection or live, and go through the program. And also that can be recorded again and put online on demand, so that you can watch a session, you can have an interactive panel afterwards related to that content, and from there on move on. So a lot of possibilities that need to be triggered to see how we can move with it. And it's also where we from our point of view, from ACS point of view, we invested quite some time and energy in a pre-recording tool, because everybody wants to do live, but in the end, who knows if this is live? If this was pre-recorded 4 days ago, when Martin and I just show up, we just need to wear the same jacket and shirt, and we're live in the audience. So it's a lot of people think that pre-recorded isn't live, but we arranged a specific assisted recording, that the speaker support, that everything's arranged so that there's a different time. But you can also play around receiving your content early. You can market it. You can do all other stuff with it to make it available. So, and also with timing of sessions and time consumption during an event, there's also time difference and time zones. And I think that's one of the key elements that's difficult for everybody, because to my opinion, there is not a real solution for that. In the end, if you're in Australia or in the Americas and we do a session in Europe, you can play around with it, but you can't get rid of the time difference. So for us, this is there are some options to make life easier. And for instance, you can do morning programs if you have some Asian speaker, or if you have some interesting content towards the Asian market. Schedule it in the morning, that it's easier for them to attend. The same is for the Americans. If you do an afternoon, make it easier for your speakers if they speak from, let's say, from Vancouver or from Sydney. So schedule them in a time that it's convenient for them, and have the time slots allocated in that way. And with recording, when an online event, it's easier to record and make content available. So you could also make a program available on demand during the live event. So morning sessions that were missed from the Americas, you can put them online. People can look. You can even do a Q&A or panel, as just mentioned before, in the afternoon, so that they get a different part of the session, or so that you can stretch the content. Not okay, our session is from 9:50 to 10:30, and so you can stretch along with that. So there's a lot possible with online events, and we see a lot more interviews coming up, because online or live that's difficult, but online there's a lot of possibilities. If we can go to the next slide. We selected I generally take 6 headings of in the end, what do you want to achieve? And it's almost like a mix and match of what you can do, because there is your community reach. So how do you want to reach them? What is important for your audience? We've got live online broadcasting. So okay, like in this session that is live, there's interaction. We can do Q&As, etc. But you can also use studios. There's webinars or on-demand / pre-recorded sessions. So stretch the timeline of your event, make content available to have people interact. Interactive sessions. This our session. We want to be as interactive as possible. And Martin is still around, although you don't see him at this moment. But so we go afterwards to a Q&A and try to answer as much questions as possible. But how do we want to go with live polls and voting? Of course, a very important part of every conference and event is the industry and sponsorship opportunities, and that is still rather difficult, because I tend to say to a lot of our clients, normally we put the posters and we put the catering areas on the exhibition floor because we want the people to mingle with the exhibitors. Online, it's a lot more difficult to get them engaged. So that's also what the research that Martin shows. They want interaction, they want to have contact. And see content, because a lot of companies still have a very interesting content for them, so they want to play with that and have a different approach, and so that makes it very interesting for them as well. And they can still have a sponsored symposium, they can play around with content and have one-to-one meetings, one-to-many meetings with presentations on a certain time slot. And that's part of virtual experience. So with the how easy is it to navigate, what do you want to use in that, how far would you go? I use a virtual background, but you can put logos on it. You can go one step further. You can be in a virtual studio with green screens, etc. So how far do you want to go in that? If you can go to the next, I'll dive into some examples and some ideas, and then from there on, I think we can go to a Q&A and just get some questions. I see some questions coming in, so I'll get back to them quickly. So some example, I'll have studios is something I mentioned, that the talk show setups, etc. We currently do a lot of studio settings because it's quite easy to reach the audience if you're in the position that you can have a couple of speakers get to the same location, because that's still different. I'm sitting here in the Netherlands, close to Amsterdam, so for me it's rather difficult to be in London in a studio. So there's still a change in what is possible. But if you can have some of your speakers in a physical area, then use of a studio is quite interesting. I mentioned the Today Show example, or the panel is with our client that just wants to do panels and interaction discussions. If you go to the next, this is a quick example of a pre-recording setup. How we what we use, and we do speak. We also record a speaker view completely, like you would normally see in a picture-in-picture on a large screen. We will record the speaker as well, so that you get the expressions, that you can almost make it live again. That people just do their session as it would be live, and we will play. And from that, we switch directly to a live Q&A, as you will see after this session as well. Martin and I pop up again and answer questions, so to get the interaction. And so that is possible too. And there's also like posters in a content-driven event. You not only have the content of the oral presentations, you also have a lot of other posters. So what do you want to do with that? Do you want to do quick, like elevator pitches with 2 slides, 2 minutes, just audio recordings that can be the speakers can do at home and just send them in and put them on the platform? Do you want to PDF them, make them available? Do you want to have Q&As, etc.? A lot of possibilities out there. If we go to the next, it is virtual studios, and all are possible. So how far do you want to go? What do you want to go with branding, etc.? If we go to the next, just some connection failures, but a lot can go wrong. I could show viral videos with kids walking into the streams, etc., with people or a cat that walks into the screen. But so I just wanted to in the end, it's a lot about connection. So sound and video settings, test, rehearse, and then go live to the safest possible way. And we generally like also hide chats, etc., to move it from a discussion online to a moderated chat with speakers. So I think I'm moving on to the last slide here, and there's like questions. There's a lot mentioned. There's video channels. There's live events. There's platforms. So if we can go quickly to a Q&A, that would be great.
Hi, Jarno. Thanks. That was excellent. Look, I'm going to jump in just to identify some of the questions that have come in from the audience, and then you and I can maybe respond to them. There's a couple of questions around this sort of content being available before the dates of the conference. Yeah, and some people asking, so how can we do that? How can we engage with audiences beforehand? And I guess I'll just throw in a couple of thoughts if I can. So one thing to think a little bit about is crowdsourcing for content. And we're seeing a lot of this happening just now, where organizations are reaching out to their constituents, whether it's an association or whether it's a corporate organization that's reaching out to actually figure out and hear from their constituents, their clients, their partners, whoever that might be, their members, what are they wanting to have discussed on the virtual platform at the conference. So a lot of the crowdsourcing is taking place, and it's increasing the engagement of the participants when the event actually goes live. Another thing to think a little bit about is, if you take the TEDx series of events as a great example, TEDx makes a lot of their content available on YouTube for free. So anyone can go on and see that well in advance of the meeting taking place in San Francisco, wherever it might be taking place around the world. But it actually increases the excitement level and the desire for the attendee or the potential attendee to want to be there in person, because they're selecting the right content to share in advance, and it is building that expectation. So it's actually increasing engagement in the lead up to, but also the ticket sales, so to speak. Do you have any thoughts on that, Jarno?
Yeah, I agree. And it's also, you can already schedule like Q&As also with pre-recorded. If you just schedule, if people need to be online at 9:50, or people can be online a week earlier at 10:30, and have the speaker online for a quick Q&A, or answer already some questions, or absorb questions that he can get back to in the Q&A during the live session. There's a lot of possibilities in that to get that engaging as well.
Yeah. One of the other questions was, what are the top 3 considerations when we plan a virtual event? So is it budget, is it engagement, etc.? One of the things that we all always ask is, why are you doing it? What is the purpose for the event anyways? And if you understand the why, then you can understand the how, and you can then understand the what then needs to be delivered to meet the objectives of the why. And then, of course, everything plays into that as to, can you afford to do it? How are you subsidizing it? If we see from some of the statistics we're hearing back that, there's an expectation from attendees that the registration fee would be less in virtual world as opposed to in the in-person world, but you would have access to a much greater audience. So think a little bit about that when planning your budget, because you have greater reach, greater income coming in from more attendees virtually, and how else can you subsidize with respect to partners, sponsors, etc. Any final comments on that you want to share? We need to sort of wrap up in the next sort of minute or two. But okay. So look, I guess we'll just wrap up. This is day 2 of the meeting show. You've got another day, I believe, following on from today. We're delighted to have been part of this today. I hope you've learned a little bit from Jarno and I. I hope you can take some of what we've discussed and implement some of the practical solutions. If there's anything at all that you'd like to reach out to me at IAPCO about, I'm more than happy to get back to you. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, and we can share some further conversation and content there. You know, as always, right now, stay safe, look after each other, have open dialogue with each other, share and collaborate, and I'm sure we can all get through these challenging times together. So on behalf of Jarno and myself, thanks again. Congratulations to the Meeting Show for putting this this virtual conference together this year, and we'll certainly see you in person at the Meeting Show next year.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
Why I attend the Meeting Show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea, and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
My name is James Lancaster, editor of AMI magazine, and today I'm joined by Guy Bigwood, Chief Changemaker with the GDS movement. Guy, you ready?
Good morning, James. Thanks for the invite.
Okay, let's go. Is the events industry taking its environmental impact seriously?
I think there was a big change. 2019 was a really big tipping point. We saw for this research that we did with IMEX and Marriott, we finished in January, the first bit of research, and we saw that last year, 97% of the 1,500 event organizers we interviewed were doing something around sustainability. So 97%. When we first started this with IMEX, we did the first one in 2007. I think we had 5%. So, you know, it has gone a long, long way. We were worried about COVID and how that changed it. So we repeated the data, the interview in May, so a few months into COVID, and things had actually increased. So we asked the same questions, and this time 95% of the organisers said they were more committed to include sustainability in actions post-COVID. 96% on a personal level said they wanted to lead a more sustainable life, and those were like 1 or 2% more than pre-COVID. So not a big difference, but it had changed.
So it sounds like yes, then they are.
So I think that it's a definite yes. We did a study with all the DMOs in Europe, so 115 DMOs. 60% of those 115 DMOs said they were going to do more on sustainability.
Okay, so people now talk about regeneration or regenerative economies. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so this is a big focus for us. We started on this about a year ago. The whole concept is, right, sustainability is about doing less bad. We've been trying to recycle a little bit, and if you get really good, you get to zero. There's not many be there, but you try and do a little less bad. That's not good enough. It's not good enough anymore, is it? The world's in such a state, socially, economically, environmentally, that we have to heal it. We have to regenerate it. And so regeneration is about how do we really shift the paradigms of mindsets, skill sets and actions to regenerate. So that means how do we, now go from carbon, producing carbon or degeneratively to being carbon zero is the kind of middle ground, but really regeneration is about, absorbing more carbon than you actually use. So great example of this is Microsoft. They said by 2030, we'll be carbon neutral. They said by 2040, we will have absorbed more carbon than all of our emissions in the history of Microsoft. So it's going the next step. And so that's what regeneration is about. So how do we do that with plastics? How do we do that carbon? How do we do that with the local community? How do we do that with the economy? So, how do events, produce more than they take from the community? Okay.
Do you think COP26 will change anything?
It's in the right time. I think there's going to be a lot of movement. I'm not sure if you saw China came out this week and said they'll be carbon neutral by 2060. That's a game changer. It's not conditional. It's not conditional on we would do this if someone does that. They said, no, we're going to do it. It's competition, it's security, it's resilience. That's why they're doing it. And I think those type of messages will really trickle down to the events industry now.
Yeah, that was exciting. So do you look to 2021 with optimism or dread? There's a lot going on, not just COVID-19, but are you optimistic for the future?
I'm optimistic, yeah. I think it's going to be a messy year for the events industry. I think tourism will start to come back. Events will start to rethink. So it's going to be bumpy, but I think for us to reset our business model, we need to break it. So it's how hard it is. I think this is positive for the future.
That's great. Always good to end on a positive note. And with that, thank you, Guy, for taking part in 5 Minutes With, and thank you for watching.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing, because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company, or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant, because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trends is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 virtual event platform. This tutorial will cover all of the areas that you need to maximise your event and get the most out of the show. In this, we will cover updating your personal profile and settings, finding and booking relevant education sessions, how to book and carry out meetings, and finding and connecting with other attendees. When you log into the 2020 event platform, you'll be taken to the homepage where you will find everything that you need to participate in the event. Here is also where you'll have access to TMS TV, a constant stream of interviews, education and engaging content that will be running over the course of the show. If you ever have a question or need to chat to the Meeting Show team, use the Need Assistance button to visit the help desk. Here you can access all of the how-to guides and also chat directly with one of the team members. We recommend that you complete your profile for a better show experience. To do this, hover over your name in the top right corner. Now, click on My Profile. Here you can add a photo, include your social handles and update your contact information. This is also where you can update your notification preferences and change your password. To do this, hover back over your name. Click Settings and you will have access to all of these options. The Meeting Show will be delivering its usual quality of education. This can be found by clicking on the Education Programme button on the home page or the link in the navigation pane. Here, you can see all of the education sessions that are coming up over the 3 days. If you want to add them to your event schedule, you can do this by clicking on the Add button here. Once these are added, you'll be able to join the session by clicking on the link in the schedule when the time is right. This will open up the education session natively in the platform. Don't worry if you cannot make this time. All of the content will be recorded and made available once the session has been completed. We do, however, recommend that you try to watch the session live to get the most out of it, as here you'll be able to comment and ask questions in real time. With the new platform, it has never been easier to book your pre-arranged meetings with exhibitors. To do this, click on the Exhibitor tab from your event homepage. If you know who you are already looking to meet, you can type the name of the exhibitor in the search box. To find an exhibitor that fits your needs, there is a selection of filters you can toggle on and off that will direct you to a suitable supplier to meet. From here, you can click onto the exhibitor profile and read about them in more detail. You can see some of their collateral and even see what staff are available to meet. You'll also see all of the available time slots for the meeting. Click on the time that you wish the meeting to occur. Next, click on the location button and it will take you to a screen in which you can input a message to explain why you are choosing to meet. Once you click confirm, the meeting request is sent and will be approved in a short time. The meeting will now appear in both the My Meetings and My Schedule section, which can be found in the My Event tab. Don't forget to book these at times that do not conflict with any of the education you have booked into. When you have made your appointments, click on the Export to My Calendar to export reminders into your Outlook or Google Diary. When it is time for the meeting, simply visit the My Schedule tab, which can be found under My Event. Here you will see the details of who you are meeting with. To start the meeting, click on the Meeting Call button. If this is the first meeting you have had in the platform, make sure you allow the preferences so the platform has access to your camera and microphone. Once the other meeting attendee has accepted the call, you'll be connected natively in the platform to conduct your meeting. If the other person starts the meeting first, a prompt will appear and you can click to join the video call. You'll be able to see and connect with attendees through the event platform. To find the attendee list, click on the Attendee button on the homepage or in the navigation pane. Here, you will find the list of all the attendees. At the top, there will be recommendations of who you should meet based on the information you provided when registering for the event. On the left-hand side, you can search directly for people by typing in their name or company. As with the exhibitor list, there is a selection of filters you can use to narrow down the list of attendees. To connect with an attendee, click on the Add button. You'll be taken onto a page where you can type a personal message and send a connection request. Once a request is accepted, the new connection will appear in the My Networking section under the My Event tab. You will now have access to the individual's profile. Here, you can contact them using the chat feature or even start a video call. If you would like to launch a video call, click on the Expand button, then click on the video call icon to launch. In this section, you will have access to all of their contact details. You can also score the connection and assign any helpful tags or notes to the contact. All of this information will be available to export at any point during the event.
Hi, Jamie. We've got Jamie Vaughan from Cvent with us today. Jamie, can you tell us a little bit about Cvent?
Sure. Hi, Emma. Good to see you. Cvent. So for those of you who don't know, we are a well-established event marketing platform. We were born about, well, just over 20 years ago in the USA. We ventured into the UK and therefore continental Europe about sort of 9 years ago now. We're quite broad. We have a very broad platform. So we've been around for quite a while. We have something in the region of 35,000 customers at any one time. And the platform we have is a full 360 degree view of an event platform technology.
Thank you. And do you have some new products that you're planning to launch at the meeting show?
So we've got many products. I would like to say we're launching one, but we have just literally launched one, which we're going to really promote during the meeting show. And that's our virtual attendee hub. So we've heard the word virtual in every other conversation now. I'm sure we'll go into that in more detail later. But we have the ability to manage virtual content and that virtual space as an extension to our key platform. So that we're going to heavily promote in the meeting show. We can have demos and all that sort of stuff to give people a real flavour of what it looks like and what it's capable of.
I guess it'd be have you seen demand has grown? I'd imagine for your products at this point.
Yeah, massively. I mean, everyone talks about the pivot to virtual. Not sure I like the term pivot because it suggests a change. We've been promoting and supporting virtual events for quite some time. In fact, last year, 2019, we had circa just shy of 20,000 events that are powered through our virtual platforms. This year, since COVID, we've had over 75,000 events through our platform. So this is not new. Many things have changed, but it's not new. And I think, to be fair, if you reflect on what's happened over the years, I've been in event technology for over 12 years now, which isn't a long time, but it's quite a long time in event technology because it hasn't been around that long. Lots have changed. And in the last sort of 4 or 5 years, one can't ignore the knockings on the door of sustainability and do we really need to travel everywhere? Do we really need to be in the same room all the time? So I think there have been things sniffing around in the background for quite some time. COVID insisted they came to the front frontier now. Yeah, there's been lots of evolution of what we've been trying to do and we're trying to say, and it's been certainly sped up in the last 12 months.
Yeah, and I know, like you say, it's been sped up. We hear people talking about this, the growth in the number of virtual events, and then there's obviously compared to live events. So how do you get that same level of engagement and that same level of excitement that you get from live event, or is it not?
Yeah,
it's not comparable. What's the?
Oh, it's a really interesting statement, and if you go socially and type the terms, you'll see tons and tons of debates raging still to this moment of what is engagement, what isn't engagement, how do you switch, how do you pivot, and all that. And as I said, I'm not a fan of the term pivot or switch, because I think what Cvent have done particularly well is taken everything that we've always known and evolved it to encompass the current market conditions. So we haven't changed anything. We've just made data and content more accessible through the digital platform. And I think planners have got caught up a little bit on the word pivot and change. The reality is everything you always did to plan, to manage, to market, to promote an event, you should still do. Right? Nothing has changed. These guys didn't go to university and get degrees and experience in event planning and throw it out the window because there's a virus, right? You still have to manage the process. So there's this massive confusion over buying a Zoom meeting for 50 people, and normally what you'd have done to bring 50 people in a conference or in a seminar or a roundtable or breakout together, and all the planning went into that. It should still be the same. So first and foremost, I think planners need to consider everything they always did and not change it that much. And that goes for engagement. And what did we always do? We did things like voting and polling and gamification and all those things because you were physically there. Of course, you can still do that virtually. In fact, gamification, as I mentioned, polling and voting were always digital engagement within a physical event. So you sat in the crowd and you could ask the speaker a question and it was mediated and it got voted up and all that sort of thing. that's digital engagement. That still happens. So that is engagement in that respect. But I think we need to think broader about what engagement is and what it means. So we've just finished CVent Connect, our internal conference over in Vegas. Well, it was normally in Vegas, it was in the cloud this year. We had 43,000 people, which is bonkers, right? Because last year we were very pleased with our success of 5,000 people. So 5,000 success, 43,000. I mean, crazy that is. And we had some great content, and we planned it, you know, to military precision. So we take credit for why it was so good, because it was planned really, really well. But to talk about engagement, one of the highly rated sessions, very popular sessions, was a margarita hour, sponsored by Visit Dallas, right? So a sponsor activation, a breakout session, something a bit fun, and you got people highly engaged. Now, is that engagement? I mean, yeah, it's engagement. It may not be, well, it was actually paying sponsor bills as well. So I'm ticking 2 boxes there. It may not be why you went to an event traditionally, but if you go to any event physically, you'd have had a drinks hour, you've had a breakout, you've had exhibitor parties. So again, planning the same response and the same mechanisms from a virtual perspective are absolutely crucial. Yeah. Your question was about numbers, and I will come around. I'm not a politician. I will come around to that numbers thing. Because you are amplifying your audience so massively. I mean, it's not uncommon you hear these figures. Well, we're an X10. You know, we practice about 9.5 times what we had last year. That's not uncommon. I hear figures between X4 and X15 regularly. So if you're looking at significantly large amounts of people, in theory, you can afford them to engage a little bit less, and the outcome being better than what it was last year, right? So again, I think we have to reimagine what we expect out of our events. When someone comes physically to an event, you may think it's great because they're sitting there, okay, or they're in your venue, but they may be sitting having a coffee on Facebook. They may be in the corner doing a meeting. They may be doing nothing to do with that event. They just happen to physically be there. So it's a misdemeanor that is full engagement, because it isn't. And I think that's more obvious in the virtual world because we can track who is there and what they're doing. So one of the massive byproducts, positives of virtual and digital events is we can absolutely read every behavior from every delegate: engagement, voting, exhibitor booth attendance, downloading brochures, how long, when, how, why. Everything we needed to know is available to you. And Stephen have created something called an attendee engagement score. We actually begin to attribute scores to attendee behavior to give you a really, really good benchmark when the event is over.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? I think is it thinking more creatively and maybe just thinking differently about engagement, but actually using, like you say, there's lots of tools that you can use that actually you get better engagement levels potentially.
Absolutely. The parameters are the same. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think everything's changed, right? So we need to understand that, and it comes through to every walk of life. We can read things better, we can amplify more. So engagement is measured in a different way, but it can still be measured. It should be measured. I mean, you know, you're seeing events now where I see events in Germany where there are hybrid elements coming in and things like publishing or repurposing content captured for extending the event after. I mean, there are some amazing creative ways where digital technology creates a as good as, but in my mind, a better experience for a delegate where they can absorb and come in and out when they choose it's right for them to do that. So again, thinking slightly differently, but the same outcome.
And we've talked about how CVent's already been doing virtual events, and but we're talking again about things evolving, and how do you see things evolving with your business and in the wider marketplace?
Yep. Well, there aren't many silver linings to COVID. I mean, it's awful, and obviously what's happened is dreadful. From a business perspective, it's again made us stop, consider, and then move forward. All of us, the whole industry. And again, my heart goes out to the casualties in our industry because it's been a tough time in our space right now. Moving forward, of course, I don't ever believe there's a world without the physical. The human connection. There's no question that's coming back. I don't think anyone debates that. So if we assume that human connection, i.e. physical events, will return, we must not, of course, deny the strength that we've seen from virtual elements. amplification, repurposing data, larger numbers. Can't deny that. So obviously there's only one answer, which is hybrid. Okay. To answer your question, I do see other interesting elements in virtual. Obviously you've got the 3D elements now, like the avatars and the skeuomorphic elements. You then have VR and AR making their heyday. I see them all over the media. So that's really interesting and worth looking at. And there's a bit of wow factor, but the reality is events are coming back and they will remain, elements of virtual will remain within that process. So hybrid is, in my mind, the only consideration for an event planner. So, you know, you look at the meeting show this year, you've gone virtual, you absolutely will go physical next year if you're allowed to. And I do not believe you won't have virtual elements around that. So hybrid. So then you need to think about things like, am I doing 2 events? I'm obviously sharing the same core message and I'm sharing the principle of the content, but should I push different content to the virtual audience as I do the physical? Should I charge differently? Do I have different sponsors? And this is a really, really interesting area that's been debated right now. And the best comparison is, of course, sport. If you take any sporting event like football, the national game of the UK, and you'll find that they are the truest form of hybrid event you'll ever see. You get a physical audience of 60,000 people cheering, eating a soggy burger and drinking a warm beer and absolutely loving the moment. And then you have many millions amplified virtually watching the same content, but different pundits, probably getting a better view, different sponsor packages, a completely different experience. So there's been lots of debate about, is that something an event could do? Well, yes, of course it is. You know, can I have different sponsors for my virtual audience as I can for my physical? Well, of course you can. Am I expecting different outcomes? Yes, of course you can. So, you know, there's some really interesting dialogue, but hybrid has to be the way forward. And you have to consider both the physical and the virtual elements.
That's really interesting. Yeah, great. Some really interesting points there and some good stuff to take away, definitely. Thanks, Jamie.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
If you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon of the rest of the world.
get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna full color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with how I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking. We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
Hey everybody, it's day 2 of the meeting show. Lots going on, jam-packed education, so make sure that you get down there and click on to find out more about how to create a diverse program for your event. We're lucky to have Ashanti Benthildu in her session telling us all about that, so I'll see you there.
Hi, this is the meeting show. Welcome to this wonderful session today on hacking conference growth, getting participants to register for your conference. I think that's a big deal. And my name is Martin Van Este, and I'm with the Meeting Design Institute. And it's a pleasure to introduce Luis Madureira, who is from Portugal, my favorite country after my own, of course, which is Belgium. Welcome, Luis. Great to see you here.
Thank you very much.
You have a lot of cool stuff. I've seen your slides, and I'm really looking forward to this presentation. And I hope to be able to feed you some questions, maybe halfway the session already. We only have 40 minutes, so we have to be careful on time here. And I also would like to ask all the participants to type in their questions in the live discussion on the screen where you see the tab questions. That's the place for questions. I'll also be watching the chat, of course. So if you have any questions that are really good, crucial questions, I would say maybe I'm going to interrupt you, Luis, if that's okay with you, halfway or somewhere during your presentation. Please so let's dive right into it. I think you have a great topic here, really important messages. So I'll take no more of your time. Thank you, Luis, and looking forward to throw in some questions later.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the invitation to be here. So I'll go straight into introducing me just very, very quickly. So I have over 2 decades in kind of being an executive, mostly in the industry, food and drinks, Then I moved into consultancy, and in 2015, I actually did a stint as a vice president of marketing for Productize, which is an accelerator, where we had this huge big conference of 500 people for Portugal. This is actually quite a big one. So I'll talk a little bit about that. I've worked for a lot of countries, as you can see here. Now we're working globally. My background is economics, and I'm now doing my PhD. So I specialize a little bit in competitive intelligence as well. These are some of the universities where I teach at the moment. As you can see, it goes from Portugal to Spain, to France, and also into Slovenia. So a little bit about us. So what we do, we pretty much help companies navigate their competitive environment. So the idea is to be the ways of management, show you the alternative paths that you can have to navigate your competitive environment. Just to situate you about where this growth hacking comes in, we have 4 main areas of practice. So intelligence, strategy, growth, and innovation. As of course, growth hacking comes for growth. And also growth hacking tries to deal with a lot of data that we now have and that we can use to then attract participants into your conferences. We also address the social consumer, which I'll explain what it is, and the increasing complexity, which I think is self-explanatory. Okay, so going right into the presentation. So my point here, or what I aim to achieve, is to open your mind when it comes to this new topic, which is growth hacking. So I'm trying to show you the things that you can do to bring in participants to your conference. So starting with Zeitgeist. So what is the current state of affairs? Which is basically a constant fight for attention. Okay, so just for you to have an idea, in 2009, okay, so 11 years ago, just in that year, we produced more data than the 5,000 years before that. Okay, and if we pick 2009 as the beginning of this chart, and we are now in 2020, you see the exponential growth of data. Okay, so, and this is nothing compared what's coming next. Okay, so just to make you aware of the information overload that we are impacted by. Okay, so just pretty much everyone knows now about this visualization. So 1 internet minute, so the amount of, for example, texts from 2019, so you have 18 million texts sent. In 2020, you have 19 million, and so on. So, and this is increasing exponentially. Okay, so basically we are drowning in data, and we are also fighting for attention. So there's this big myth about we humans now have a shorter span of attention than a goldfish. This is actually a myth. Okay, this is actually a myth. I must stress that, because if you if you follow the breadcrumbs, you'll get to a point where you'll see that there is no scientific evidence of this. But it's very well disguised. So this is now an urban myth, if you want. Okay, so we are fighting for this attention, and our target is now the social consumer. What does this really mean to you? Okay, so basically, social consumer is all of us. So we crowdsource our decisions. When we try to make a decision like booking a hotel, you basically go into the web, you search for the hotel, and the next thing you do is you try to find out what are the ratings, what are the experiences, what are the opinions of other social consumers that share their opinion. The thing is that you make the decision based on the information of other people, other social consumers, okay? This, when you go into the web and you search for the brand, this is called the zero moment of truth, or ZMOT, as you have it in there. So ZMOT is the first contact. Before you actually get contact with the brand itself, you actually go and search for it, and you create an opinion. So these experiences are really important. So this is the importance of the social consumer. If you have a good experience, then you have the UMOT, which is the ultimate moment of truth. So the moment where you actually share that experience with other social consumers, which will then make the zero moment of truth of other social consumer. And this, you want to get people into this loop and get them into your brand and connected with your brand. But the big problem is that most companies are not actually listening for the social consumer. So they are not used to do this. So what I would say is really kind of mind the gap. And I think this is a much appropriate for a London, a conference held in London now. Okay, so basically people and marketeers thought that we had this traditional funnel that people would kind of a choice from many brands and kind of a filter until they buy, and that would be it. What we found out was this is not what's really happening. So after buying, people then recommend, they share their experience, and they advocate the product or the brand, which then kind of brings them into this loyalty loop. Okay, so basically this is what you want to. So if you do a conference once a year, you don't want them to just talk about your conference once a year. You want to keep them involved in the loop, in the contact with the brand, so you keep them loyal, and next year they come back again, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this again, also a tip here already. As I said, the most important thing is to do this, if possible, in real time. So SMINT is competitive intelligence in real time. This is a way of kind of listening to what is happening, what the social consumer is telling and sharing about your brand, and you want to kind of to model that or design that in order to keep them in this loyalty loop. So next question, how do we do that? Okay, so data is more and more social. Okay, so we use all these apps, all these platforms, all these websites, and we share information in the process. So we leave our digital kind of a breadcrumbs, our digital footprint behind, and that's something that we can use. This is all kind of a public, of course. We don't use private information, so this is public information, and we use that in order to make sense out of it and to keep our brand relevant. So we kind of try to see what you share. We try to understand what you share, what actually tells us about your behavior, and then we can even apply kind of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and so on to make the most out of it. So we understand and see what's important for our audiences, and then give it to them. Okay, so this can be used to design the conference itself, or the meeting, or whatever you are trying to sell and to promote. Okay, so how do we do this? Well, how do you go from the social data into bringing people in? So that's where growth hacking comes in. I call it the potion. Okay, so and the definition is very, very simple. So growth hacking is basically an unconventional form of growth. Okay, so not to confuse with computer hacking, which sometimes can be illegal. So don't go that way, please. Okay, so basically these were the beginnings. I'm not sure if you are or you can figure out what this is, but this is actually a Tupperware meeting. Okay, so this was the first form of growth hacking. So instead of kind of having my own salesman, I transformed my customers into salesmen. So again, this is an unconventional way of growth, and kind of in the 60s or 70s or even before, this was actually very, very unusual. And this was the first kind of a form of growth hacking. Now let's go to the future, and you'll see this video now.
On Super Bowl Sunday, the US is big, loud, and expensive. Sweden is Swedish. So how does Volvo compete with the other car brands and their millions spent on commercials during the game?
Can we play the video?
We don't. We steal it.
When you see a car commercial during the game, any car commercial, not Volvo, you can tweet using the hashtag #VolvoContest.
The interception was simple. Their commercials would give you a chance to win one of our cars for someone you love. Just tweet their name to Volvo during any car commercial. When Mercedes wanted you to look here, people immediately went here. When Lexus spent 4.5 million for this, Twitter looked like this. Shifting the social conversation to Volvo. With up to 2,000 tweets per minute every time their commercials aired, we changed the Super Bowl conversation from one loud 30-second roar to an ongoing conversation about Volvo that lasted the entire game. We were the only car company to trend both nationally and globally.
So they weren't advertising on TV, they were letting all the other car companies do that for them?
With up to 2,000 tweets per minute every time their commercials aired. And just like that, their millions of dollars worth of car commercials turned into a social conversation about Volvo, helping our XC60 to a 70% sales increase the month following the game, the highest in its segment.
Okay, so let's go into some, I don't think that, some, okay. So we now go into giving you some case studies of how you can do this yourself, and if possible, applied, of course, to conference. So the first one that we're going to use is a technique called geolocated listening or geointelligence. So basically, if we can go into the next slide, this is basically a screen share of a platform which allows you to see in a 10-kilometer radius everything that is being kind of publicly shared on a series of social networks. For example, you see here Instagram and you see Twitters. If you go into the next slide, you can see that you can not only do a 10-kilometer radius, but you can also design kind of the area that you want to monitor, okay? And if we can go even further to the next slide and see that we can look specifically what we want to see. So in this case, this was a shopping mall in Sweden, okay? So basically we wanted to understand what was the profile of people that go into that shopping mall. Why? Because that's an area where in Sweden there's not that much immigration, but in that area there's a lot. And like kind of the investors who actually built this shopping mall, they were not really aware of that. So then, like the formula that they were applying to other areas of Sweden were not working anymore in this area. So we need to come in and to understand. So basically here what we're talking about is to do a profiling of the customer who goes into this place. And we know that they go into this place because they actually posted there. Okay, so this is the growth hack here. You know the feedback of people, and you know that these people were actually there and living the experience. So we can go into the next one. So let's do another one. So this is how you can use again geointelligence or geolocated listening to kind of transform detractors into endorsers. So next slide. We can use the same technique. Next slide. And this was applied to a very well-known shopping mall in Portugal called Colombo. Okay, and what you see here is that two different posts from the same person. They are in Portuguese, so because this was in Portugal, of course. And basically, what she's saying is that like the stores are terrible. Okay, and then she does the next slide and she says, well, I'm like, this is the most terrible situation that I've come in, like in a shopping mall, I don't like the stores, blah, blah, blah. So if you are, so the slide before, sorry, if you are into the shopping mall, you can, so if you do geolocated listening, you can understand that specific type of customer. So this is definitely a detractor, right? So how can I make this detractor become a promoter? So if you click on the link of the Twitter, you see, you can go into in this case into her profile, and you can see from the Twitter account that she also has an Instagram account. So you can go into her Instagram account, which again is public, and you see that she likes sneakers and that she likes kind of movies. So again, if you are the promoter of this shopping mall, you can use this to talk to this person and ask us, so would you be able to, for example, to give us an interview so we can understand why you don't like our shopping mall and we can make it better? And if you do that, we would really, in exchange, we can as a thank you note, we can, for example, give you a ticket to the cinema, or we can even kind of get you a discount because we have lots of stores of sneakers into this shopping mall. Okay, so this again, just an example of how you can listen to the social consumer, but geolocated in a specific location. We can move forward now, and we go into a new case study. So I'm giving you an overview of different case studies. So this is how you can use social network analysis for a football club, okay, and how you can monetize drives. So next slide. So on the left, you have this cloud, let's call it like this. This is actually a visual representation of the Twitter of this football club, which is Sporting Clube Portugal, okay? And you can see that there is this like very, very small kind of a fuchsia kind of tribe. If we go into the next slide, you can even see it much better, okay? And that is highlighted there on the left. And you see on the right that this tribe is actually based in Algeria. Okay, so why the hell does a Portuguese football club as an Algerian kind of a following? They don't even like they speak French. So why do they follow a Twitter which is in Portuguese and the most English? Okay, so that is because they have this player called Slimani, which is kind of a striker and scores a lot of goals. So they actually follow this. But you are actually leaving money on the table, because if these people come into the site or the website of Sporting Clube Portugal, they will not be able to interact. So this is like, if you understand your audiences, you can actually monetize them. So when any of these people which come from an Algerian URL come into the website of Sporting, the first thing that they should see is actually the site in French, which it wasn't. And second, they need to be shown the merchandise of Slimani, because that's what they want to do. And like, this is monetizing this information, this data into profit. We can go into the next case study now. So product guys conference, finally a conference. So, okay, so how can you identify and leverage influencers? Next slide. So same technique. Now you apply this to the Twitter handle of Productize Conference, which was the conference that I told you in the beginning, and you can identify the tribes. You can say, okay, this was a product management conference, product thinking conference. So you understand what are the different tribes that follow you. So you can go from, for example, design thinkers to innovation managers to design managers, and so on and so forth. Okay, so next slide. What we did, actually this was me doing this, so bringing people to our conference, was in each tribe I tried to find what it's called the connectors. So connectors are the people who have a huge Rolodex, a huge network of contacts. So you see that because these are the guys who are in the middle and everyone pretty much connects with them. So all the accounts actually go into this one. So if you know, in this case, we identified this portal about news from startups. So what I said to this portal was, okay, I will give you some free passes for you to come to the conference, and in exchange, you can, for example, you can come in and cover the conference for your portal, but at the same time, I'll give you some other kind of a free passes, so you can actually use them to do, for example, a contest. So you can also kind of spread the word to your audience and bring your audience with you. Okay, so again, another example. We can go into the next slide and we see the mavens. So the mavens are not the people with the highest number of contacts, but they are the people which actually know a lot about the subject. So they are the go-to people when it comes to this specific topic. Okay, so again, you can identify these people and try to leverage these people in order to make the most out of them and bring people. So if these people, for example, endorse your conference, you'll know that a lot of people will show up because they are influencers. They are kind of the mavens of that situation. Next slide. So another example of social network intelligence, how you can use this to optimize your marketing communications. Next slide. So when you use this type of platforms, one of the things that you can identify are the hashtags that these people work. So your audience uses hashtags to mention kind of the topics they are going to see, the topics they are interested in. Also, you can also identify the mentions. So who is mentioning what topics? And with that, you can optimize your communication to make it more relevant to your audience, which again brings more engagement and brings more people that registered. Next topic. So another example, you can even go to the point of into these social networks, you can identify the specific people who talk with who. So who talks with who? And then according to that, you can identify, for example, if I want to get into that tribe, what is the best way? So what would be the path to that community? Next slide. And even kind of again, identify the accounts. So who are again the influencers? Who are the accounts that I need to leverage in order to get that people in? So again, I'm going a little bit fast, but this is just to show you the different possibilities that we are discussing. So we can go into the next one. Now, influencers, okay? Just a tale of careful. So be careful on how you use growth hacking, because if it really goes really well, you can end up with like these huge problems. So I'm not sure if you are all familiar with the Fire Festival, but if you are not, this was the result. So I kindly ask you to play the video.
All these models, like in the Bahamas, the most insane festival the world has ever seen.
Island getaway turned disaster.
It became very barbaric.
Right now, we are the fucking laughing stock of everything.
Just wait until you see what you're getting yourselves into.
American rapper Ja Rule is in the Bahamas with his business partner,
Billy McFarlane.
Is an amazing entrepreneur.
He can convince anyone of pretty much anything.
They just bought an island. Pablo Escobar's island. Oh my gosh.
Ding! We're gonna throw a festival, yeah.
Within 48 hours, they sold out. These guys are either completely full of shit or they're the smartest guys in the room. We were working around the clock, no sleep.
Billy's like, bring more workers. We need more workers.
Every single day it got more tense.
He just would not take no for an answer. And he just kept pulling money in somehow.
Desperate people do desperate things.
He was lying to investors and making it seem like we were making a ton of money when we weren't. I mean, that's fraud.
We need to get the messaging out now that this is not a luxury music festival.
Oh my God.
There's mattresses all over the place getting soaked.
The save yourself mode kicked in. All right, it's a free-for-all.
It became this looting mentality.
There's an angry mob, they're pissed off and they want their money.
Powerful models built this festival, and then one picture of cheese on toast ripped down the festival.
They just couldn't physically fit that many people on the island.
The event's co-founder is facing up to 20 years in prison.
If you had thousands of dollars to go on a trip to see Blink 182, that's on you. That is Darwinism at its finest.
The biggest event in a decade, I promise you.
I'll be there.
Okay, so if you didn't see this documentary in Netflix, I would highly advise you to see that. They will explain some of the kind of a growth hacking techniques that they use. And again, a tale of caution. So really, we should really understand what we're doing with this, because this can be a really powerful tool. And you'll see that the techniques that they use were pretty much kind of a simple, but they work kind of marvelously. Okay, so next case study is about real-time monitoring. Okay, so how can we understand what's going on in real time? So this, for example, is a tool that allows you to monitor a lot of things that goes from topics, hashtags, mentioned people, message types, pretty much everything. And if I was showing you this live, this was pretty much kind of a network that was moving all the time. Okay, so if there are coming kind of a good positive kind of a feedback, then you get kind of this green dot. If this topic is getting a lot of traction, meaning there are a lot of people mentioning these hashtags about it, then this become kind of orange, as you see here in Novartis in the middle, or drug on the top. And if you're getting kind of a bad mouthing kind of these topics, then you would have a red dot. Okay, so this allows you to pretty much understand, for example, what is going on about your audience. So is your audience liking it? Is your audience talking about it? Or is your audience really not, or loving it? Okay, so loving, hating, and kind of attraction. So are they talking about it or not? Okay, so we can go into the next slide just to show you that you can even drill down these topics and kind of find what is the kind of the cause for this traction, or for this bad sentiment, or for this good sentiment. Okay, again, just a way to show you how we can use data in this time, in real time, to identify what your audience is thinking of you. And you can even, if you can give this feedback to the speakers, for example, or if, for example, if this is a panel, or if there's this like huge topic coming in, so why don't we kind of go a little bit deeper on that? So this gives you a lot of room for maneuver to make your kind of a conference or event even better. Okay, so we are going for the final case studies. This is how you can use, for example, sentiment analysis. So in the next slide, you'll see just how, for example, two aviation companies compare in terms of sentiment. I think that we need to go into the next slide. Yes, so here you can see, for example, the comparison when it comes to sentiment analysis. So this is basically, you are listening to what is being said in the digital realm, and you are comparing two companies. In this, you are actually comparing more than two, but you see those two highlighted, for example, JetBlue Airlines and United Airlines. And you can see that kind of it's not just the number of mentions, it's kind of how they kind of divide into good mentions or bad mentions, okay? So if we go into the next slide, you can even see the drivers of that negative and positive sentiment. So what people like about your conference and what people do not like about your conferences, and what is the driver of that. So this gives you, this can be used kind of a pre-conference, so when people are kind of talking about kind of in the anticipation of the conference, but also after the conference, for you to understand what worked well, what didn't work. So what were the speakers that people like, what were the topics that people like, and so on and so forth. So this also can help you to design the experience of your conference much better. And that was pretty much what I had to share today. Of course, I'm now open for questions, and I can go back into any of the case studies and the topics that I've addressed before. Martin, I think you're muted.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, wonderful. Well done, Luis. I'm really impressed with all the stuff that you share with us, especially the graphs and the way that the analysis are made from Twitter or maybe other social media as well. That's one of the first questions I have. Is I think you mostly mentioned Twitter. Is similar stuff happening on LinkedIn or Facebook, or what's the difference?
Yes. So basically, Twitter is their API. So doesn't really matter the technical stuff, but it's basically the way you access the data is pretty much open in Twitter. So they give you a lot of information. Facebook faced a really kind of a backlash with the topic of Cambridge Analytica, which was the huge scandal, and that they closed a lot of information that they were making public. So that is now an issue. LinkedIn is the one that is most closed of them all. So in order for you to have access to LinkedIn, you have to go into tools which are kind of more expensive. But again, you can do that. You can do that. And you can also export your own data. So, for example, imagine in your case, Martin, you can export the data that you have on your own profile or your own kind of a profile of your company, okay? And then you work that information. So people who are connected with you, then you identify kind of the accounts. You can talk to the people. You can do kind of a target one-to-one marketing, and so on and so on and so forth. So the quick answer is, we can have access to a lot of data. Sometimes you have to be creative. Again, completely legal, completely ethical. So you are just using information that people kind of allow you to use.
Wonderful. Okay, so Facebook not so much. LinkedIn is possible, but Twitter is the favorite here to use. So how do you make the graphs? Did you do them yourself, or is there like specific software that spits out those graphs?
Okay, so you have several options. So the first option is some of the tools, some of the platforms that we use already provide you with the graphs. Okay, that's why you see a huge number of the kind of a different graphs that I show you, because we use different tools according to the objective of what we are trying to do. So that is the first one. The second one is actually you can do it yourself. So I even kind of took course for myself just to understand kind of what types of visualizations we can have, because that sometimes make a huge difference. So if you are going to analyze all that data just by the numbers, it's crazy. But if you visualize that will of course help you a lot. So tools like Tableau, Gephi, these tools are tools that you can use with any data that you have. So just with your normal mailing list, you can kind of just feed that into Tableau and then visually explore the data. So you develop the insights in order to give you kind of insights over your audience and how you can actually kind of bring them to register.
This was actually answering the question from Yanni, who asks what tools are used. So Tableau and Gephi, I understand. And but he also asks, what is the cost to manage such a data mining?
Okay, so very good question. That's a question that we of course get a lot. It really depends. So you can go from setting, for example, Google Alerts, which is free. Okay, just to understand what people are kind of, if you are being mentioned in the digital realm, to go to tools like, for example, Gephi is free, or you can use social web listening platforms. For example, Brandwatch, CISOMOS. I don't have any affiliation, so I'm just throwing the ones that I remember now. You had like kind of the Salesforce Radiant 6 back in the day. Now you have kind of a different tool. So DigiMind, like I could give you hundreds. So you see that social data there, like some of them are actually there. Okay, you can use Hootsuite. So Hootsuite, which is a tool just to manage kind of your posts, they also do social web listening. Okay, the point is not much. So we are tool agnostic. We can use, even if you have those tools, for example, if we do a project for you, what we would do is we would use the tools that you already have, and then we integrate all of those to give you the answer that you're looking for.
All right, social web listening. That's a new one for me. I wrote it down. I'll make it into a poster. I think that's an important thing. How much time does it take? Do you need like a full-time job, a person on if you do several conferences a year, or How much time do you need? Is a freelance doing this, or do we need an agency, or how do we go about doing it?
Yeah, so I'll give you my advice, okay? So it can be biased because I'm a consultant, so I'm just making the disclaimer beforehand, okay? But how would actually outsource that, and why do I outsource that? Because there are a lot of tools. So if you allocate someone to do this, you'll have to learn a lot of tools. You'll have to learn about visualization techniques and so artificial intelligence techniques. So that's a huge amount of investment. If you do, for example, one conference a year, it is not really. I would say it's too much time, and it doesn't kind of the ROI of it. It's not good. So I would really go for outsourcing. But you can have from an agency. You can go into a university and also challenge, for example, and this is a growth hacking technique, by the way. You can go into a university and challenge kind of the students to do it for you. So this would be real data. Just give them access to the data, and they will do this for you. So now that you know that this is possible, it's much easier.
Last question, maybe then quickly. On slides 57, you shared this red and green graph with like 10 different topics. Is that done by artificial intelligence, or is this manual work?
So artificial intelligence, that's the quick answer. So basically, artificial intelligence is not very well understood. So basically, artificial intelligence classifies information. So if I go through all my Twitter posts, so my tweets, okay, then the artificial intelligence reads that, transforms that into numbers, and kind of see if that, for example, the words actually mean something positive or negative, and gives you the sentiment. But that it's done almost in real time. You can do that in real time, to be honest. So that's how good is it?
Is this something? Is that what Tableau is doing then?
No, Tableau is just a visualization. Okay. So to do artificial intelligence, you would need other tool. Tableau is just for you to visualize the information.
Well, thank you so much, Luis.
My pleasure.
This was a great session, great information. I learned a lot. I'm sure everybody else did too. I saw some enthusiasm in the chat around your Volvo presentation, your Volvo case.
Yep.
So thank you again for sharing your wisdom with us. I know you could do 40 hours instead of 40 minutes as well. So thank you very much for condensing it down for us and giving us some really good knowledge nuggets here. So thank you very much. And we will see you somewhere online or on site in the future. Thank you.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing, because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company, or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant, because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trends is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
Hi Simon, can you please tell us a bit about Meeting Ireland and your role there?
Okay, so my name's Simon Gidman. I'm the GB representative at Meeting Ireland, which is the business events brand for the island of Ireland, as well as promoting the island of Ireland as the destination of choice for international business events. We also provide event planners with a whole host of practical and financial supports, details of which can be found on our website, which is meetingireland.com.
And how are you encouraging domestic and international event planners to visit Ireland at the moment?
So Ireland is recognised around the world as one of the friendliest and most welcoming destinations. However, as much as we'd like to welcome events to Ireland right now, we won't be encouraging travel until the time is right. At the moment, we're ensuring that Ireland is a safe destination and to host business events when we do reopen. And we have robust safety charters in place for hotels and venues, and we're currently working on similar charters for DMCs and PTOs to ensure delivery of compliant events. As a destination, we're not taking any risks, and restrictions will only be eased when the time is right to ensure that Ireland remains one of the safest places in the world to host events.
Amazing. And can you tell us a bit about your stand partners this year?
Okay, we've got 17 stand partners joining us this year, representing all aspects of Ireland's business events offering. So we've got a number of Ireland's leading 5-star hotels, such as Adair Manor, Hayfield Family Collection, and Killarney Hotels in the west of Ireland. We've also got Druids Glen, Mount Juliet, and the K Club, who are in the east of Ireland. And then we've got Shelbourne Hotel and the Marker Hotel in Dublin. And we've also got a range of excellent group hotels. So they have great meeting facilities such as the Radisson Group, MHL Collection, Clayton Hotels and Tifco Hotels. We've got some great large meeting venues in Ireland as well. So we've got venues like Croke Park and the Convention Centre in Dublin. So they're joining us at this year's show. And we're delighted that we're joined by two of our leading, most creative and proactive DMCs as well, with Wallace Travel and A Touch of Ireland. And then the final partner, if you're looking for that kind of unique, quintessentially Irish venue, we've also got the Guinness Storehouse joining us this year, who are based in the heart of Dublin.
Lovely. And will you be announcing anything new at the show, or any of your stand partners announcing anything in particular?
So we're currently finalising details of our recovery plan, which includes a host of new initiatives. So we've got a new suite of digital assets that we're producing, a reimagined conference and corporate ambassador programme. We're also taking the opportunity to review our strategy and conduct a whole new brand audit. So we're really gearing up for when we emerge from this current crisis and begin to welcome world-class events back to Ireland.
Can you tell us a bit about some of the most unique reasons to host an event in Ireland? And
yeah, as I mentioned earlier, when you talk to people about Ireland, the one thing that everybody repeatedly mentions is the warmth and friendliness of the people. I know a lot of destinations mention this as a strength, but I think Ireland's welcome and the tradition of warm hospitality really is unique. Whether that be like the friendly locals, a night in a cosy pub, some sort of quintessential Irish entertainment, or the increasing reputation Ireland's got for its culinary offer. And of course, as the Emerald Isle, Island has some of the most spellbinding scenery anywhere in the world. And being so small, it's very, very easy to get around as well.
And finally, how do you think Ireland's meetings and events offerings fit the new needs of event planners?
So I think Ireland is superbly positioned to meet the new needs of event planners. First of all, it's, as I mentioned, it's a very safe destination. And with the robust protocols and charters that we put in place to address the current crisis, we expect Ireland to be one of the safest destinations to hold an event when the time is right and the restrictions are relaxed. Secondly, Ireland has a great mix of countryside, coast and city, with some exceptional rural and coastal venues which are ideal for exclusive use. Our cities are really small as well, so they've got lots and lots of green spaces, and we expect that trend for exclusive use to continue in the short term, so we're very well placed for that. And finally, specifically for the GB market, which is where I work in, we're very close by. We're only a short 45-minute flight or even a ferry ride away, and you get a very, very different experience than you get at home, and also limiting the time spent traveling. So, please do come and visit us on our virtual Meet an Ireland stand. As I say, we've got 17 great partners, and when the time is right, we really look forward to welcome you all back to Ireland.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Contacts.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, got a final life to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and say, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
Hi, I'm here with Lee Cowley-Shaw of the HBAA, and we're going to be talking about what the HBAA has been up to for the past few months. So, Lee, can you fill us in at all?
Yeah, hi Paul, thank you. So over the last few months, the HBA have been focusing on, first and foremost, supporting our members, agency members and venue members, as well as trying to elevate our united voice across the industry and into government as well through various partnerships and channels. Obviously, through the most unbelievably challenging times, the support for the members has been anything from the people side. Clarity and purpose as well has been a really key focus for us. How can we digest and provide information that is accurate as it's breaking, because ultimately people are looking for that knowledge and expertise and, you know, really clear understanding of what the government is telling us. You know, we've worked tirelessly in terms of elevating our voice out to different channels and also to run campaigns that are relevant for our members. We've kept in constant communication with our members through webinars, through communication such as emailing, and also from our website as being that element of knowledge where people can go to and really get what they need.
Yeah, and so what has the feedback from members been?
Positive in the sense that, you know, we are providing that information as it's breaking, and there's quite a lot of uncertainty, and that continues in such times, and people are waiting for the HBA updates to come out. They're waiting for that understanding of what it is the government is saying, and we all know that that is quite fluid. It can change at times, and it can change with sometimes little notice. But what our members are saying is that they're relying on us to provide that clarity when there is so much uncertainty. With the love of social media channels, it's great to share information, but sometimes that information that others are providing may not be 100% accurate. So they wait for our clarity, which is really useful for them and really useful for us to be able to provide the members.
Yeah, and how have you found providing that clarity? Because it can be quite difficult at times, can't it?
It can be quite difficult at times. You know, we have and really engage with other associations, so other industry associations. We are very strong in our partnerships, so whether that's with BVP and other membership organisations as well. You know, we try and stay close to the news. We're staying close to government announcements as they break, obviously working with other professional services that can help us with that clarity. It's incredibly important that we get there and we provide that information, and that we're working with our members as much as we can.
And so is that the plan for the next few months, to continue in that vein, providing clarity to members?
Absolutely, but also we are supporting members in terms of recovery and diversification as well, and giving them the tools if they want to utilise them for that. Obviously, business owners will make their own decisions, and we can provide them and flourish them with certain toolkits. We can provide them with education and knowledge, but it's about providing all of those different aspects that people can take as little or as much as they want as part of their membership.
And what kind of assistance are you seeing most at the moment that's most required?
Really looking at different business opportunities. Obviously, at the moment, we know that meetings up to 30 are still able to take place indoors in permitted venues in England. That may be subject to change. What we need to be able to provide them with is things that they're able to do right now, or things that they're able to do for the future. And as I say, some members will choose not to, but ultimately what we want to do is to be able to provide them with platforms, be able to provide them with toolkits, with relationships, and with the openings that they may not have considered in the past. The HBA have really focused over the last few months as well about who else we could collaborate with. So who else we can help to get our voice out there, who else we can lead on conversations, we can comment on conversations, but also how else we can really, really drive, you know, how much the importance of this industry is to government and to the economy. And that's something we continue to do. I mean, there's other great initiatives, other great campaigns that are out there, and we are aligning ourselves to them. We are leading on some, but we're absolutely aligning to some of them as well. And with our network, with our reach, and with our, you know, our real focus on how we can do good for the industry, that is going to be our absolute focus and our continuation of focus over the next few months.
Are you finding that message is getting through?
Not as much as we'd like, but we're perfectionists. But, you know, all we can do is keep banging that drum, keep pushing that water uphill. And at some stage, some of that water will topple over the top. Some of it will come crashing back down. But if we don't do anything, then we failed. We need to keep banging the drum. We need to look in the rearview mirror and say, we've done the best we can with the resources, with, you know, the partnerships that we have, with the collaboration, and underpin that by having that our members' interests and what we can do for the industry is at our core.
Fantastic. Well, I think that just about wraps it up. But thank you very much for joining me, Lee. It was great to have you on.
Oh, thank you. And also just to say, I'm actually in a meeting room today, which feels amazing. Live is life. Obviously, virtual is there to support us and will continue to support us as well. But it's amazing to be in a venue today, which is the Village Hotel at Nottingham. And, you know, the social distancing that's exercised, this industry is ready. And obviously, we've been doing this for years in terms of the protocols and how we look after our guests and look after our delegates. This isn't new for us. And it's just how we continue with that customer confidence and getting meetings in whatever capacity back into the venue safely.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea, and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
If you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon to the rest of the world.
you've been talking for years about how the association model, the traditional association that relies on the bulk of its revenue from the one annual meeting, is an endangered species. And I know that you've been working with clients to break that down and think ahead about, how they connect with members and where the revenue comes from. So can you just kind of catch me up to speed a little bit on what you're doing now in that area?
Sure, Lauren, great to be with you. And yeah, I mean, it's a brave new world for all of us, right, on all sides of the industry. But in the association space in particular, I think we've kind of lost sight of, you're right, the focus has been on events in particular. And yes, a lot of them have had and will have to have a complete rethink of their event strategy out of this. But even more importantly, to your point, is the fact that this has put many organizations in, frankly, a race for survival. Precisely because so many of them were reliant on that one annual meeting for anywhere from 30 to 50% of their annual operating revenue. And that was risky before, and now it's potentially fatal in terms of what that means if all of that revenue disappears or is dramatically reduced going forward. So that's where we've been working with clients and others to talk about the need to diversify literally everything. To begin with, we wanted them to diversify revenue streams. Now it's absolutely imperative that organizations rethink their entire digital model and a new digital strategy, because it just doesn't impact the world of the events. It's about how you're delivering all of your other products and services. We've been talking about what's the next generation expect and want, right? They want a world like anything Netflix, right? I want when I want it, what I want, when I want it, how I want it. And as associations, we've been slow to pick up on that and take advantage of that and really recognize they're our next customer, they're our next member, and we better get up to speed and make this happen. And that impacts every area of an association's portfolio. And it's particularly going to be concerning because this isn't now just an issue about where we're losing money on our events. There's going to be intense pressure on membership next year in particular. I mean, this year everybody took a hit because we all had to. The bigger hit is actually going to come in 21 because of the economic fallout from the health issue. So you combine those two things and you've got real pressure coming on association budgets, because now you've got to rethink your revenue model on your events. And hopefully you're spreading out events, doing more of them, and parsing them out in terms of how you look at your education model, your digital model. But now you're under intense pressure because some portion of your dues are likely not going to come as well. And that was the second largest source of most associations' revenue. So yeah, this is a lot of bad news, not just for the 20 fiscal cycle, but as more so for the 2021 fiscal cycle.
Mm-hmm. And what are some examples of smart things associations are doing?
Yeah, well, so the first is really taking a look at that digital strategy across the organization. So really starting to delve pretty deeply into all of your products and services, and how do you convert them to digital and deliver them in a digital format, I think, first and foremost. So that requires a real digital strategy, and that means a shift in resources. And so it really means we've got to, so the big problem is this has accentuated any other problem you had in an organization. You didn't have diversified revenue, this just blew that wide open. You've got, some governance issues, this just blew that wide open. Your membership model wasn't getting you everything it should and could. So the challenge is you kind of have to be re-looking at every aspect of what you do as an association in light of the realities of what your audience, your membership base is facing. To figure out, do we need to come up with new membership categories, a new membership model at the same time we're doing everything else? And the problem is many organizations are not organized to make decisions quickly and make the changes that are going to be needed to be made quickly. So we've got to look at all of those areas and say, does this serve our members and our audience, given the pressures we know they're under in our industry or profession, whatever it may be? So you really have to sit back. You really have to understand how all this is impacting your stakeholders, your members, your attendees, and then plan, how do we need to react to that? How do we need to reorient our products and services to meet the needs of our members and stakeholders. But so that means some research and some data that if we didn't have a handle on before, we really need to have a handle on now, and then figure out, are there new products and services that your members are saying, because of what we're facing, we need? And does that create an opportunity for associations? And we think there is a lot of opportunity for associations out of that. And at the same time, because it's going to require more resources, what do you stop doing? What do associations who are really good at layering on more and more and more in terms of services and products without ever really evaluating, is there value on the rest of this stuff? Now's the time you got to figure that out, because we need those resources that might have been going to things that really weren't valued by the members, but they just kept going, right? They were legacy programs that you were doing no matter what. We need those resources now to develop digital strategy, to develop new events that we're going to do digitally, and new products and services that our members or stakeholders are telling us we need. So that's the thought process. It really is a very strategic process that organizations need to go through to step back and understand what's happening, and then figure out what else could and should we be doing to meet those needs, because we want those members to rely on us now more than ever, which typically they do in a recessionary period, because we need to know what's happening in our industry. We're looking for job opportunities. We need to stay connected, particularly if we're looking for work. So the importance of associations has never been more relevant. The challenge is, are we delivering what our audience needs in the relevant way they want to receive it? And if not, we're in danger.
And I think membership is going to be a challenge with the next generation. You know, like, why should I be a member? You know, if I want that course and I can pay for that course, I'll pay for that course. You know, I mean, should associations, large international associations, be expecting membership to decline?
Well, yes, I think all of us are going to be expecting membership to decline now. That's based on economics alone, right? The concern about what's happening with our members' budgets or our member organizations' budgets, I think that definitely is true. Then there's this whole issue of engagement with the next generation. And you could kind of say this may be the best thing that actually saved some associations, because if they weren't doing this already, this is what the next generation of member or customer, maybe they're not going to be a member, but they might likely be a customer, is going to want and demand. And if you're not prepared to deliver it that way, you're done. You're toast. So for many, this has been maybe the wake-up call that they needed, and the shift that they need to do to remain relevant to the next generation of potential member. Because we knew that was a risk. We just weren't moving fast enough to get there to entice those folks to come to us. And that's why this membership model is also so interesting, to your very point. I'm not sure the next generation is going to join the same way and value the same things that we have. And so you need to understand that. And once again, it comes down to data and knowing what your members and potential members, your audience, is going to want and need, and then figuring out, does that demand that we look at a different model? Is it levels? Is it pay to play? What is it? And that's where, for so many associations, I really try and make the distinction between members and stakeholders, because a customer, non-member customer, is just as important to you as a member. They're buying something from you. They're coming to you for what you have. Mm-hmm. They may never become a member, but they're a critical customer because they're buying things from you. So we need to know who they are, what they want, what else do they want that we might be able to give them, just as much as we do with the members.
Mm-hmm. So do you see a lot of surveying going on of members and potential members?
Absolutely. This concept of data, which is one of the key drivers, measures of success from ASAE. You've got to be data-driven decisions, and a lot of organizations don't have that data. We've just talking to a new client coming on board, and one of their big things was, we don't know, because we don't have any of the data, and we realize we need the data. Can you help us get the data? So yeah, I think the smart associations are doing a whole lot more communication and surveying with their members, particularly now, because things are moving so quickly, to understand what's changed in their lives. And again, this issue of, what do you value that we're doing right now? What do you wish we were doing that we're not doing? And by the way, what should we stop doing? I mean, they'll tell you, we just need to ask.
Right. And so what do you think, what's the future of the one big annual meeting?
I think it's going to become smaller. And I think it's going to become kind of more purpose-built for why we need to come together face-to-face and who needs to come together face-to-face. And there may be portions of that audience that used to be part of the annual meeting that isn't going to do it now, no matter what, either because of health concerns or because of budget. You've got to figure out what did they want in that you can produce and provide differently. You start peeling that off, and that starts to give you more products, but it also now means who are we really focusing this event around? What do they want and need, and how are we going to deliver it to that point where what I'm hearing from a lot of colleagues is, I used to attend, and it doesn't matter what industry they're in, I used to attend 5, 6, 7 events a year in my space. Now, because of everything that's going on and what is available to me digitally,
right,
I'm not going to travel that much anymore. I'm going to pick 2.
Yeah.
Well, so now I need to make sure that what's left of my live event is going to be one of the 2 they agree to come. So what does that mean about content? What does that mean about the experience that I've got to create that is so unique to what that now core audience wants, that I'm guaranteed I can deliver it better than anybody else, and that means much more likely they're going to come to my event than say, no, I'm just going to shoot into yours virtually and go spend my money with a competitor.
There's so much competition for our digital time now that I think that people really need to step it up and get that right.
So we're going to become better consumers to look at that content, determine how am I going to approach what I need to get. How much am I going to go get digitally, and where am I going to go to get that? And how much do I want live, and where am I going to go to get that for my dollar and my time?
Right. And I think that there's a real craving for the live, though, and for the human connection. I mean, I even though people talk about Zoom fatigue and all this, I prefer it because I'm sitting in my room by myself all day.
The alternatives.
I know. And I'm like, oh, there's a human on the other side of the screen. But I think that there is going to be also, an interest in finding ways to make people feel that they're personally connecting digitally.
Right. So I actually think that's kind of the bleeding edge of the industry right now, in terms of where I think we're going to see a lot of new entrants come into the marketplace, right? Because it's what I call kind of connecting that last mile between people digitally, as close as we can get to what we do when we're actually live with each other. And I think there's going to be a lot of interesting new technology come into the space that looks to close that gap and create those opportunities. Because you look at what can happen digitally now versus live to live, and I'm guessing you can come 85% of the way there in terms of information exchange and even some of those shared experiences that we can all have together by watching a great concert or a great speaker. So I think you can get 85% there. It's that last 15%, that last mile, that I think you're going to see a lot of exciting technology come in and try and bridge that gap. And that's why I think that's very exciting to see what they come up with in that regard. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on that, because there's realization that's missing still. And we're knowing a lot more about the human brain, a lot more opportunity through technology at what it can do. And I think there's going to be some fun stuff.
Very cool. What else should we be prepared for? Future of
So I think the pace of change, we've been talking about change for how long now, right? But I think the pace of change, the fact of this uncertainty that we're in right now isn't going to go away, even if we get COVID. I think we're in an uncertain cycle globally, whether that's politically, economically, socially, technologically, health-wise. I think this is a bit of, unfortunately, part of the new normal. And we're going to have to get our heads into that, about how do we live in this kind of uncertain space in making decisions, because we're going to have to kind of make decisions with the best information we have available now. How quickly are you willing to be agile and change or not? And that just living in that space alone for a lot of people is insanely upsetting. So I think we're going to have to get our heads wrapped around, snap back to normal, we already know isn't going to happen. And now we're starting to realize normal is never going to be that normal. It's going to be a new normal. And how do we adjust to that?
My boss says in almost every meeting, he has the phrase, at this 5 minutes, because, every day you think, oh my God, could anything get worse? And then the next day you turn on the news and you're like, really?
Yeah. So that's a particular challenge for associations, I think. Corporations, there we have a command and control generally concept that, we can shift quicker. Associations aren't built for that. Their governance model isn't built for that. Nothing there is built for that. So part of the change they're going to have to go through is figure out how do we reorient ourselves from a governance standpoint, decision-making standpoint, to move faster, because opportunities are going to come and they're going to go much faster than we're seeing right now. And we're going to have to be more agile as nonprofit organizations to take advantage of the opportunities. Or we made a decision, turns out it wasn't the right decision. How quickly can we back out of this and go in another direction?
Keep moving forward. Or the other direction.
Sideways, right, exactly.
Fix what's not working and be willing to try something new. And I think that we need to accept that not everything is going to work, because we're all figuring it out as we go.
Made the decision based on data. You told us this, here's what we put together. It's clear that didn't work. You're going to get forgiveness because you listened and you tried to respond to what they were telling you. And okay, maybe it was a delivery method. It probably wasn't the concept. It's going to be more about how we delivered or what we delivered. So there's going to be forgiveness. There's still an audience that come to you for a reason. They trust you, but you just need to be seen to be doing stuff. As opposed to sitting there thinking about it. We're going to have a report out next week. Next year. Not going to work.
Good afternoon and welcome to my presentation for the meeting show. Been delighted to be along and innovating and experimenting with what's possible virtually. Particular mention, thank you to the Meeting Design Institute for inviting me to join this education stream. And I'm going to be looking at this afternoon designing effective online events and best practice in the new reality. I'm going to just flick through my slides. I want to go to slide 4, please. And basically what I'm going to talk about today is our objectives around the pretty devastating impact that COVID has had on our industry. And I want to talk about the opportunities that that's leading to, what it reveals to us as an industry, and what our responsibility is as event designers and facilitators. And I want to talk about what is possible and what has been possible in the last 6-8 months in terms of group collaboration. Specifically, I want to talk about decision making and the type of events where people need to come together to make rapid decisions around what's possible and what outcomes are, given that we can't meet face to face anymore. I want to review the impact of particularly extending the parameters of a same time event with what's possible over time online, which some of you may know as asynchronous. And I want to specifically look at my specialism, which is the collaboration technology market, and perhaps give you some hints about how to get started, the kind of questions you want to ask, and so on. So just please ask questions as we go through. I have great support here with Erica and Jake and Josh, who are going to help with the questions coming in. And I will interrupt the short presentation I'm going to make to answer any questions, particularly if they're questions of clarity or something I've said doesn't land well with you, then please challenge. And I'd also welcome you to add any questions to me later through LinkedIn or through the meeting show site. So I want to start with these reflections on the impact of COVID. The 6 or 8 months that we've had in lockdown, and the realities that we're going into lockdown, the sequel, and I've noticed a second phase of what's possible and the sort of questions that clients are coming back to me for designing decent and effective meetings. The first thing to do is to tackle the language we're using. Face-to-face used to be what we termed as an in-person meeting. But of course, most Zoom meetings, most MS Teams meetings are now face-to-face because you have the wonderful opportunity to see people, unless they turn the cameras off, of course. We're talking about hybrid meetings. We're talking about remote working, and we're talking about how we effectively get our work done and collaborate with others, and particularly make decisions. So ensure that we get different perspectives, ensure that we make best use of the information that we've got, and we make the highest quality decisions that we can. And so I want to kind of redefine what we're talking about. I want to talk about online meetings. I want to talk about decision-making meetings. And I want to talk about multi-location and perhaps hybrid meetings, as perhaps it becomes possible for small groups of people to meet and then connect with larger groups of people, which over the last few years we've done lots and lots of innovative experimenting with, and have found some real advantages of better ways and perhaps smarter ways of working in a distributed manner. So what are the opportunities? What's been revealed to us as event designers and facilitators in the last few months? For me, the online world is new because anything we knew or assumed would be the case before COVID hit in March this year has been rewritten. So we have a chance as event designers and as facilitators to really reinvent what is possible and what we can sell and support our customers with. So it's a refreshing, dynamic, Zoom-filled world that's revealing exciting new opportunities to be more productive online. And my proposition is that actually the new style of meetings and workshops and conferences that we run are more efficient, particularly when you take into account all the travel, the overnight stays, the expensive venues. Sorry guys, but the AV guys and the stage set people and so on and so forth. There are other ways of doing it where you can get much of the productivity from the event. The next clear thing that I want to talk about is asynchronous meetings, overtime working, where you can perhaps ramp up by engaging your participants way before the event on what they're thinking about the key topics that you want to produce and build into the event, and what comes afterwards. What's the follow-up? What are the connections that have been made, and what's the activity, the action, the outcomes that you can create? And from my experience over the last few months, and this has been getting more and more prevalent because of the number of cancelled events and longer term standard calendar events that have now got to revert to being virtual, including the meeting show. But many of my customers whose conferences we used to run for 1 or 2 days in the middle of March next year or October this year have been converted to virtual events. And the first question is, don't cancel, or why are you cancelling? Let's see what we can do online. So I'm having many conversations with customers about what is possible, and we're building in techniques that build most of what we get in a face-to-face environment into the online world. Obviously, I'm prepared to be challenged about that, because one of the things that is really important, of course, is the actual physical meeting of people, the casual conversations that you have whilst you're queuing for coffee, the meal times and the lunch breaks that you spend time with different people and connect with different people. I think one of the things that's really possible is building that back into the event by having breakout rooms. And quite often now I have an extended break within, say, a 4 or 5 hour conference. And I encourage people to randomly or self-assign to different rooms. And they're called coffee room, lounge, stay in the main room, and so on. I also encourage people to use the chat function, which is on any visual audio platform, to connect with different people and arrange to meet them in one of the breaks in one of the virtual rooms that we set up. So in that way, we're trying to build back some of that relationship building and that connection. So social interactions are really important, and that's one of the key things people say that we don't have in the virtual event. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm always recording my conferences, and then I'm editing down a version of the conference that becomes the record in connection with the collaboration technology, which I'm going to come on to talk to very shortly. And I also then cut a 3 to 5 minute promotion video for the customer that then can be shown to people who perhaps didn't make the event, or generally their community of practice after the event through social media or whatever. Oh, by the way, I also sell that as a service. So it's an add-on optional service for a full video and an edited video of the event, which of course many of my customers have been taking up, which means I've had to rapidly learn about editing software, and I'm getting better, although I do have some excellent colleagues who can also video edit for me, because they're the professionals and I'm not. And then really, how do you get a sense of what the technology market is out there? We're all incredibly used to Zoom now. Perhaps you've been using MS Teams. Of course, Skype's been there for a long time. Skype for Business is used extensively across the UK government as they transition to MS Teams, and the traditions of WebEx and GoToMeetings and so on. My proposition, and this is a proposition that I've been working with for 25 years, is that there are increasingly other technologies out there that give dynamic into our market that extends the possibility beyond the tradition of visual, audio, perhaps the odd poll, certainly Q&A like we're using here, and the very basic interactivity between delegates in a conference. So what I'm looking to do really is show you what the market, and try and bring some simplicity to the market is. And my proposition is, which I'm going to show on the next slide, is the 6 categories of collaboration technology. Hopefully, most of you have used some of these, particularly if you're an event designer, you will have used some of these apps, smartphone apps and so on, that get integrated into your conference program. But for me, there are 6 broad categories of tool. They're the corporate social network. These are basically trying to debunk the reliance we have on email and give people the chat, the presence, the file sharing, calls and video, of course, available. MS Teams is a great example of this. Trello is another one, and so on. Second category, video and conference tools. So these are the things that we're all beginning to be very used to. By the way, I'm now paying £112 a month to Zoom because I'm using their webinar registration. I'm using all the features and functionality they've got, and need up to 500 people. So my invoice from Zoom over the last 6 months has shot up from whatever it was, £11.99 to now £112 a month. And I think I'm really using some of that functionality, and I'm always trying to learn from their tutorials. There are some excellent online tutorials, not only for Zoom, but the other platforms as well, that give us as designers real insight into what's possible. The event management and conference tools. These are the typical smartphone apps. They're brilliant. They allow people to connect before the event. They allow people to organize their travel through the conference or the exhibition on the ground. They allow them to join the right workshop and get the timings and agenda and even ask questions and do some evaluation polls and so on for the organizers. So great, fundamentally interactive potential from these apps. And there are many, many, many of those around. I'm sure you've got your favorite. The teams and project management tools, these are a little bit extended from the corporate social network tools. I won't dwell on these because unless you're in a corporate and they've decided on one particular platform, you may not be familiar with some of these, but Trello is a good example of that, where you can actually follow and track project work through a process, share assets, documents, and host meetings and so on and so forth. So they're a bit of an acceleration beyond those initial corporate social network tools. Visual collaboration tools. Now, these are the ones that effectively emulate white walls in a meeting room, where you're allowed to put sticky notes or you're allowed to draw and there's graphics and so on. My one piece of advice from some quite painful learning around using these collaboration tools is that you must have a very distinct and clear process to manage in those events, because simply putting up a white wall and asking people to brainstorm without necessarily having any structure or process, in my experience, is the wrong way of approaching it. And in fact, although it seems that a collaborative whiteboard space is more open and more possible to do more things and be more creative with, actually it needs more of a distinct process and a step. And there are some wonderful templates that you can load in, so Miro and Mural and one or two others, the Google Smartboards and so on. Also, the Smartboard that's in MS Teams is pretty good as a basic start. But to get people going, it's quite difficult to give them permission to start being creative without a very distinct process and project. Bridget, I can see your question. Thank you for that. I am going to give you some examples of the smartphone apps, and I'll come back to that and some recommendations as well, which perhaps other people would add from their experience as well. Finally, the sixth category is this decision support meeting tools. This is something that I've been involved in for very nearly 30 odd years now. They first emerged onto the market into the early 90s when we were all still struggling with the brilliance of Windows operating systems from DOS, for those of you old enough to remember that. Sadly, I am. But the academic science was about group decision support systems. And those have emerged into a whole range of tools that allow for really high quality interaction from all your participants through an event. In my next slide, I'm going to show you the basic feature functionality set against those six categories. And at the bottom, looking at decision support and looking at how you extend the potential for a group to make good quality decisions based on the maximum amount of input and collaboration that goes way beyond the rather linear process of one person talking at one time, really allows every perspective to be revealed. And one of the key features of these technologies is anonymity. Anonymity is proven to show that people will say what they really think. Now, yesterday I was conducting a serious case review, which is around the unfortunate death of a child in care, where all the multi-agencies come together and say what happened from their perspective. And we work as a team to try and draw out some learnings based on what is now possible to fix. And you can imagine it's quite a cathartic experience. We have people who are frontline workers who knew the child specifically, and those from management and senior management positions who are just trying to manage a system that is overwhelmed with needs and users, and are trying to make the best decisions possible about where to apply reducing resources and so on. So in these critical areas, the quality and the buy-in to the outcomes is hugely critical. And we all know that if we're part of a process that has led to a set of outcomes, then we feel far more emotionally invested in those outcomes, and therefore we're much more likely to commit resource, time and effort to getting those things done, because we understand in the context of how that activity or that action or that outcome impacts, that we will make things better and we will change things. So my specialism is around decision support. I just want to flick, please, Josh, to slide 8, because this market is really very confusing. These are just the tools that I know of because I've worked with them and I know extremely well, or have used with clients, or I know clients are using. And Bridget, back to your question, the apps at the bottom, SparkUp, Glisser, SparkLogic, EventMobi, Double Dutch, Cvent, and so on, are the events that you might be familiar with. You've probably used in an event, whether it was white labeled to that conference or exhibition, perhaps that was. It's possible in some of these, but those basically are that group of fairly specific use for live events, and they cover decision support to a degree, but only in terms of basic interaction. You can see to the bottom left of that, the bubble saying video and audio virtual meetings. There, you'll be familiar with WebEx and Zoom and Skype and Join Me and Zomo and so on, okay? So those are some of the very basic connectivity apps, which then don't really take us beyond that in terms of how participants interact, particularly when you get to numbers above 20, and very definitely when you get to numbers of 250 and 300, 500 and so on. So what I'm looking at now is basically trying to encourage you in this moment of effective existential questions for our industry about what you can do. And I would encourage you to look very specifically at the technologies that are out there and get over this perhaps gulf in your mind about, well, I can't start proposing using these technologies to my customers because I don't know them, and therefore I don't have the confidence or the competence in using the tools. But one thing you could certainly do during these times is begin to innovate and educate and create your new reality. Start pitching different options for your customers, not kind of versions of what would have been the physical conference or meeting in the virtual space, but try and get some more creative thinking around and start asking better questions about what's possible. I would then advise that you sought advice, and I'll come back to that in a minute about where from, but look at all the technologies that are out there. And some of these decision support products out here, GroupMap, MeetingSphere, the one I've been most involved in designing, although I don't work with them anymore, but I use it on a daily basis. HouseSpace, Storms, PowerNoodle, Meeting 360, Lucid Meetings, Think Tank, and so on. These are all very well-established tools now. Some of them have been around 2 or 3 years. Some of them have been around 20 years. They're all really good at managing the decision support process. And just quickly go to next slide, and we'll look at what I'm calling a decision support process. Here you can see where my client base tends to be, because of course that's where I've specialized in groups trying to come together to make specific and good quality decisions. And I take them through a very simple 5-step process. And over the thousands of workshops that I've run over the 30 years, this is perhaps the DNA of the process, the core process that is managed. First of all, I invite them to add their perspective, ideas, and creative thinking around what the issue is, what the problem is. Then we as a group sort that and begin to make sense of it. We bust any ambiguity, we look at interpretation, and we settle together on what those interpretations should be. Once we've themed those things, we then go into the themes and deep dive a little further. We look at making sense in terms of the so what. The so what question, I think, is so important in decision making. So what's the impact of that? What happens with that? How will we know when we've done that? You then go through a fairly formal process of identifying what activities or potential outcomes meet your criteria. Those criteria can be a single or multiple criteria. In risk management, for example, you might be using 3 or 4 criteria to prioritize the risks. Once you've identified the risks, or sorry, the activities that you need to act on, then you go into a traditional action planning process. What needs to happen? What are the next steps? Who needs to do what? What's the time frame? What are the expectations, and so on? And of course, you then review that. So what I need to look at next is where you go for advice. So I'm going to flick back one slide and look at the slide 7, which is effectively saying, I understand that there may be degrees of confusion, there may be some trepidation about going into this new market, but I promise you there is no better time because customers are asking better and better questions about what's possible. They might have already replaced their annual conference or their corporate strategic planning event. Now they're looking for what next because they've done Zoom to death. They know what it feels like, and they now want to know how else can we get better at managing our business, both strategically and tactically, in this new reality, which, of course, as we said earlier, is going to extend beyond what we thought was going to be. It all be over by now. So your buyer's challenge basically covers a number of different questions. Ask what's possible. How do you know what's possible unless you've experienced it? There are many products that appear to sell the same thing. So shortlisting and investigating on your own from the basic requirements that your customers are asking you for is a really important step. And the gate to that is, what type of events am I going to be running? What type of customers will I attract? How do I define what my customer needs by showing them what's possible, not just assuming they know and therefore delivering exactly what they're asking for, which of course will be just an audio-video collection with a decent facilitative process added. So how do you then establish from your shortlist or your initial experience of working with these tools, what tools are really going to work with you and for you? So how do you build pilots? How do you test in an environment where you're perhaps being paid by a client, and the last thing you want to do is be, learning and testing during that process? So what other networks and people can you use to test technologies? There's complexity over licensing, accessibility, security concerns, not asking corporate people or government people to download anything or plugins. It's really important that, again, manufacturers of these products really understand and really understand and make it as simple as possible for participants from every type of business, every type of organization to access these. When do you include the customer or your IT people to make sure that this is a credible, compatible technology that will work on all platforms, smartphones to laptops to tablets? How do I get to know the real T's and C's around the GDPR, the data encroaching, where the data is being held, where the server farm is, what sort of cover do they have for security and so on? And cutting through the market claims where every product that I showed on that previous chart probably used the word collaboration, probably used the word engagement, audience participation on their homepage. So how do you dig down? So I'm going to begin to pause for a minute, but I just wanted to show a final couple of slides. One is slide 10, which is effectively the initial sources. The meeting shows a fantastic source of information. I've heard some really good presentations already on what's possible for the events world, and the IAF, the International Association of Facilitators. They are a fantastic opportunity to get involved in some of their groups. There are LinkedIn groups associated with the IAF, and there are many resources that you can learn from, ask questions to, and get a very large number of responses to. Session Lab, if you come across that, some brilliant templates, design ideas, and ways of perhaps putting back that social interaction into online events. Workshop Bank similarly. And LinkedIn I've mentioned, but your network, your co-workers and your customers are the greatest source of inspiration to help you look at and learn better technologies, approaches, techniques, and so on to bring to your events. So I'm going to pause there. I've had some questions, and I'll just pick up on those. The importance of breakouts. So the question from Paul, he's agreeing that breakouts are most important. I build breakouts into the all the events that I do, because I want there to be that dynamic where people can discuss and connect in small groups. I have learned to give them a very clear directive as to what they're producing in the 15 or 20 minutes that they're spending in breakouts. I also make a little joke about encouraging them, somebody please step up and gently facilitate the breakout. So make sure that somebody initially takes control of the process and repeats the question, the task for the breakout, and then gently facilitates through. Because if I don't say that, then people say, oh no, well, we had a good chat for 5-10 minutes and then struggle to get the job done by the end. So if you haven't got nominated people who are going in there specifically to facilitate your breakouts, then please encourage somebody to step and facilitate. Bridget, some of the examples that I gave, and these slides will be available to you afterwards, so please have a look at those. And there are lots of event app people in the exhibition. Of course, there'll be a whole floor at Olympia full of them this week, but sadly we can't do that. So I do encourage you to seek out and challenge them as to what their technology do and why you should buy theirs or invest in theirs for an event over others. So ask the relevant questions about what's possible. Sharon, thank you for your question. She says, how do you engage participants in advance and after in online? Well, I use an online collaboration technology. MeetingSphere is a great example of that. And I ask the keynote speakers and the facilitators and the session owners to basically give me the highlights of what they would like to land as their key messages in their sessions. And then I pose questions about those key topics in advance, certainly within a week, probably within 2 weeks. So 10 days is possibly the average that I would expect people to be engaging online. The activity that we encourage gives us the opportunity, first of all, to connect with our participants and give them additional reasons and through a kind of a fear of missing out to connect to the collaborative platform and discuss. And discuss is really, really important. So we're not surveying them for their views. We're actually giving them access to an online discussion platform that they can see what everybody else is saying. They can add their content. They can respond to others, and they can review what others have said about their comments. So there's a real interactivity and a real connection happening way in advance of the event. And that ramps up. We put some emails together. We remind them that they can do this. We perhaps pick some highlights and some, I don't know, perhaps some of the most controversial points that have been put in there to kind of see what bounces back and see how engaged we can connect people. And we get somewhere between 50 and 80% of participants engaging online before the event. So it's a really valuable opportunity, particularly for the participants, but also for the session owners. Because if you're doing a keynote, and I've asked you what your 3 key messages are for that keynote that lands with the participants, then we can check and validate that they're receiving the same message. And if it's an adjustment from that, then the keynote speaker gets an idea about where the audience would like him or her to speak on in advance. So they're not caught on the hop by questions. They've got a good insight into what the audience is thinking before they actually do their keynote. And when it comes to session design and running online discussions that, as I said earlier, need to create some sort of outcome, then there's a much better way of getting everybody's perspective in beforehand so that you don't have to start with a metaphorical blank sheet of paper in the event. I hope that answers your question, Sharon. Oscar, could you suggest a tool to host 250 meeting plus rooms for a virtual conference? That's a tough question. I've been struggling with this one myself. I said earlier I'm paying £112 a month for Zoom's 500 webinar license. It's incredibly complex when you dig below the surface and you look at registrations and automated registrations and so on. But Zoom will handle that. 250 breakout rooms is, I don't know how many participants you've got, but it will handle it. There are other highly specialized event platforms. We're using one now that you need to ask the right questions to those product owners in order to find out what your capability is. And I strongly advise you to make a distinct requirements list for your event, as you would normally, to include all the audio-visual connections, all the interactivity, all the connections in terms of breakouts and so on. So Martin, you're asking a question, co-creation sessions, so much better than a webinar. I completely agree. Webinars to me have been done. They were the old reality, and they were an opportunity for people to switch on, half tune into a presenter, half tune into the message, and carry on catching up on their email. So I think we've got much better opportunity now to look at really engaging interactive webinars. Linda, how do you incorporate breakouts into large events? So same question as Oscar. It's really difficult. There are some technical platforms out there. You need to ask lots and lots of questions about, can participants access the platform, and what the potential is, and you need to build trust and competence with the platform in order to run that size of event. There are also these incredible new virtual environments, some of which I saw on the meeting show presentations this morning, that allow you to create a real studio effect, or indeed a large event effect, where presenters can present effectively from a stage, standing up as if they were talking to an audience of 1,500 delegates. And giving people work streams and the ability to pick and choose their flow through an event, through breakouts and workshop streams and so on, is a really good way of building that into the design. Blessing, thank you for your question. Engaging delegates is tricky. Technology has significantly impacted on my participation negatively as it keeps falling. This is my worry about running virtual events for my clients. So I think the challenge to you is, why are you losing that level of engagement? What is now possible? How do you step up? And I would encourage you to look at some of the technologies I've talked about today, by way of getting people to engage before your event, building up to the actual same time event, and then what you're going to do in the ramp down. So a more innovative and perhaps thoughtful design, I think, will keep you effectively ahead of the curve in terms of making events exciting, connecting people, and allowing them to really engage. So, and I'd be happy to talk specifics if you want to make connections. You can make connection with me through LinkedIn, that's the easiest way, or through the MDI, or through the meeting show itself, of course. Thank you for your question, Blessing. Martin, another question for you. What is the most beautiful thing you have seen in co-creation? Oh, that's a very good question. I'm going to come back to that question. I'm going to finish on that question. Which procreation project you know of has had the biggest impact ever? Well, one of my specialisms over the last 20 years has been safeguarding, and the category around children's safeguarding and adult safeguarding. And perhaps some of the most thoughtful and perhaps meaningful work that I've done is in the change to the system that really learns from the incredible stress that safeguarding systems, which of course is local authorities, health services, education services, and police, trying to combine their limited resources to ensure that we support the most vulnerable in society. And getting a conference together where you've got 170, 200 police officers, health, education, and local authority, social workers, frontline workers, working on how to implement requirements for the system and making real change for those who are most vulnerable in our society, I guess has been some of the most rewarding work. And really making sure that we're optimizing getting as many people as possible on those calls to make sure that their voice is heard in that hugely complex system, and then working with everybody to make sure that we're coming out with really pragmatic outcomes has been one of the highlights of the work that I've done recently, and I've been doing a lot of that during lockdown. Becky, has the security on Zoom been properly tightened? I struggled the other day, 170 police officers, blanket, no, we can't use Zoom on our force machines. And this is horribly frustrating because if you look, Zoom's initial success was because it was pretty loose and free with its security. So everybody could access it across all platforms, across all browsers and so on. The kind of thing that I was talking about earlier in order to be accessible. So Becky. Everybody will put up with a short technical blip. Probably all the teenagers getting up and switching on Netflix, although at least that's how it happens in my house. So I want to combine Martin's question now just to finish around the most beautiful thing you've seen in co-creation and a question on the biggest impact ever. I had the pleasure 4 years ago now to work with the Environmental Protection Agency in the US, where they were writing their 10-year strategy. And this meant that they needed to include 450 core partners who were the senior management teams from across EPA's vast department, or it was vast in those days, it was pre-Trump, and partners, influencers, action groups, and so on. So we had a massive series of co-creation events where they really tried to redefine themselves from a regulatory authority that was giving out fines for farmers releasing the wrong liquids into local water sources, to really becoming the champions of climate change and promoting the best use of environment and ecological sustainability. So within a week, we then met up in Washington. We had 3 days of conference with 450 people where they effectively wrote their new strategy. Then I spent 2 days with the most senior team of 35 where we condensed that down into a strategy that I believe worked until the investment of Trump, which is quite a legacy, but they are back in touch and there is a post-Trump era hopefully ahead of us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, technical team. Great job. And I look forward to any other questions. Please connect with me on LinkedIn or through the meeting show, and I'll be delighted to answer any more questions that you have. Thanks again for your time.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives. Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a way to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and say, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
Hiya, my name is Johnny Martinez and I'm Head of Business Development at ShockLogic. At the meeting show, I'm going to be speaking about how to create immersive online event experiences. Come check out my session. I can't wait to see you there.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. Today I'm chatting with Jenna Ingno. Jenna is currently an Agile Program Manager for Workcast, and she also recently founded Up North Enterprise, which works to promote investment in the north of England. Jenna has also recently and very deservingly been named as one of the Tomorrow's Talent Programme winners. Jenna, how does it feel to be recognised by so many industry leaders?
I'm a bit dumbfounded, to be honest with you. I never really thought that this would be something that I'll be recognised for, because it's not necessarily my job title. It's outside of my job title. So yeah, I mean, it's an incredible achievement. It's something I've always wanted to be, was an event manager. So yeah, I'm really, really proud. I'm proud of myself, which is quite hard to say, I think. But yeah, I am really proud of myself.
Well, congratulations, of course. You've been involved in one way or another within the events industry for several years now, but what was it that first attracted you to the events industry?
So when I was younger, that's what I always wanted to do. I had a brief period where I wanted to be a lawyer, which that didn't pan out very well. But I've always wanted to be an event manager, from being pretty much for as long as I can remember. I love to be in charge of things. I love to organise things. And then when I was at sixth form, the head of sixth form asked me if I could organise a charity fashion show, and I did that. And I just kind of thought, yeah, you know what it is? I love this. I love the organisation. I love the coordination. I like being with people, talking to people. So then when I was hired into my previous role in my previous company that I used to work for, they were looking for somebody to help support a event that travels. It traveled around the globe with the company, and it happened to be in in Newcastle, and they asked me if I could organize it, and I did. And then that team asked me if I could join their global team to take the event around. So I then became their global subject matter expert on that event. So yeah, that's kind of how I did it, I suppose.
Oh, brilliant. That sounds like a lot of fun, especially starting with a charity fashion show.
Yeah,
quite stressful organising all those teenagers, I bet.
I mean, I was a teenager myself, and they used to like say that I was like a sergeant major. I like had tape on the floor where they had to walk to. And I remember I bribed all of the rugby team with a curry. I was like, I'll buy you a curry if you just put the suits on and walk down this fashion show. And it worked. So yeah.
Well, that
did it, but yeah.
That sounds great. So obviously the pandemic has happened, which has affected the events industry. I mean, it's affected everybody, but how has it affected your professional life?
So the events that I previously organised, they were completely stopped. We used to travel. It was a road show. We went to loads of different countries. I went to Australia, India, America, the Philippines. We couldn't do any of that anymore.
Yeah.
And because of the nature of the events that I do, that massively impacted delivery. So the events weren't just for a marketing tool. Those events were used to actually build collaboration and with partners and customers and actually deliver a product at the end of it. So it did really impact the ability to deliver. That being said, I'm in my new role, in the new organization that I'm working for, it's been really successful for them. They're an online event company. So for them, it's really skyrocketed their growth. So I'm really excited to see what that happens. But the industry as a whole, it's quite heartbreaking to see so many people at risk, really.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, LinkedIn's a pretty depressing place to be at the moment, isn't it? But I feel like as an industry, we're all being as supportive as we can as a community, which is great to see. So obviously you've pivoted and you've developed with, the situation that's been presented in front of you. And looking to the future of the events industry, are there any specific areas that you feel particularly passionate about, something that you'd like to have influence on?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned before about how I used to use the event that we organised. It wasn't a marketing only tool. It wasn't an event to have a product launch or showcase a new product. It was actually using an event to accelerate product delivery. And that's something I'm really passionate about. So my experience is agile in the technology industry, learning about Scrum, DevOps, and how we can really revolutionize the IT industry. So when I managed to combine it with my love of event management and collaboration, I've noticed that there's a huge gap out there in people understanding how events and face-to-face events, online events, can be utilized to actually accelerate how we provide customer experiences and how we can get partners and customers involved in those things. So yeah, for me, I think to be able to move away from using events as marketing only and use them to actually deliver something like in a hackathon, a build-a-thon, which is what I used to organize, that to me is an untapped area, I think.
So you're obviously very passionate about technology, and perhaps going virtual, going online is something that you're really going to thrive in. Is there anything that you miss about the former events industry, something you'd love to see again and do again?
Yeah, I do. So in my past job, past life, it feels like, it was only 2 weeks ago, I loved my team, absolutely loved them. And they were global. They were people, because the kind of events I would run for three weeks of, sometimes I was away for 4 weeks, and I did that every 3 months. So I was away a massive part of the year with these people, and we ate together. We were in the same hotels. We traveled together, and that relationship that you get, that's what helped us actually create a better experience for the customer because of how strong of a team we were. And I don't think face-to-face collaboration can yet be replaced. I think that face-to-face discussion, and I think we're getting better at it, but that's what I miss. I miss the face-to-face element of things. because I love people. I like to be with people. I'm a social person. So I think that's something I really need to get used to. But in my new role, they do it really, really well at Workcast. They've got it down to a fine art. Obviously, it's their business. So I'm really excited to kind of see if I can learn more about how to do it more effectively.
But that practice makes perfect, I guess, isn't it? That the more that we do it, and the more that we can't do face to face, the better the virtual experience we're gonna get.
And the better the tools as well. Yeah. The more demand there is in the market for collaboration, online tooling, the better it's going to get. We already have really good stuff. Because this is the other thing, in my past life, apart from those in-house events, I was virtual anyway. I never went to the office. So for the last 2 years, I've been working from home. So I have got a lot better at it. Just need to refine I think the bit that was really hard is how to keep motivating your team. How do you motivate your team and get them to focus on what they're doing when they're not, when they're surrounded by a barking dog or by a delivery that's coming, or they've got to get the kids, they've got to sort the kids out if they're isolating. It's really difficult, I think.
Yeah, something we're adapting to, and there's no correct answer yet, but everybody is trying. So everyone's in the same boat. Jenna, the last question that I wanted to ask you, hopefully a fun one for you, is if you could work on any event, what would it be?
Oh, can I have two?
Yeah, go on then.
Okay. So my non-virtual event would be the Oscars. I mean, who doesn't want to organise something like the Oscars? It just seems so glamorous, like the red carpet and all of that. So that would be that. It would be the Oscars if I could do anything. And a virtual event would probably be a new product launch of something like a new Apple product or a Samsung product or something like that. It would be something that was really high tech, high engagement, but fun at the same time. Yeah, that's what it would be.
Oh, they sound brilliant. Yeah. Well, if you ever organise the Oscars, then remember me, because I'd like an invite.
I mean, if anyone out there organises the Oscars, hello.
Hit us both up.
I'm free for weekend work if anyone needs anything.
Very good. Oh, Jenna, thank you so much for your time today. Good luck in your new role at Workcast. It sounds brilliant, really exciting. I look forward to hearing more about that.
Thanks so much.
All right, well, take care and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world. We started in East London, which became Tech City with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
You want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon to the rest of the world.
Welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 virtual event platform. This tutorial will cover all of the areas that you need to maximize your event and get the most out of the show. In this, we will cover updating your personal profile and settings, finding and booking relevant education sessions, how to book and carry out meetings, and finding and connecting with other attendees. When you log into the 2020 event platform, you'll be taken to the homepage where you will find everything that you need to participate in the event. Here is also where you'll have access to TMS TV, a constant stream of interviews, education and engaging content that will be running over the course of the show. If you ever have a question or need to chat to the Meeting Show team, use the Need Assistance button to visit the help desk. Here, you can access all of the how-to guides and also chat directly with one of the team members. We recommend that you complete your profile for a better show experience. To do this, hover over your name in the top right corner. Now, click on My Profile. Here, you can add a photo, include your social handles, and update your contact information. This is also where you can update your notification preferences and change your password. To do this, hover back over your name. Click Settings, and you will have access to all of these options. The Meeting Show will be delivering its usual quality of education. This can be found by clicking on the Education Programme button on the home page or the link in the navigation pane. Here, you can see all of the education sessions that are coming up over the 3 days. If you want to add them to your event schedule, you can do this by clicking on the Add button here. Once these are added, you'll be able to join the session by clicking on the link in the schedule when the time is right. This will open up the education session natively in the platform. Don't worry if you cannot make this time. All of the content will be recorded and made available once the session has been completed. We do, however, recommend that you try to watch the session live to get the most out of it, as here you'll be able to comment and ask questions in real time. With the new platform, it has never been easier to book your pre-arranged meetings with exhibitors. To do this, click on the Exhibitor tab from your event homepage. If you know who you are already looking to meet, you can type the name of the exhibitor in the search box. To find an exhibitor that fits your needs, there is a selection of filters you can toggle on and off that will direct you to a suitable supplier to meet. From here, you can click onto the exhibitor profile and read about them in more detail. You can see some of their collateral and even see what staff are available to meet. You'll also see all of the available time slots for the meeting. Click on the time that you wish the meeting to occur. Next, click on the location button and it will take you to a screen in which you can input a message to explain why you are choosing to meet. Once you click confirm, the meeting request is sent and will be approved in a short time. The meeting will now appear in both the My Meetings and My Schedules section, which can be found in the My Event tab. Don't forget to book these at times that do not conflict with any of the education you have booked into. When you have made your appointments, click on the Export to My Calendar to export reminders into your Outlook or Google Diary. When it is time for the meeting, simply visit the My Schedule tab, which can be found under My Event. Here you will see the details of who you are meeting with. To start the meeting, click on the Meeting Call button. If this is the first meeting you have had in the platform, make sure you allow the preferences so the platform has access to your camera and microphone. Once the other meeting attendee has accepted the call, you'll be connected natively in the platform to conduct your meeting. If the other person starts the meeting first, a prompt will appear and you can click to join the video call. You'll be able to see and connect with attendees through the event platform. To find the attendee list, click on the attendee button on the homepage or in the navigation pane. Here, you will find the list of all the attendees. At the top, there will be recommendations of who you should meet based on the information you provided when registering for the event. On the left-hand side, you can search directly for people by typing in their name or company. As with the exhibitor list, there is a selection of filters you can use to narrow down the list of attendees. To connect with an attendee, click on the Add button. You'll be taken onto a page where you can type a personal message and send a connection request. Once the request is accepted, the new connection will appear in the My Networking section under the My Event tab. You will now have access to the individual's profile. Here, you can contact them using the chat feature or even start a video call. If you would like to launch a video call, click on the Expand button, then click on the video call icon to launch. In this section, you will have access to all of their contact details. You can also score the connection and assign any helpful tags or notes to the contact. All of this information will be available to export at any point during the event.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta's not only about sun, sea and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
Hi Anne, can you please tell us a bit about yourself and your role in promoting career?
Of course. My name's Anne Ridyard and I'm working with Malden Marketing as the appointed representatives for the Career Convention Bureau, known as the Career MICE Bureau. We've been working with the Career Tourism Organisation, who are the umbrella organisation for that, for around 7 years now. And we basically target the entire MICE market for international events that could come to Korea, and that will be anything from conventions right through to small incentives and delegations, of course, going to other events.
Great. And what makes Korea a popular destination for business events and meetings?
Well, of course, in this current climate, it's difficult to say, well, we have 190 different destinations that can reach Korea on a direct flight, because, of course, things have changed a little bit this year. However, the two national carriers, which are Korean Air and Asiana, are excellent, and they will be very quick to start those flight routes again very soon. And I think it's that direct flight access which is so central in the Asia region, which makes it incredibly popular for people who want to convene there, hold meetings there, anybody looking for an Asia rotation on a congress. But equally, it's just got that smattering of exotic uniqueness that makes it an intriguing place to go from Europe, which is in fact only about a 10.5-hour flight, which compared to West Coast America is actually slightly shorter. So it's very easy to reach as well.
Can you please tell us a bit about any of the latest or forthcoming developments in Korea, including any venue or hotel openings, big events coming up in the next couple of years, or any investment projects that are coming up?
Of course. I mean, we're delighted to say that despite this very difficult year, Korea has actually been keeping going and building and opening new hotels to time. And we are delighted to say that we have a range of category hotels that have just opened in Korea. And that includes Wyndham's Ramada Plaza. They've had 2 new openings this summer. We also have Lotte Hotels and Resorts luxury brand, the Signal. They already have one in the tallest tower in Korea in Seoul, but they've now just opened in Busan, which is our fabulous seaside location. And all of their bedrooms have sea views. We're delighted to see that brand open up there. Equally, on Jeju Island, which is the tropical island, which twins so well with Seoul for fabulous incentives, there is a Grand Hyatt opening there at the end of this year. And we're so pleased because this is actually going to be the largest Grand Hyatt in Asia. So we're really looking out for that. And there are plenty of other Hyatt properties as well in Korea, including a Grand Hyatt at Incheon and a Grand Hyatt in Seoul as well. So we're really pleased to see those developments. Equally, though, for the convention side, COEX in Seoul is very, very popular and always incredibly busy. So not far from there, because this is in Gangnam, in a place called Jamsil, which is where the Summer Olympics in 1988 took place. There is a fantastic site there, which they are now developing as a new MICE cluster to complement what we already have in the city. And then just outside Seoul, it's about 45 minutes on the KTX bullet train, there is going to be a completely new MICE development there with a convention centre and hotels on site, which is going to be in the South Chongcheon province. So we're really pleased about that. And again, it's got some fabulous facilities. So this will really enhance the offering Korea has, but also close to the international airport and close to the main city, Seoul, as well.
Amazing. And do you have any plans for your virtual stand at the meeting show this year?
We do indeed. And actually, out of all of the things that we have been concerned about with virtual, the best thing is that we've been able to bring more partners this year because we can do because of the virtual nature. We are going to have some returning DMCs who a lot of them will know, such as H&T and Holiday Planners. Equally, Channel K, who have been there before, they're joining us too. But we're going to have several new partners. We're going to have Daegu Convention and Visitors Bureau. We've also got Seoul Tourism Organisation joining us and their MICE team. And Yosu City, which was the host of the Expo in 2012. So they're going to be coming to tell us about how you can use that entire Expo facility for conventions as well, which is perfect because they are close to the sea. There's a lot of marine and ecology programs from down there. So again, great for some very specific niche events as well. And then we are also delighted to be bringing some of our unique venues, and one of which of those is Floating Islands, and it's a personal favourite. I know I'm not supposed to say these things, but these are some fabulous convention buildings that they actually have out moored in the Han River in the heart of Seoul, and they've got outdoor and indoor facilities, and they take up to about 500 people. So we're really pleased that they're coming over, and it will give everybody here a chance to have a chance to see their venues and meet them as well.
Are there any other exciting plans you have for the year ahead that you'd like to share with us?
Well, yes, I mean, despite this difficult year, we've also had a chance to add to our unique venues. In fact, I just mentioned one of the ones who'll be joining us at the show, which is the Floating Islands. We decided it was important to offer those off-site venues that in this day and age, everybody likes something unique, unusual, or exclusive to go to for their groups if they're going to celebrate at the end of a day. And we have added 13, making it now a total of 40 potential unique venues. They are scattered across the Korean Peninsula. So wherever it is that you choose to have your meeting or you take your incentive, there is definitely going to be somewhere that will be suitable for you to find an edgy alternative or something very traditional in the Korean style, which means that your groups will have that really unique experience when they come. One of the venues I'm particularly excited about is the oil tank park. Now, this used to be used to store oil to basically provide energy for Seoul. And when it was emptied, they, instead of getting rid of it, have turned it into this really stylish, sort of brutalist, edgy venue. And so much of it is outdoors as well, which now, since the virus, a lot of people are really keen now to be able to add that flourish of fresh air, and this will certainly enable you to do that. And because of the very mild and dry springs and autumns, key times for so many events, you'll really be able to make use of the outdoor and indoor facilities at this place.
Fabulous. And finally, when we are able to travel, what do you think is one unmissable thing that everyone should do when visiting Korea?
It's always so difficult because I would always say try a cooking school or go and see the palaces of Seoul, but actually I have a personal favourite, and that is going to the demilitarised zone. Now, it's not very far outside Seoul, and of course this is the 4-kilometre deep, over 200-kilometre wide border with North Korea. And it is, in fact, a tourist attraction. You can get up there, and there are opportunities for groups to even get into the joint security area. And that was made famous recently when the two leaders of the two Koreas actually stepped across that concrete panel at the Blue Huts. And it just gives you that frisson of excitement when you step up there and you can either spy through binoculars on North Korea, or indeed you have an opportunity to stand in the place where the treaty was signed. So it's really, I would say, the most unique experience anywhere in the world, and it's one obviously that you can do in Korea. If any of you are interested in meeting any of our partners or just learning a little bit more about Korea, these unique venues, and all of the hotel partners that we've got also joining us on the stand, please check out in your Swapcard app the Korea Tourism Organization Korea MICE Bureau. You just even search Korea and click on the Korea Tourism Organization. On each of our partner profiles as well, you will see a list of everybody who's there from Korea, and you'll be able to book an appointment with them through your app.
Sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Anne.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives. Hello everyone, my name is Johnny Martinez and I currently lead all the commercial initiatives at a company called ShockLogic. If we can load my slides, please. So I have been involved in this beautiful industry since I was a teenager, and I have done everything from greeting attendees at registration desks to traveling the world to attend exhibitions, conferences, and outdoor events. I tell you, I miss going to physical events. I miss festivals. And I miss being in a room full of packed people listening to live music. Who doesn't miss that? We all know, if we go to the next slide, please, that things are changing. We can acknowledge that the world is changing, and this is one thing that is inevitable, and is that things are going to change. Of course, it has become extremely hard for many people in our industry recently to adapt to these changes and also deal with the lack of clear communication that we see from government and institutions out there. However, this means that all of us have to be ready to adapt. The conditions in the market are changing, and this is why today we focus on discussing how can we deliver online event experiences. This is how we can continue to nurture our communities in spaces that exist 100% online. We see projects in Germany, New Zealand, and parts of Asia and China where there is a reactivation of larger physical and hybrid gatherings. This is still limited everywhere else in the world. So we all have to be realistic of the national and local limitations that we face. So there are two questions that we should be asking ourselves. The first question is, what kind of experience do I want to deliver to my attendees? And the second question is, how is the technology going to make my life easier? The first question is about the people you serve, the needs of your members, your attendees, your faculty, your guests, your community, and the people that you want to impress. The second question is about your needs as an organizer. It's great if the user journey is amazing, but what about the back-end facilities? Can I easily pull reports and analytics that allow me to apply actionable metrics? When we are creating experiences, it's all about turning vanity metrics into actionable metrics. It's about thinking what we can do to extend the life cycle of the event and implement a long-term strategy. And this is why we look at these different types of online experiences. Many people out there are delivering what we call webinar type of events, where that tend to happen in an hour or a few hours in single virtual rooms or parallel rooms. We have seen recently up to 25 breakout rooms at some of the events that we support. And then when we add exhibitions, more sponsor areas or networking facilities, we talk about online conferences or digital symposiums, virtual events. And it's about delivering that experience still online, but in a more extended form. And this depends on how simple or how fancy we want that user experience to be. Of course, it also depends on the budget that we have. You know, if we use predetermined web templates, or we utilize bespoke renders to create an experience that looks like we're attending the event at the conference center. And this is why we need to look at our ecosystem. So our ecosystem is the sum of all the parts that make up our event, our community, and is the ability that we have also to track all of the activity that is happening in the background and allow for seamless data processing while we deliver unique user journeys for all our stakeholders. And of course, here it depends on, you know, your objectives and the needs of your community. Not everyone will have an exhibition, but many projects we see out there are considering these elements now, so they can create added revenue streams and more content and ROI for the people that get involved in this activity. And you need to think, you know, how can this easily integrate with my technology infrastructure? Does your supplier or the solution that you're using, does it have an API to connect with other facilities out there? And this is very relevant. And these are some of the questions that you should be asking out there. When we look at the key areas of most virtual events, we look at, first of all, sponsors and the main partners that contribute financially to the delivery of the event and creating value and ROI for this type of partner. Sorry, I think it has, give me one sec. Also the program which is the next slide. And that is the main content generation engine that we have in the event. And this is how we create the sessions, the presentations, the management of the speakers and the moderators that we see out there. And the next section is the exhibition. So is the commercial space where we can allow partners to still meet, to network through virtual booths or through virtual stands. And then the next section is about networking. So how can we create that interactivity between our participants still? How can we allow them to interact pre-event and during the event? Can they have access to a calendar of appointments so they can do this in an effective way? Or do we do this through one-to-one meetings? And can they schedule these meetings ahead of time? And it is a lot of what we see happening here at the meeting show. An exhibition with networking and where there is a marketplace for buyers and sellers. And finally, the last element is support. And this is how can we make sure that our participants have all of the assistance they need as they navigate through these new experiences. Many people out there, many organizers we've seen, they have implemented a help desk that is able to answer these queries either through chats or video or having a guide with all the answers. When we look at webinar experiences, there are a few key elements that we want to highlight. And these are elements that everyone should be looking out for regardless of the type of solution that you use. Number one, it should be fully branded. You should be able to apply the colors or the branding of your organization or your sponsor. Number two is that it's browser-based. This means that anyone with access to an internet connection and access to Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Microsoft Edge can easily access the platform. I didn't mention Internet Explorer because it was recently discontinued by Microsoft. So we also have a duty in educating our users about the facilities that they should be using. Having a waiting room, which is typically the space where delegate speakers prepare themselves before the session is broadcasted to the public. Having multiple speakers with the presentations. And then adding other facilities that will enhance interactivity, like Q&A, which can be moderated or without voting. A chat, which can also be moderated, where they can add comments to a public stream, and as well as talk privately, with specific individuals. And then being able to show any handouts, any slides, any material that is relevant to our attendees and that they can download directly from this same room. So the pre-event communication is very important, making sure that they know where to click. And this is when we say, please, make it, don't make me think. The communication you have with all your stakeholders is very important. And if you really want to find out, what are their concerns or what they think about the experience that they're signing up to, you can also capture some of that information from the point of registration. A lot of our clients are doing that. And they're doing that and making also the life of their users easier. So they receive an automatic confirmation, and they even send reminders to some of those stakeholders up to 15 minutes before the session. And of course, there is a lot of hand-holding, but this is what allows us to make sure that there are no surprises. Once the user gets to the login area, it should be quick and easy. We often talk about having a single sign-on. So if you use different platforms, making sure that the ID that you use in your database is then recognized by the virtual platform. And then we have many of our clients have been adding a transition space where there is a video, perhaps, where you can onboard your delegates, introduce what's going to happen, or instruct them on how to use the different facilities. Typically what they see before they enter the virtual room and the waiting room. And once they have access to the session, they can see the different facilities as I explained before. And one thing is that regardless, whether we're using Zoom, GoToMeeting, WebEx, or our own streaming platform, it is key to make sure that this makes sense for everyone. We say power to the user. And of course, what can we do at the same time to make sure that all of the content is fully utilized and repurposed in everything else that we have out there? So many of our clients also use, the YouTube channels, Vimeo channels, and other platforms to broadcast the sessions, create more interactivity, and receive a higher ROI for this type of event. Then, moving on from that, we look at the other type of experiences. So this goes, as I mentioned, from traditional templates, experiences that you can build on a page, and similarly, you can have an area for your sponsors, your video stream. If you're running a program day by day, then making sure that there's easy access for everyone to view presentations, to access recorded and live material if needed. And that happens as well when we want to highlight any of the stakeholders within our event. Speakers, who dedicate their time to the event and creating more content for the life cycle of our activity is very key, that we allow them to have a space where they are recognized, and perhaps a space where they can be contacted by people so they can ask more questions. And the same happens when we look at the commercial spaces and the sort of profiles that we see now when we are trying to create an area for our exhibitors to show off what they've been doing. And depending on what we want to do, we may want to create a lobby. So a centralized area where everyone can access the main sections and where we can also provide exposure to our main partners. So as you can see from this example of what we call an enhanced lobby. And this is a very similar example. In this case, we have a facility that is actually highlighting, as I mentioned earlier, the speakers, but also the fact that you can engage with other participants through a number of ways. How we deliver the program is very important. There's no doubt about that. So in order to make it easier, we see clients creating different streams and allowing their users to see when the sessions are live and when the material is recorded. We can do the same when we create commercial spaces. So this is also an enhanced view of a floor plan where we can see different partners. And this is, for example, what you see just before you go into a commercial stand or the type of profile that I was showing earlier. And depending on what we want to do, for those main partners, like it is in this example, we can see that there's a higher value into what they're getting. And there's a different value for the rest of the exhibitors. And this is how many organizers out there create different value packages depending on what they want to offer to their partners. Now we're traveling to what we call a more advanced experience. And this is what this is telling us is that we're about to log in or travel into a venue or a conference center. And I think certainly we see many clients, many organizers moving into creating this type of experience, because I think we all miss going to the conference center. We all miss going to the venue. So there are lobbies that we can have today which render that experience in a very effective way. So, through this lobby, we actually have access to, different video facilities, but also to a number of sections that take me to the program, a VIP room with a headline sponsor, an exhibition area, and also posters, as this is an element that a lot of our clients implement in the scientific world. And this lobby can look in different ways. The key here is to understand, are there templates available that will allow me to create all these different sections in an easier way? Is there a list of features, available for, my stakeholders to interact with from, this kind of experience? And those are the kind of questions that you want to be asking your supplier or whoever you're working with to create precisely this. In some cases, because we have clients that do it in different ways, and in this particular case, there was a whole program dedicated to sponsors through the industry symposia. And this is something that can be done, especially if you are in a medical association, or if you are concerned about compliance. How can I make sure that my commercial program is not meddled with my scientific program? And as I mentioned, allowing all our users to have that information is very key. So highlighting where the information booth is in this type of immersive experience is something that a lot of organizers do. So they allow for a friendly face to be available to them. And you can have chat, video, and other facilities available to make sure that all queries are answered. The same happens when we create what we call VIP rooms or hospitality suites. And we see many partners now using these spaces so they can monetize and create new opportunities for key sponsors. So these are areas that sponsors can purchase as a way to get more exposure. Of course, we need to keep thinking about how we can deliver our sessions. And I think, through some of these examples, we can see that we can create dynamic rooms, virtual rooms, where we deliver that content. And at the same time, if I want to jump, from one session, from one breakout to the other, I can do that. And it might be that this room, has a lecture format. So, you are a passive receiver of the information. But in some other breakouts, it might be that you're having a roundtable discussion where you need to be more active in your participation and contribute to the discussion. So you can create different spaces to meet the different needs for your community and the content that you're trying to deliver. And within these facilities, again, we're always thinking about what is it that we can do to make it very easy for the user to get all of the information they need and then come back and provide more feedback. So many of the organizers that we see, as soon as the sessions have finished, they already collect feedback from the attendees. So, they know what they thought, and they reward some of those attendees with prizes and other facilities. And what happens sometimes is that we may want to encourage our attendees to interact with our partners, our exhibitors, in some of these virtual experiences, to make sure that the exhibitors get the value that they need, but at the same time, the users are out there networking, and this can all be tracked. All of these facilities, you should be able to track them. And a great thing about tracking this activity is that you can turn some of these vanity metrics, as we call them, into actionable metrics. So for those users that are the most engaged within the platform, those users that go through the exhibition and interact with the stands and download more information and watch the videos and actually get involved with the chats, you can reward those users and let them know, listen, we see what you're doing and we really like it, and we would like to offer you a free registration for next year. That's just an example. And this is what we can really do to create the right type of experience for all these stakeholders. And there are different types of stands, for example, that we can see depending on the value that we want to create. There are quite a few benefits that I really want to mention as I approach the end of this presentation. And it's that we have to think about how we can benefit from all of this. So, number one is that we can deliver these solutions globally. So no matter where we are, we can now attract delegates, attendees in Australia, in the US, or Argentina. And this makes it a very particular benefit, because indeed, the borders are no barrier to our success. Number two, this is all sustainable. And we have to acknowledge that through this period, we have been able to reduce carbon emissions, and we have been able to live a more sustainable way. We want to encourage, of course, people to see virtual, online, digital as a way to keep that sustainability. It's of course flexible. A lot of us can be participating, getting involved with these different experiences from our homes. So, this whole working from home, everything has changed. It has made everything more accessible. At the same time, I save time, of course, because I can quickly go into the session, while I grab a cup of coffee and while I can answer my colleagues' emails, in the background at the same time. Reduce costs. So for anyone concerned with overheads and some of the money that a lot of people lost during this period, it's a good way to do it in a cost-effective way. And finally, what I've been mentioning throughout the presentation, be able to extend the life cycle of your event and provide a long-term strategy for your community. So there are two final phrases that I want to leave you with. The first one is, don't let what you cannot do get in the way of what you can do. So, we're often looking for excuses on why I don't want to do this, why I am not going to try this new platform, or, it's too soon to be thinking about this. And I think the reality is that we really need to look at the scope of our resources, make decisions, and just make it work for us. Let's stop telling ourselves that we can't do it. And the other phrase, whatever the present moment contains, accept it as if you had chosen it. What we're going through right now it was hard to predict. And I think it was very tough for everyone to realize that we were going to find ourselves in this kind of situation. But I think there's a moment where we have to understand that this is what we're living. And we need to look at the alternatives out there. What can we do so we continue to create experiences and create a future within our industry? And with that, I want to, I'm leaving as well, I am on LinkedIn, by the way. There's my Twitter handle as well on screen. If you want to catch up over email, I'm also available to do so. I think I've seen some questions come in. So I'm going to address some of the questions. Robert Dale, how can you ensure that users do visit virtual stands and engage with exhibitors? Yeah, I was mentioning some of this earlier already. What some of our clients are doing, they're implementing rewards, where those that do interact with the exhibitors and with the commercial partners, they're able to track the activity. And for those that downloaded the most information or got involved with the chats or actually watched the videos or got involved in some of the sponsored sessions, then they earn points and they're eligible for prizes, rewards, holidays, hopefully, if we can travel. So that's how I would. Some people may call it blackmailing, but I think, we need to find a way to do this in the right way. So, what some of our clients do as well is that they provide free registration to the event for next year. So, these are some ideas. So I have a few more minutes for questions. So there's a question from Jay Mystery. It's about gamification. Oh yes, gamification is key to engage exhibitors and boost traffic their way. I couldn't agree more, and it's exactly what I was mentioning a few seconds ago. And providing gamification or games is a way of doing that. We see many people implementing treasure hunts, quizzes to create that enhanced interactivity. What is the best way of networking that you have seen? So I have to say that recently I've been involved with some events with the Meeting Design Institute, and we have been using Zoom. What I've seen there is that we all congregate in a main room to introduce ourselves, and then we go into breakout rooms, smaller groups, to have more intimate conversations. And that is working quite well, because you can also choose how to move people across different rooms. And it may be that you are dealing with different topics as well, or you want to create different conversations. So you can assign people to go to the right breakouts and create those conversations. I thought that worked really well. There is a question here around whether these virtual events can be implemented in China, and I think this is and I think because the censorship and getting through firewalls and all of these different things, and for example, we have worked with Chinese events before. It is definitely possible. It is key to do a lot of testing, because without knowing if you can deliver the stream in the country or with the specific solution that you're using, then is tricky to say. But I would say that it is definitely possible, but you need to do a lot of testing and just make sure that you have some technical advice on whether you can use that technology in China. Finally, I have a comment here from Eden Cummins. It is key for the delegate journey to be planned thoroughly. Virtual events give access to so many touch points with the attendee. I couldn't agree more. Something that we say to everyone, regardless of what you may be organizing, is over-prepare and go with the flow. This means that you have to think about plan A, plan B, plan C, as the lovely people of Bark Digital did, with all of us as we were preparing ourselves into how you're going to be able to deliver this content. It's very key. So I definitely agree with that comment. Thank you for your comments and your questions. It has been very useful for me. I hope it has been useful for everyone as well. Any more questions that you may have? I will be here, and as I mentioned earlier, you can contact me to talk about this topic a little bit more. I'm aware it's quite extensive. There's a lot to process, and a lot of us are learning these things for the first time. So, don't be afraid to ask the right questions as well. Okay, everyone, I think that's the end of the session. I want to say thank you again, gracias, and wishing you an amazing show. See you soon.
So tomorrow's talent is recognising the under-30s up-and-coming talent within the events and meetings industry.
Fantastic initiative that aims to identify future leaders of the event industry.
To have the opportunity to get more exposure into the industry, get recognition for their achievements so far.
Through tomorrow's talent, I've gained some incredible contacts. I've also gained a certain level of exposure that I couldn't have probably achieved myself.
A lot more networking opportunities, definitely within the peer group. Just being here alone actually has really opened my eyes to many things.
I've also gained a lot of ideas. Together with the other Tomorrow's Talent winners, we've work together to try and improve our own event.
And also the kind of scheme of looking into how it can be developed at universities and even younger people to help them develop and come up into the industry as well.
I've met some incredible people across the way, and I'm really looking forward to what it will mean in the future as well.
Overall, just a great opportunity for young people like myself who are in the early stages of their career, just to get ourselves out there.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Hi, I'm here with Rosine Griffin, Senior Creative Producer at Brands at Work, and you had actually quite an interesting lockdown experience, really, didn't you, starting your new job, as it were, at, right at the beginning of lockdown back at March. Can you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, so obviously, as we all do, we decide that we're going to move on and try new things and everything like that. And obviously, we made the decision, well, I made the decision to leave my team sort of January, February time to join Brands at Work. Obviously, didn't have my crystal ball, wasn't able to tell that there was a global pandemic on the horizon. So obviously spent the beginning of lockdown sort of winding up my previous role, and then joining Brands at Work completely and utterly virtually.
So how did that work then? How did you? I mean, you'd got the job before the pandemic hit, and so what happened on your first day?
So the first day, I actually I had a meeting with the partners, which was brilliant, because obviously I had had interviews with them, but one of them I'd never met or spoken to. The other one I'd only spoken to on the phone. And Karen really was the only person out of the whole of Brands at Work team that I'd met in real life. So it was kind of a surreal experience, kind of just meeting sort of like floating heads. But yeah, no, I mean, it was a surreal time to join. Obviously, completely and utterly superly grateful that they continue to honour my contract, which I think, you know, is a testament to their values and ethos within the company, which I was obviously very worried about. obviously moving in the pandemic when everyone was suddenly like, nope, no gatherings, everything was cancelled, you know, the big events around the world were being cancelled, and that's sort of very indicative of a industry that has suddenly just paused.
Mm. And so what does that mean then for you? Does that mean that the way that the events industry has paused, has that changed what your role was going to be at the company, or kind of how have you dealt with that? How has Brands at Work dealt with that?
Obviously, just like everyone else, if I can coin the most overused phrase in the internet at the moment, pivoted to virtual. So obviously we had a lot of clients that have pulled their events, especially ones that were sort of later in the year and for next year. Obviously none of them wanted to be the typhoid Mary of their industry. So effectively it was sitting there and going, okay, well, how can we redeliver this? How can we redeploy? How can we reimagine this in a virtual aspect that's still fun, that's still engaging, that still makes people want to do events, that still makes them want to learn, achieve, and grow? So it was a steep learning curve for everyone, to say the least. It was also working with clients virtually, which is a new experience as well. So a lot of the time you'll always go into a room and meet them. But when you're working on a virtual event, unless you're filming or doing any pre-recording, again, you just heads on screens. You know, I was convinced that my entire team at Brands at Work didn't have any feet for the first few months. But, you know, they proved me wrong.
So you did actually get to meet them then? You have met them?
Yes, I have met some of the team. Obviously, my team were very sweet and very kind, that we were able to meet socially distanced outside, obviously just the 6 of us. So I was able to meet my immediate team, which was wonderful, just to get to know them. So they weren't just heads on screens, they were actual real life human beings, which I didn't realize how much I missed until you actually go and see people and meet people, or even meeting people for the first time. But again, it was a very weird experience. I'm a hugger. Obviously, you can't touch anyone.
Not allowed at the moment.
Frowned upon. Don't do that. So there was a lot of sort of like elbow taps or, you know, bits and pieces. And so, yeah, it was really nice. And obviously, since then, we've delivered some wonderful virtual events for some really fantastic and exciting clients. So, so I've actually been able to meet more of the team.
Yeah. But I mean, I was thinking kind of people obviously talk about the power of face-to-face and how much better it is face-to-face than meeting virtually. And kind of you have a pretty extreme example of that, because you kind of had to start your job kind of like only with having met people virtually. And so has it brought home to you the power of face-to-face is that, or have you thought that maybe it can show you that things can be done virtually?
Things can be done virtually. It's, you know, by no means should it be sniffed at. I still think that there is something in meeting a human being face to face, learning their mannerisms, their nuances. The difficulty of virtual as well, you know, when you're in a creative environment, is everyone's got different ideas, and you know, you get to that sort of like frenzy and you're all shouting different bits and pieces. On Zoom or Teams or Skype, you can't really do that. You kind of have to wait for everyone to have their turn, and things are just a little bit stilted. You don't have that kind of creative flow that you would normally have, or especially when it's more than 4 people, it just gets a little bit messy in that respect. I think there is ultimately huge value in face-to-face, having that conversation with someone, making that connection, that trust, that it's a touch point as well. It's you know, we are intrinsically a sociable creature. We're not designed to survive on our own. We can survive on our own. By no means is that saying that we can't do that, but we have been, you know, evolution. We are a tribe essentially, and we come together in times of shock and awe, but yeah.
So I mean, and especially kind of event professionals as well. I mean, like that's what is in our DNA, I suppose, and it's been difficult, hasn't it, for event professionals over lockdown, without not just in terms of like the hit economic, but in terms of the social hit, the mental health hit of not being able to meet people.
Completely. I mean, your entire network is suddenly everyone's at home. You go from you can be in the office in the run up to an event, you can be in the office or wherever you are, 18, 20 hours a day with your team. Then you're on site for a week or two, or however long the event is. And then you come back from that, and then you still have your team, you do the wrap up, everything like that. We are social creatures by nature. We're there to work with people and give them the best experience that they can possibly have. I mean, I think the weirdest thing for me is doing a virtual event that I'm not able to see the participants' faces. So I can't see if they're enjoying it or if they're bored or if we need to change something, because intrinsically you're able to see that at a live event and you're able to change it, increase the volume of the music, move something around, add something else. You're just doing it, you do it naturally, it's second nature to you. But in virtual, you're having to second guess everything.
Welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 virtual event platform. This tutorial will cover all of the areas that you need to maximize your event and get the most out of the show. In this, we will cover updating your personal profile and settings, finding and booking relevant education sessions, how to book and carry out meetings, and finding and connecting with other attendees. When you log into the 2020 event platform, you'll be taken to the homepage where you will find everything that you need to participate in the event. Here is also where you'll have access to TMS TV, a constant stream of interviews, education and engaging content that will be running over the course of the show. If you ever have a question or need to chat to the Meeting Show team, use the Need Assistance button to visit the help desk. Here you can access all of the how-to guides and also chat directly with one of the team members. We recommend that you complete your profile for a better show experience. To do this, hover over your name in the top right corner. Now, click on My Profile. Here you can add a photo, include your social handles and update your contact information. This is also where you can update your notification preferences and change your password. To do this, hover back over your name. Click Settings, and you will have access to all of these options. The Meeting Show will be delivering its usual quality of education. This can be found by clicking on the Education Programme button on the home page or the link in the navigation pane. Here you can see all of the education sessions that are coming up over the 3 days. If you want to add them to your event schedule, you can do this by clicking on the Add button here. Once these are added, you'll be able to join the session by clicking on the link in the schedule when the time is right. This will open up the education session natively in the platform. Don't worry if you cannot make this time. All of the content will be recorded and made available once the session has been completed. We do, however, recommend that you try to watch the session live to get the most out of it, as here you'll be able to comment and ask questions in real time. With the new platform, it has never been easier to book your pre-arranged meetings with exhibitors. To do this, click on the Exhibitor tab from your event homepage. If you know who you are already looking to meet, you can type the name of the exhibitor in the search box. To find an exhibitor that fits your needs, there is a selection of filters you can toggle on and off that will direct you to a suitable supplier to meet. From here, you can click onto the exhibitor profile and read about them in more detail. You can see some of their collateral and even see what staff are available to meet. You'll also see all of the available time slots for the meeting. Click on the time that you wish the meeting to occur. Next, click on the location button and it will take you to a screen in which you can input a message to explain why you are choosing to meet. Once you click confirm, the meeting request is sent and will be approved in a short time. The meeting will now appear in both the My Meetings and My Schedules section, which can be found in the My Event tab. Don't forget to book these at times that do not conflict with any of the education you have booked into. When you have made your appointments, click on the Export to My Calendar to export reminders into your Outlook or Google Diary. When it is time for the meeting, simply visit the My Schedule tab, which can be found under My Event. Here you will see the details of who you are meeting with. To start the meeting, click on the Meeting Call button. If this is the first meeting you have had in the platform, make sure you allow the preferences so the platform has access to your camera and microphone. Once the other meeting attendee has accepted the call, you'll be connected natively in the platform to conduct your meeting. If the other person starts the meeting first, a prompt will appear and you can click to join the video call. You'll be able to see and connect with attendees through the event platform. To find the attendee list, click on the attendee button on the homepage or in the navigation pane. Here, you will find the list of all the attendees. At the top, there will be recommendations of who you should meet based on the information you provided when registering for the event. On the left-hand side, you can search directly for people by typing in their name or company. As with the exhibitor list, there is a selection of filters you can use to narrow down the list of attendees. To connect with an attendee, click on the Add button. You'll be taken onto a page where you can type a personal message and send a connection request. Once a request is accepted, the new connection will appear in the My Networking section under the My Event tab. You will now have access to the individual's profile. Here, you can contact them using the chat feature, or even start a video call. If you would like to launch a video call, click on the Expand button, then click on the video call icon to launch. In this section, you will have access to all of their contact details. You can also score the connection and assign any helpful tags or notes to the contact. All of this information will be available to export at any point during the event.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. Today I have the pleasure of speaking to Jack Grover. Jack has recently been announced as one of the Tomorrow's Talent Programme winners, and he also works as a Senior Project Executive at 7 Events. Jack, hello and welcome. Thank you for chatting with me today.
How you doing?
All right. Firstly, congratulations on being announced as a Tomorrow's Talent Programme winner. Has the news sunk in for you yet?
I mean, you know what? It was such a shock because I was in the camp that I didn't know that I'd been put in for it. So it was like my colleague. So once I got the announcement, I was like going around the whole office like, oh my God, like what's happened here? When I got the email at first, I was like, is this me really? So yeah, no, I've had a little time to sort of reflect on it now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
oh, that's brilliant. So someone nominated you then?
Yeah, so I believe it was one of my colleagues, I think it was Heather, my colleague Heather, that kind of put in for it as secret, sort of like nominating me. I didn't nominate myself, and then got the news that I'd actually won, so that was lovely.
So a bit of positive news amongst everything that's going on at the moment, a bit of relief. Yeah. So Jack, you studied event management, so you've got a lot of experience, but what was it that initially sparked your interest in the events industry?
So for me, it was quite a random one, really. I used to attend a lot of gigs growing up, and music was sort of my first love in life. And I hung around sort of with people that were promoting gigs at the time. This was kind of prior to university, so I decided to enroll in an events management course to kind of further it that way. And then from there, I was kind of introduced to the big world of corporate events. I had no idea that that was even kind of a thing prior to studying at university. So from there, I kind of got the love for it and decided to sort of pivot my career that way.
Brilliant. Through music, one of the biggest forces of obviously the events industry. And your daily role as a senior executive at 7 Events, how's COVID changed that?
I mean, prior to this happening, it was always such a diverse role anyway. Like I know everyone says that no 2 days are the same, but it genuinely was like that. I mean, we've just sort of seen technology really come to the forefront in the last, half a year to this year. It's just everything's gone online, everything's so much virtually based that we've really had to sort of, refine our skill set to complement the technology, which was fine for me because that was always where my passion lied anyway prior to this. But yeah, we sort of tried to get most of our event calendar, if we could, to go to virtual. And then obviously, moving forward with the incentive side of stuff next year, we're hoping that we're going to see some sort of bounce back.
Absolutely. So you just mentioned there that one of your passions is the technology and the technology side of the events industry. Is there anything else in particular, any issues or areas of the events industry that you're particularly passionate about that you want to have influence on?
Yeah. So like you said, my first love is obviously the technology side of things. So if we can use technology to, further experience and take events from ordinary to extraordinary. That's kind of where my real passion lies. But the issues that revolve around events, I think the one thing that I know myself and a lot of my colleagues feel quite strongly about is obviously sustainability. Being on the sort of tech side of things obviously has a lot less of a carbon footprint than, shipping collateral and flights and all this sort of stuff. So I guess if there's one positive to take out of this sort of downtime we're in at the moment, is that at least the sustainability aspect of events is probably rising because people aren't traveling as much. There's not as much physical logistics happening.
And when I know people keep using the term the new normal sort of resumes, do you think there will still be that focus on sustainability? Do you think there'll always be a virtual element to any event?
I'm in the sort of camp that I think from now on, hybrid is really going to be essential. So obviously prior to this, we did live events, and hybrid would sort of be an afterthought, or if it was needed, type per event basis. I think we're going to see a lot more that there's going to be attendees that aren't willing to travel perhaps as far as they were willing to travel before. And we're going to need to offer our services to sort of cater for those people as well. So you might be doing something as simple as a new conference, but there's always going to be that app for people maybe who are remote. That's where I think it's heading with the sort of normality.
Yeah, I'm certainly hearing that a lot, and it's kind of a no-brainer, isn't it? You would want to have that element of an event to widen your audience for a start. Yeah, absolutely. So virtual, we think, is here to stay, at least for a while, and there's always going to be a hybrid element. But is there anything that you particularly miss about the previous events industry?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the first to say, I was saying, I love the tech side of things, but that human interaction that you get with people face to face, I haven't seen anything yet virtually that can replicate that. And I think that's what people are really missing at the moment. It's, being able to shake someone's hand, to say hello, to be in the same room and network. Obviously, we have such an array of tools available now this year that have just popped out of nowhere because obviously the demand has been there. But I don't think that's ever going to, replace real life human interaction.
Yeah. I wonder, I've been to a few trade shows where they've had holograms and things like that. So you can presently, project it into someone's living room or bedroom or wherever you might be having a meeting. But even with that, like you say, shaking someone's hand, being in the same atmosphere. Yeah, I agree. And my last question to you then is, if you could be involved in organising your dream event, what would it be?
Oh God, it's a hard one. I think for me, obviously working in a corporate atmosphere, that's been my sort of day-to-day for the last 4 or 5 years. But I think if I could choose one thing now, I'd be go back to my roots, like a music festival, something that I could be, I went to Reading Festival every year as a teenager, like religiously. So if I could be involved in, like one of those iconic Glastonbury, a Reading Festival, just to say I've done it, really.
Yeah.
Probably have to learn a lot.
Just for the experience. No, I think that'd be a lot of fun. That'd be brilliant. Well, Jack, thank you very much for chatting with me today. And again, congratulations on being one of the programme winners. Take care, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of the year develops for you and for 7 events.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Pleasure.
So tomorrow's talent is recognising the under-30s up-and-coming talent within the events and meetings industry.
Fantastic initiative that aims to identify future leaders of the event industry.
Who have the opportunity to get more exposure into the industry, get recognition for their achievements so far.
Through tomorrow's talent, I've gained some incredible contacts. I've also gained a certain level of exposure that I couldn't have probably achieved myself.
A lot more networking opportunities, definitely within the peer group. Just being here alone actually has really opened my eyes to many things.
I've also gained a lot of ideas. Together with the other Tomorrow's Talent winners, we've worked together to try and improve our own event.
And also the kind of scheme of looking into how it can be developed at universities and even younger people to help them develop and come up into the industry as well.
I've met some incredible people across the way, and I'm really looking forward to what it will mean in the future as well.
Overall, just a great opportunity for young people like myself who are in the early stages of their career, just to get ourselves out there.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
there's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
If you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon of the rest of the world.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and say, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing, because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company, or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend
finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
Hey, hi, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us. It is day 2 of the meeting show. We have had a jam-packed program of education. There's so much more to come. Now, join the fabulous Guy Bigwood. He is coming and talking to us about sustainability to regeneration, leveraging COVID for transformation. Guy's an incredible speaker. You're going to be involved. You're going to enjoy it. Look forward to seeing you there.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Nick Tinker here. Hope you're all doing well, having a wonderful afternoon at this wonderful event. So really excited to be here to talk a little bit about gamification. For those of you who don't know me, Nick Tinker, I'm the sales manager for Cvent Europe. So I've been in the industry now for around about 10 years, maybe longer. And of course, our world is changing before our very eyes. So I'm hoping to be able to bring some gamification to life a little bit, maybe inspire some ideas in the session today, and take you along a little bit of a journey through gamification and some of the cool things we can do. So we're going to go to the first slide now, and I'm just going to introduce a little bit. If we move on to the next one, we're just going to introduce what I'm going to be talking about today. So first and foremost, what I do want to make sure that we do is remain a little bit interactive during the chat. So please, as we're going through this, the goal here is to inspire some ideas, inspire some creativity. We don't have all the answers, but you do. We all do. The collective is in the industry. So what we're hoping to do is give you some really cool ideas today, and hopefully you'll be able to put some of those ideas that you have and some things that work for you within gamification inside of that chat box. So let's move forward. So the goal for today started off, oh, sorry, if we go back one slide. So just to run through, I'm going to go through game theory. I think it's always important to understand, what the theory behind gamification is. And then we're going to go through some mobile options. Mobile is not something we've been talking about a lot over the last few months. So I'm quite excited to discuss this a little bit in more detail and how we can utilize that in today's world. And then, of course, hybrid, virtual, something we're all talking about at the moment. So how can we utilize gamification in those elements as well? And of course, how can we prove the ROI? Gamification has always been difficult, not just in today's times, but actually it's always been difficult to prove ROI from engagement. So we're going to go through a little bit of cool options on how we can do that too. So if we can move forward, we'll start off with game theory. Now, there's always been a lot of buzz around gamification, and it can mean many different things. And I get quite excited. You can probably tell I get overexcited about gamification and how we can utilize it. But real gamification does require game theory. What motivates people to do things? Why do people enjoy gamification? Why do we want to get involved? Is it a competitive edge? Is it something in our psyche? What is it that powers that need to be involved? And at Cvent, games are both a fun and serious part of what we do. We use it certainly as an engagement tool. And we've got a lot of folks with real gaming backgrounds. So I'm going to cover the core game psychology elements that we employ. There are various ones, but these are the two real theories that we employ, starting with, and if we move to the next slide, we'll start with quests. Now, this is not necessarily a gaming theory as such, but a quest is the search for something. This is the core element to start any game in theory. It's almost always, games are almost always motivated by a quest. Think about your to-do list. Think about checkboxes, all the things that you need to do. That actually is a core game in theory and core game in psychology. It's probably the number one gaming mechanic in everything you play. Think about, Pokemon Go. That's one that springs to mind from a few years back, where people were drawn together to try and catch Pokemon in and around the world. All these games that you think about. My son, a 4-year-old son, is just maybe a little bit too early, I don't know, started on a game. He plays this Paw Patrol game, and it's all about the quest to find these badges. He adores it a lot, so much so that I try and keep him away from it most of the time. But it's not just being about competitive, and it's not just being about having that leaderboard, which we'll discover and we'll talk through. You can still find accomplishment in completion, and that's the most important thing here. So let's move on to the Zeigarnik effect. So the next slide. So if we're looking at the Zeigarnik effect, I don't know if anybody knows about this, and if you have, it'd be interesting to find out your experience. But the Zeigarnik effect is very much a core game in psychology. What it is that it quite simply means incomplete tasks or incomplete lists create mental tension. So we're wired to complete things to the end and finish things to the end. So the Zeigarnik effect is very much an important part of gaming mechanics. Think about, again, all those Netflix TV shows that we've got cliffhangers at the end. That's the Zeigarnik effect. How many of us have stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning watching our TV show, promising that it's going to be the last one and you're moving on because you're addicted to that show? You want to know what happens next. There's that feeling of wanting it to be complete. And it can be all parts of it, all aspects of what we do. The Zeigarnik effect comes in. So if we move to the next slide, then actually one of the key things that really get to me, I'm sure people have seen this view before, and I had somebody who I was on a call on Zoom the other day, and somebody shared their phone because they were showing me something on a picture, and I saw this view with over 12,000 emails, and it really got to me. I thought, how can you live your life? But it happens all the time, and that kicked off the Zeigarnik effect in me, thinking, wow, I'm not sure that I'd be able to handle that. I'd have to, finish that and get rid of that list the same way as we do a to-do list. Now, think about this. How do we relate this to events as the Zeigarnik effect? Think about surveys. Think about the registration process as we're talking through this. Now, as we're going through a registration process, no doubt everybody's seen, okay, you're at this stage, you're 25% of the way through, you're 50% of the way through. Now, showing that progress kicks off that Zeigarnik effect. If people are 50% of the way through, then that means that they're more likely to complete it. Again, with surveys, showing the progress, giving them the idea that they're going to be able to complete that shortly really helps. And that's a core gaming mechanic, which we're going to go through how we can employ that. So if we go to the next slide, I'm going to talk through the second one, which is really close to my heart, which is endowed progress. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with endowed progress, this is actually something that kicks off the Zeigarnik effect. It's a very simple theory that if you give people a head start, if you give people started progress in a task, they're more likely to complete it. So there's a study around this which showed that there were two groups of people. One of them were given the first car wash card, which they had to complete 8 car washes to get 8 stamps, and then they get a free car wash. Now the second one, they needed to complete 10, but 2 had already been stamped for them. Now you can imagine which one or which group completed them quicker. The first group, quite a few of them threw them away, weren't interested, didn't want to start. The second group, a lot of them completed it. I think 75% of them did. And it just goes to show they both needed to complete 8 stamps, but actually the second group completed it quicker because they'd already got a head start. That's endowed progress. Think about a coffee shop that you go into, you get the stamp. My son, I'll use him as an example again, because that's my whole world at the moment. He's collecting Lego cards. I don't know if people are doing it from Sainsbury's. He's collecting these Lego cards. He's trying to complete a book. And again, what they do is as soon as you go into the shop, the way that it started was that I got given these Lego cards. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, I don't even know what to do with these. What am I doing? And then so happens that, it's part of a book and part of a progress. So then I bought the book and I started to complete them. So if we move on to the next slide here, what this starts to do is this all leads to what we call virtuous loops. So think of it as a flywheel, something that has momentum. If you consider Pinterest, maybe, where you stick a pin down and the more pins you get, the more you pin more, and it creates this virtual loop. So you want people to find content at your event. You want them networking, you want them engaging, and this is where virtuous loops will focus that within some gaming mechanics at the event. And if we move to the next slide, what I did want to stress was that when you look at a broad sample of humanity, around 90% of people actually fall into the right 2 groups here, which is explorers and achievers. Remember the quests, remember the lists that we talk about. And while we have some level of competitive spirit, it may actually be the enjoyment of taking part. Generally, it's when people say it's the taking part that counts, it's true. It's the enjoyment of sharing that socially. So don't just focus on leaderboards and competitions. It's all about people actually getting involved. And approximately only 10 to 15% are considered, for want of a better term, killers there, which are, you know, those really competitive people. So it's not so important to have that leaderboard. So as we move on, how do we start to apply this within events and what we're doing now? So if we move to the next, that's the one, the slide. So, you know, it's all about all of the different parts of the event that you need to think about. And gamification could be a very central part of it. I'm going to bring this all together at the end when we start to understand how to view the ROI and how to understand the success of gamification at events. So, you know, it's all about thinking of every single part. And now you've got multiple different parts to think about. Maybe you have hybrid, you've got in person, you've got virtual, you've got different audiences to think about. So the first and foremost, let's think about mobile. So moving on to the next slide. Mobile is something that it's very close to my heart. I grew up in events, being a mobile app expert, essentially. And my world has changed a little bit over the last 6 months because nobody's really talking about mobile much, even though it's a fundamental part. I don't know if anybody attended, well, you know, IMAX is a good example. They worked with us, and what happened was a lot of people were scheduling appointments through the virtual solution, through the virtual platform, and then actually using mobile device to then engage and network and chat. So there's a lot of fundamental ways in which I think this will still be relevant for events. So now as we start to look at mobile, there are kind of a couple of different ways in which we can utilize this. And I'll give you some examples from my world. So the first one, if you think about endowed progress, move on to the next slide. Then endowed progress was all about giving people a head start. So when you're utilizing this within a mobile setting, then this is all about the you know, the tasks that you're giving people. And now the way we use endowed progress is as soon as people open up a mobile app, and it could be a virtual environment, then the idea that they automatically get points for completing actions. So for example, if I go onto an exhibitor booth, the moment I click on that, a window will pop up which say you've just earned 2,000 points, which again just kickstarts that endowed progress, and then which also kicks in the Zeigarnik effect that we discussed, where I'm thinking, wait a minute, 2,000 points, I've not done anything here. Oh, I wonder what this is. Wait a minute, I'm in the top 10 of the leaderboard. This is fantastic. I'm going to keep going. So it starts to kick those things off. And the quest keeps unfolding as you do this. So this is something that we work with a lot at CVent, is having that within a mobile setting, and then having achievements that will pull that in as well into virtual environment. And of course, that leaderboard creates healthy competition as well. You know, it's the idea of comparing yourself to other people at the event. Oh, I need to be more engaged. And moving on, the next one is we'll look at the Zeigarnik effect. How does this employ into mobile settings? So the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is where scavenger hunts come in. And we'll discuss those in a virtual environment shortly. But again, this is where you can start to set your own challenges. I'm sure a lot of you have used scavenger hunts. And if anybody's got any ideas of where they may have used these game theories, please, again, pop them in the chat box. It'd be interesting to hear your thoughts and your experiences. And of course, you know, with a scavenger hunt, the idea behind this is it's very customizable for the event. It's extremely personalized for the event. So maybe you have different challenges based on different groups of people. Maybe we split people up, and we'll talk about a hybrid environment in a moment, into different groups of where they are and which setting they are. And maybe you can drive people to exhibitor views. You can drive people to engage with speakers more. You can, and then of course, as people start to complete these challenges, maybe it's based on taking photos. That's something that we have inside of our mobile application is people taking photos to complete those challenges. And it's just way more shareable. The most shareable media is video, as we know, but then second is photos, and people will share that on social media. So it starts to create that community in some way. So as we move on to the next slide here, hopefully, you know, it's been useful to understand in a mobile setting, but our world has changed. So I didn't want to focus so much on mobile as such, because how can we employ some of the things that we've been doing on mobile for many years, and how can we switch it to a virtual environment? We're used to gamification on mobile now. It's been around for years. How can we change that to this virtual environment? And as we flip to virtual, it brings new challenges to use gamification. So let me focus on the first one. If we flip to the next slide here, there we go. So from a virtual standpoint, think about, again, the scavenger hunts. We've seen it being used quite successfully at varied events now, of having a virtual scavenger hunt. People are sat in the homes, people are in their home environments, and I don't know about you, I find it fascinating now. Every call I go on, immediately you get an instant insight into somebody's personal life. I just got told just before the call that my walls were quite boring. So now I'm considering putting some pictures on the walls behind me here, making sure that I create some kind of background. But it's an instant view into somebody's world. No doubt at some point over the next 15 minutes as we're on this, you'll hear my 4-year-old son crying and running around in the background. It's a different world. So let's embrace it when we think about gamification. Let's embrace that world and start to get these challenges based on their home setting. And I've seen this used successfully in thinking about flipping what you would do with photos at the event. So actually now, while you're at home, your favorite mug, if you got any pets around, your view from your window, your setup, whatever it may be, again, this could create really shareable content. So as you're thinking about gamification, I think a virtual scavenger hunt is a really nice way of maintaining that level of engagement. And then the next one that I've seen used quite successfully, if we move on to the next slide, is virtual escape rooms. I've been on a few virtual escape rooms, and maybe I'm on that 10-15% of people that get really competitive. I find it fascinating. I get really involved in it, and I think it's a nice way, again, to utilize gamification to try and create this community. It's difficult in a virtual standing to create that community. We're in events. We're used to bringing people together, and having that environment now and flipping to virtual brings with it all these different challenges, and creating that community, which is the most important thing. What do people do after the event? Do they stick together? Things like this really help, and it's not for everybody. It's just an idea, again, that could create some fun for a certain group at the event. But there are some really cool tools online to be able to help with that virtual escape experience. And then the next one, which I've been using a lot, is Kahoot. I don't know if anybody's heard of Kahoot. I'm a big fan of this in the industry. It's an online tool. It's free. They have some kind of paid elements to it, but it's based around quizzes. But you can do it from anywhere, and you can do it from your mobile device. So it's been used a lot in a virtual environment. I've been using it a lot for internal meetings. We've been using it a lot at varied events. Now, the reason why I think this is important is because it can also be used in a hybrid environment. So as you imagine, a way to keep everybody connected virtually, the way that this is used is you create quizzes and questions, and then people will answer those questions directly from their mobile device. And it's quite good fun. It's based around how quickly people answer it as well, and then they'll get prizes. And then you can start to look at incentivizing people, because that's when you start to get that level of engagement. So I would certainly promote exploring Kahoot. I'm a big fan of it. Something a bit cool. And if anybody's, again, used anything similar, these online kind of quizzes that are quite engaging, where people can use it from the mobile device, pop it in the chat. Let's hear from you. So if we move on to the next slide here, one thing to consider is that when you think about hybrid, it is two completely different experiences. What a lot of people that I speak to now in the industry are trying to do is recreate an in-person experience online. But bear in mind that a lot of the tools that we discuss can be around, you can have this one, say Kahoot, for example, across multiple different platforms and different audiences. But I absolutely challenge you to think about, especially when you think about gamification engagement, two completely different audiences. It's almost two different events. And the reason you see my beloved Manchester City on the screen here is solely because I've had these experiences. So I'm a season ticket holder at Manchester City. If I think about the experience that I have when I go to the stadium and go to the event, it's a completely different experience to when I'm sat at home. Now, in all honesty, I don't think that one is better than the other. I sometimes prefer sitting at home and watching it on a TV screen. But I will get advertisements through my TV screen that I wouldn't otherwise have when I'm live at the stadium. When I'm live at the stadium, I'll have this feel of belonging, but maybe I won't be as exposed to what's going on outside of that stadium. When I'm at home, I can text my friends, I can talk to my friends, I can think about all of the different ways in which I can look online at all these different things people are talking about in the football match. I can hear a commentary. Okay, all these different things, two completely different channels. So that's one thing that I would like to challenge you to think about, is when we will eventually go back to hybrid. Of course, we're the events industry. We will always try and find a way to get back together, and hybrid is that route. For me, that's the route back. There'll always be a virtual element, in my opinion, but hybrid is the way back. And when we start to think about those, it's good to think about two different audiences. So how do we look at the engagement from this? So if we go to the next slide, this is where we start bringing all of this together. Is essentially one of the most important things to think about is recording this and measuring engagement. And we're starting to explore a lot of tools. It's not just Cvent, there are some great tools out there, but make sure you ask about how you measure this and gamification within any platform that you look at. I can give you an example of what we do. It's around what we call engagement scoring. So as we move to virtual, let me set the scene a little bit. I don't know if anybody's experienced this a great deal, but we certainly have. As soon as we went virtual, the registration numbers went through the roof. Cvent Connect in the US, as an example, we usually have 5,000 people that go there in Vegas every year. This year, we went virtual. There was 43,000 people that registered for the event, which is amazing. But on the other hand, how the hell do we follow up with 43,000 people the same way as we would do with 5,000? It's almost impossible. So you have to almost find a way to prioritize how to follow up after the event, marketing efforts, sales efforts. And engagement scoring is a way to do that, because if I keep that same example, what we were able to do is record levels of engagement with different attendees. So we knew which people came in to the virtual event and then left after 10 minutes. They're probably not that engaged, to be honest. Maybe they didn't enjoy the content, whatever it may be. But we also know which people attended every session or certain sessions, which ones went to the exhibitors, which ones really showed an interest. And that was a good way to be able to prioritize. So when you're thinking about virtual environments, this is a way to be able to really start to understand and measure those metrics. And of course, how this ties into gamification is that every time people are completing any challenges, when you think of gamification, then you'll be able to record those. And this is all within your control. You can have different aspects of the event. Maybe you want to know how people have interacted with a certain sponsor, so you can give them an engagement scoring back. But also, we've seen people employ this successfully when they incentivize. So people of a certain engagement score will be entered into a raffle, or they will earn a prize, whatever it may be. So you can start to think about how to drive that level of engagement. So as we start to kind of wrap up here, I know we've got a bit of time left, but I do want to open it up to questions. I saw some questions coming through, so I will answer those in a moment. But as we start to wrap up, I wanted to give you just a few quick steps that I use with clients of ours when we're thinking about increased engagement. So if we move to the next slide, the first one is making sure that we market any gamification that we do prior to the event and during the event. One of the biggest mistakes I see is they will have some form of gamification at events and then nobody knows about it. And it's a wonderful way to engage, and then there's a certain group of people that find it. Nobody's going to find it. It's going to have to be something that you'll utilize social media for. Promote that. We always get a few champions to be able to dive in and complete the first few challenges. So again, endow progress, giving people a head start, making sure there are some people on the leaderboard so nobody feels like they're the first. And those are the ways of thinking about it prior to the event. And then, of course, during the event, what we did well at Cvent Connect, which got a lot of engagement, was every day we sent notifications out saying who the leader was, and then just promoting some challenges of that day. So it works really well to just keep that in mind to promote it. It's actually the #1 step to increase our engagement for me. So moving on to number 2, it's all about, setting challenges that will connect attendees together, build that community. Makes no difference whether it's in person, hybrid, virtual. The goal here is the same, that we want to bring people together. So you can really start to utilize the tool to connect those attendees, but then keep those. So if you move to the next slide, one of the important things is to keep people connected afterwards. Any form of gamification and engagement shouldn't stop the minute that the event is over. What we've found now certainly with virtual, when you start to have this content online after the event, and even happened with mobile at live events when people were still accessing mobile apps and still accessing content, they still want to remain connected. So let's not stop there. Let's create challenges and think about gamification after the event. What can we do to keep people engaged and to stay within that leaderboard and stay sharing on social media? And then onto the next slide, 4 really for me is showing that game progress. And although I mentioned that, it's not all about the leaderboard, it is quite a big element in making sure that people can see that. It really boosts the engagement when people see the progress, whether that's a leaderboard, whether that's progress on how they're accomplishing. Think about, again, this Zeigarnik effect of feeling as though we've got incomplete tasks. So therefore, if I see my progress, that'll just urge me to get engaged more, complete more actions. And sorry, using the Paw Patrol example, that my son's obsessed with that too. So if I move on to the last one, and really again important to me is to be able to incentivize. Let's just take a moment to talk about this, because it's a common misconception that attendees are only motivated by prizes. It's simply not true. As we saw with the game theory, the people will play anyway and earn their place on the leaderboard. But that being said, it is nice to incentivize, and attendees can have everything from, a sponsored trip somewhere, maybe not now. That's a terrible example, isn't it? A sponsored trip somewhere. But, a sponsored prize being delivered to them. Maybe it's a voucher, food voucher for a delivery to their home, whatever it may be. Think about ways in which you can incentivize and promote those prizes along social media, alongside the event. It can be a free registration for next year. You know your audience better than anybody. You know what will motivate them, no matter the demographic. So that's pretty. As we go to the next, I think that's everything. And so if we go to the next slide, so I did want to leave. It's a shorter presentation because I did want to leave some some room for questions, and I did start to see them popping up as I was going through here. So please feel free to pop them in the chat box. I am going to take some time. It's very strange for me to not hear any voices. I wish I could see all your wonderful faces right now and have some interaction, but right now I'm kind of resigned to looking at what's coming through on the chat and answering there. So let me try and look through this. Craig actually had a nice comment as well that I saw before. He's never thought of burgeoning the to-do list as a quest before. Maybe a healthy way to reframe how you perceive it. Certainly so. Certainly so. I think that's a fair comment. Paddy mentioned, what's the most innovative or uniquely interesting example of gamification within an event you've ever seen? Wow. Great question. Great question. The most unique one I've ever seen, and it can be down to gamification because it's based around engagement, is I once saw a client of ours that collected data upon registration. It's a live event, unfortunately. I'll try and have to think of anything virtually that I've seen. But on a live event where they collected data on who's everybody's favorite cocktail. And then when everybody went to the event, there was a booth, and I'll have to find out the name, and please feel free to connect with me afterwards. I'll send it over. There was a company that then had this robot that went around, and then the challenge was you have to find it, and it will create and make your favorite cocktail. And it was just the most wonderful experience that was shared on social media so much. That this thing was making the favorite cocktail. So I put in old fashioned, you go there and then it would make my old fashioned without me telling anything. That was so unique. Maybe not the best example, but certainly one of the most unique examples of where people have utilized something different in order to create content on social media. And it just blew up on social media, and there were people talking about it. It was a great example of that. Virtual I'll have to come back to that, but if anybody's got any examples themselves, then please pop it in the chat box there and help Paddy. So another question coming through at the moment is, does competitive work for older generation or just young consumers? That's a great question. That's from Alice. Thanks for that, Alice. And again, I think it's a misconception that older generation will not get engaged. It's just a different demographic, so it's going to be a different view for them. Now, what we found for an older demographic is things have got to be quick, simple, easy to use, and they can't be overloaded with they're not going to be overloaded with so much because they just want to be quick. Maybe it's a patient. I don't know the psychology behind it, but what we found is that the older generation, if they're not engaged with it, within 5 seconds, that's it, they're out. If they don't know how to use it. So it's got to be straightforward and simple. But at the same time, there is no difference in the way people are using their mobile phones or the growth of using mobile or this kind of technology. And actually, the fastest growing demographic on mobile is 55 to 65-year-olds. And think about, I'm sure everybody on listening in right now, think about your own family, think about your own experiences. I don't know about you, but my parents, they're early 70s. Spend way more time on Facebook than I do, way more time, and they're more engaged on social media than I am. So I think that is a misconception that the older generation won't utilize this kind of technology. What we found within events, that it's just going to be really straightforward to get to that demographic and simple. I just heard a comment that somebody's maths teacher uses Kahoot all the time, funnily enough. So I have heard that that's being used throughout schools now, but it's a great tool for events as well. Definitely urge you to look at that. So another question coming through, may I check, are event organisers offering some kind of virtual bags and what's included? I think that was a chat to the major group there. I've started to, if it helps, I've heard a lot of clients that are starting to do this virtually. That are offering vouchers, but actually sending personalised prizes to people's houses. We even had a client who had handwritten invitations to an event. I don't urge you to go that far, but the personal touch for me and being personal is really important. And think about, as you start to think about all these different elements in which you can engage them, bear in mind that our world is so personalized right now. If you think about Netflix provides programs for us that suggest based on what I like. Spotify create albums for me based on my type of music. It's a very personalized world, and events should be no different. So anything like that should be certainly personalized. So I like the idea of things being sent out directly. And I think that's almost everything that's come through now. I'd love to share my details. Anybody wants to connect with me directly, I'm in the attendee list. Come and connect with me. I'm going to be here throughout tomorrow as well. So come and chat to me on the CBEN virtual booth if you have any questions you want to go through. But thanks so much for everybody. I'm not sure if there are any further questions coming through, but really appreciate your time. Hopefully this has been helpful, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what
gained a certain level of exposure that I couldn't have probably achieved myself.
A lot more networking opportunities, definitely within the peer group. Just being here alone actually has really opened my eyes to many things.
I've also gained a lot of ideas together with the other Tomorrow's Talent winners. We've worked together to try and improve our own event.
And also the kind of scheme of looking into how it can be developed at universities and even younger people to help them develop and come up into the industry as well.
I've met some incredible people across the way and I'm really looking forward to what it will mean in the future as well.
Overall, just a great opportunity for young people like myself who are in the early stages of their career, just to get ourselves out there.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trends is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be, incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
What travel managers are experiencing right now, just generally?
Well, I think certainly travel managers are experiencing a lack of travel. Just very fundamentally, they are looking at their programs and seeing, 5 or fewer tickets go through in a week's time. And I think it makes them question not the value of what they're bringing to the table, but how much they can do at this time. But I also think that there is a lot going on behind the scenes with travel programs to prepare for the return to the office and the return to business travel. And I know that many travel managers are working very hard on making those plans, creating a smooth return to travel and understanding what the suppliers need, what their travelers need in order to make business travel happen again.
Are they saying if you're not comfortable traveling this month, we get it, we're not going to force you to travel?
Well, I think that travel managers have been a little bit reticent to actually say exactly what's happening there. In many cases, that is a human resources issue, and travel managers are not speaking for their HR departments in this way. I think that they're being very sensitive and they're trying to be traveler-led in this situation. But I think things like liability waivers, education, signing documents about they understand the risk, they're not necessarily being very open about that conversation right now. I think it's a very company by company decision, and it matters a lot about what the travelers think.
So about the travel experience itself and the fact that so many hotels in particular have closed temporarily and so many hotel staff have been furloughed or laid off. What are your expectations for how companies are going to be dealing with their vendors going forward, and how they're going to adjust to the fact that some of their tried and true properties that their travelers use might not be available or up to par?
Well, I think the first thing to address here is inventory in booking tools. And I think what companies are going to have to do, they need to rely on their TMCs, if they have them, to do some of that groundwork and footwork for the traveler. The idea of having a very good travel counselor may come very much back into play. We may not be as reliant on online booking tools because we cannot necessarily check that every single hotel and every single hotel room that is inventoried in that booking tool is actually available. There is going to be I believe, a big role for TMCs to take in confirming that hotel rooms are available, that travelers don't show up to a property and it's not open, that the services that they need are available there. And those things are not communicated currently in most online booking tools. And because we can't have that information at the point of sale, at least in an off-the-shelf version of a online booking tool, companies are going to need that information, and they need somebody to help them get it.
We know that the travel experience is going to be different for now and for the foreseeable future. What changes do you expect to last even beyond this crisis when things get back to normal?
Well, I think for financial reasons, companies will be scrutinizing their business travel much more closely. I think justification for a business travel, the threshold will be quite a bit higher. And I think that could last for a while. I mean, that curve is going to happen along with any recovery curve in the economy. Business travel certainly does follow the economic curve. I also think that pre-trip approval may last. Right. We do see a shift going. We had seen kind of a departure from pre-trip approval prior to COVID, with many companies saying, it's really the decision of the business unit and the manager and the traveler to go on the trip. And why would we make this such a difficult process to take a business trip? If it's good for the business, they know. Well, we are seeing, for safety reasons and because they need to be educated and potentially provided with personal protection equipment, et cetera, a return to pre-trip approval. And I do think that for the medium term, I think that could outlast COVID. I think we are also seeing, from a sustainability perspective, the companies remain concerned about sustainability, and they may see a way to reach some sustainability goals with better demand management on the business travel side. So I do think that those things will maybe take hold inside of corporations, and I think make business travel a little bit slower to recover to pre-COVID levels, which they were at their highest levels ever prior to COVID. So I do think we need to understand that it was, there was more business travel than ever.
Mm-hmm. And do you expect us to get back to that level? Or do you think for meetings, we expect it to stay lower, at least for a good long time?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really want to make a prediction on that. I was speaking with Ed Bastian on a one-on-one interview the other day, and his opinion was that it would be 5 years before we would return to pre-COVID levels. But I've heard lots of different estimations about that. And honestly, I'm not prepared to give one. I think that it will be different for different companies. And there will be companies that thrive in, life sciences companies may thrive in the COVID environment, and they may need to travel. They may have essential travel that has to happen. So I definitely think it will vary by company, and tech companies may travel less. Maybe they will be inspired to, use the technology platforms available to them. Mm-hmm. So I definitely think it will be a variety of different reactions to this, and it will depend on the health of the company and the health of the economy and how quickly it recovers.
Right. And I'm also expecting that there might be more need for, say, a risk management specialist in a company, because even for travel domestically, there are different risk levels for different states right now. Mm. And, I think that there's going to be a great need to be on top of that for quite a while, as well as concerns about international travel. I mean, now we might not even be able to travel to Europe. So there's a lot of, things to keep up with.
Yeah, I do think that's kind of part of the alerts and the messaging that need to happen, and having relationships with risk management companies who can provide those alerts to educate and help companies react to the situation on the ground at that moment. The real-time data is really critical. So having that will be important. I think that's one thing that will be expected from TMC partners as well, is to have those relationships with risk companies and be able to pass that information through, and do so very easily, and just as a mode of operation. And that's like going to be a threshold, baseline threshold that's required.
Mm-hmm. And I know you've been having ongoing discussions with travel managers, like multiple times a week. What are some of their primary concerns? What do they say?
Well, one of the biggest concerns, of course, is the question of cleanliness and how to dynamically assess and get feedback from their travelers, and dynamically react to cleanliness issues that may come up when travelers start to travel again. Right now, we're getting lots of promises and lots of sort of programs from hotel companies and airlines saying that we are implementing all of these different protocols, but it really is down to the especially with hotels, down to the individual hotel to execute on that. And I do think that the feedback from travelers when they start to travel again will be very important. And we may start to see, again, technologies fill the gap here, where you get satisfaction feedback on the hotel companies, like a Trust You score. I think Trust You is positioned very well in this particular environment, because they will be able to provide a rating on some different aspects of the hotel that travel managers will be very interested in. So I do think the cleanliness factor is going to be critical, and I think getting that feedback from their travelers will be critical, and maybe facilitating that through some kind of technology or data implementation. Also, I think that the actual availability of air and availability of hotel is going to be a little tricky. It may cause them to have to change their policies in a way. For example, connectivity. If you don't have a direct flight, it's going to take you a really long time potentially to get anywhere. So it may be that your quote unquote lowest logical fare in an online booking tool is not really the most logical anymore because of that connection time. So efficiency, I think, is going to be quite paramount, and understanding how the most efficient travel can take place.
Right, right. Anything I haven't asked you about that you feel is important right now regarding business travel now and for the rest of this year, maybe?
I think, let me think about that for a second. I've had so many conversations, and I do think that return to travel and return to the office are very connected. And people say return to work, but I don't think that's really quite right because we've all been working. But this idea of travel being an integral part of business, and to need to be an integral part of that idea of returning to work and returning to the office. Having a seat on that cross-functional team has built the profile and, I would say, highlighted the profile of travel management as a strategic function within the organization. And I think the travel managers should be taking advantage of that in every way that they can, because business travel and meetings, they are an integral part of the fabric of business. And so as much as they can be supported and deployed in the right ways, they will support the business.
Right. And I think we also have to consider just people's psyche, because we've all been avoiding people for so long now that, and I see the tie-in with going back to the physical office, and because then you're going to get used to being around other people face to face. And I think it's going to take a psychological adjustment for some people to feel comfortable walking through an airport, sitting on a plane, going into a hotel, going into, someone's office to have the meeting that they traveled for.
Yes, I think that's true. And I think it's unfortunate that we've had, kind of a politicization of wearing masks, and doing sort of minimal things that we can do to protect ourselves and our colleagues and our friends. And so I can hope that people will take the steps needed to go on business travel and go to meetings and practice, social distancing and personal protective protocol.
And I expect those kind of things might come into travel policies, where they're going to say, we expect that when you're on the road, you're going to wear a mask, you're going to have hand sanitizer, and all that stuff.
Well, and in fact, it's and for many companies, it has become part of the, for those that are still traveling and have essential travel happening now, it has become part of the pre-trip approval process, that when the trip is approved, you actually receive a personal protection kit for traveling. So there's, and it's changing what security and travel, their procurement needs. They need to procure the hand sanitizer. They need to procure the masks. They need to procure the gloves and the different elements of those kits and be able to send them to their employees. And whether it's handing them out at an office situation, but not so many people are at the office now. So distributing them as needed. So it is also logistical challenges and procurement challenges that have come up that are, they're playing out right now as well.
And that's probably part of duty of care. They don't want to, they can't assume that somebody is going to have that stuff and take that stuff. But if they put it at their doorstep, they've done the most that they can, to encourage that kind of behavior.
Correct.
Well, interesting times.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Beth. I appreciate your time. It's interesting to take a look at what's happening on the transient side, from the perspective of having been covering the meeting side for.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective. And I do want to just kind of underscore the, I think some additional alliances that may, be forming between travel and meetings, because I think those will be important.
Yeah, finally. We've been talking about that for decades. Maybe it'll happen now.
I hope so.
Okay, thanks again.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
this is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Welcome to 5 Minutes With. My guest today is Nikki Walker, Global Vice President of Association Management and Consulting at MCI Group. Nikki, how are you?
James, great to be meeting with you virtually. Sorry we can't meet face to face, but we will do one of these days.
Reality. Okay, so what is the single biggest challenge facing associations right now?
I'd have to say revenue loss. You know, overall associations depend hugely on face-to-face meetings for their revenues, of course, member dues as well. And so really this situation has challenged the traditional business model. And a lot of associations have at least 50% of their revenues coming from meetings, and the smaller associations, it can be up to 80%. So really it's loss of revenues is the biggest challenge. Okay, and
This might sound like a daft question, but what opportunities does the coronavirus pandemic present for associations, if any?
Oh, I don't think it's a silly question. I think it's a brilliant question because it's really important to focus on the opportunities. And I think it's an opportunity to really, you know, rethink, reassess relevance and, you know, look at, for example, different ways of working. You know, how can you embrace intelligent technologies, the entire sort of AI and data to have, you know, better digital engagement experience for members, for product delivery. So it's really a perfect moment, you know, to focus on the value proposition and really look at, you know, why the organization exists. Very important time to do that.
Why the organization exists. Is this an existential threat for some associations?
I think it is for some. We've noticed that, you know, some organizations have really embraced this moment and are dealing with the change, and they've been proactive. And for example, you know, they've tried to take their meetings virtual, whether it's been brilliant success or not, you know, it doesn't matter, they're changing. But many still are, you know, burying their heads in the sand. They've just decided to postpone meetings, for example, so they're kind of putting off the problem and not recognizing that fundamental change is needed. And I believe many associations won't be around next year to tell the story.
Wow, that's quite an alarming message. So how is the role, you hinted earlier that meetings are a big part of all this. How is the role of association meetings going to evolve from all of this?
Well, obviously, you know, as I said, some have taken the challenge and have, you know, produced virtual meetings. But for example, our data shows that at least 50%, if not 60%, have just chosen to postpone. So that's what I mean about putting off the problem. You know, they're not really confronting the need for change. And it's not just about the meeting. You know, associations really need to look at the entire education strategy, you know, continuing professional development, some trade shows, you know, the entire strategy needs to be looked at, because it's, if you, and they've done this nobly, and we've been involved in helping many of them, you know, just design a new virtual meeting, we're kind of looking at the symptom, dealing with the symptom, and not really looking, you know, at the root cause or the disease, if you like. So needing to take a fresh approach. We're all looking at hybrid next year versus, you know, virtual. There's a hope that we can bring face-to-face meetings back, but they'll be very different. They'll be smaller, they'll be more intimate. There'll perhaps be a, you know, a Davos experience, a VIP experience. You know, there has to be real money and real experience in that face-to-face bit, because everybody's realized they can get a lot of information digitally. And we've realized in associations, we can reach much, much, much bigger audiences. So you have to embrace this change. You can't just bury your head and, you know, say, well, the world will right itself one of these days and we'll just carry on in our traditional ways.
So personally, what's the biggest lesson you've learned this year?
Well, I think it's a little bit what we were talking about earlier on, that, you know, this is an emergency. You know, it is a crisis, and I'm absolutely amazed how, you know, agile, innovative, you know, the ability to think out of the box, the ability to learn new skills. I've seen that right across MCI, and I'm really, really proud, you know, of our teams and the way we've been able to help associations transform their meetings and also address those bigger holistic, you know, overall strategy discussions with them. So agility is very important, and the human is incredibly capable of adapting. But I think the biggest learning is, in every crisis, there is an opportunity. And I fully believe that. And I think that's how we have to think.
Okay, so no negative thinking, look at the problem and adapt and be agile.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much for talking to us, Nikki.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London is a fantastic place to be. It's incredibly vibrant, dynamic.
We are creating an ecosystem here with an incredible combination of talent from tech and from the life sciences. We are a global leader now, and will continue to be a global leader in the future.
I'm very excited about the application of technology, the way that we can use big data to really have an impact both on quality as well as longevity of life.
The future plans are for us to make medicines for children with severe genetic diseases.
I'm personally really excited what we can do in medicine. We have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people in the health space. We have huge opportunities.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. Today I'm chatting to Nicola Moore. Nicola is a winner of the Tomorrow's Talent programme and a project manager at the Turner Agency. Nicola, thanks for chatting with me today, and congratulations on being named one of the programme winners. Has the news sunk in for you yet?
No, absolutely not. I think that this year has been particularly shocking on so many different elements, but this has definitely been a welcomed shock for this year. But yeah, getting there.
as we all are. So what was your journey into the events industry? And with, as you just touched on there, with the pandemic, how has your role changed due to the pandemic?
Sure. So I studied English literature at uni, but always wanted to pursue marketing and an events role. Starting out, I was really fortunate to meet with who is now the MD of TTA just for a casual coffee. We met, just chatted about events. I didn't know anything around the pharma event space, which is what my role is and has been for the past 2.5 years. And then it went from there, really. A couple of weeks after our first chat, I was invited to attend an interview, and then I started working at TTA in 2018. Was promoted about a year later to project manager, and then I've been with TTA for the whole of my events career.
Wow, that's incredible. So it started just as a friendly chat, maybe a bit of guidance for what you wanted to do in the industry, and now a full-time role.
Yeah, absolutely. We got on really, really well. And yeah, it was just a casual conversation. I wanted to learn a little bit more. I was approaching, different events companies, just trying to get a feel for the positions that were out there and the opportunities that I could have. And then, it will just sort of happen naturally for me, which is amazing. Really, really lucky.
And is that the advice that you'd give to other university soon-to-be graduates or other people looking to get into the industry?
Definitely. I think that things are so competitive in terms of job applications, certainly at the moment. And if perhaps those job applications aren't going well, I was certainly turned down for a lot of roles because I didn't have the valid experience that you need, but you always need to be given that first opportunity. And so I would recommend just sort of seizing the contacts that you do know, try and approach anyone that you can. If you're really passionate about getting involved in a career, just reach out to as many people as you can, and hopefully somewhere along the line you'll be given the opportunity just to take that first step.
That's great advice. So we just touched on it a minute ago, and you said obviously the news about being the Tomorrow's Talent programme, one of the winners, is unexpected, but what does it mean to you to be part of the programme?
Sure. So, I mean, I love my job. I'm so passionate about the events industry. So when you have that, sorry, let me start again. Sorry. To be part of the Tomorrow's Talent Initiative and to be named one of the winners is a massive, massive achievement. When you're rewarded and acknowledged within your company, it's a massive deal anyway. So to be recognised on an industry level is just incredible. I recognise that there are so many amazing event professionals out there, and the talent at the moment is incredible. So yeah, it's a massive honour, especially to be acknowledged from such an esteemed group of panellists.
Very well deserved. Absolutely. So are there any particular aspects of the events industry that you are very passionate about, and how would you like to influence those?
Sure. I think, if I'm honest, I think if the past 6 months has taught us anything, it's how important human interaction is and just remaining connected with people. Networking has always been really, really important to me, but I think now especially I'm so keen to focus on networking with other event professionals, but also to make sure that our clients are reminded to keep their customers and their delegates engaged with any of the virtual events that they're doing at the moment. I'm really keen to find a virtual event platform that delivers on, a brilliant networking tool, and we're still sort of taking different aspects from different platforms. So that's definitely something that I'd like to focus on. I think with this program as well, I've already been exposed to so many different contacts, and I'm picking up on so much more now anyway. So this has definitely helped improve my skill set and expanding my contacts to hopefully find that perfect networking tool for virtual events.
And you touched on it just a minute ago, saying how important the face-to-face aspect is. Community building and networking as well. I was going to ask you, is there something from the events industry that we used to know pre-pandemic that you particularly miss? But I guess it would be that networking aspect with it.
Yeah, definitely. I've gone from being on site maybe once a month, twice a month, to delivering events from my living room. So just being face to face with clients and delegates and colleagues especially. I mean, I'm still having lots of team meetings via Zoom and we're bouncing ideas off each other, but it would be really nice to be back face to face with everyone and just work together as a team a little bit more. And hopefully 2021 we can do that, but we'll just have to wait and see.
So delivering events from your living room, has there been anyone in particular that you can talk about that's been particularly memorable for you?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're delivering a lot of support for congresses at the moment with clients. Definitely that's been quite challenging. I think the big congresses, that ESMO, for example, taking that from live onto the virtual space has definitely been eye-opening. Of course, it's such a different format for such a well-known congress, but we're working on a series of upcoming internal conferences that we're due to deliver in November and December, just in the planning stages for that at the moment. But definitely it's early planning, and yeah, all systems go at the moment. It's been quite a busy few months.
It's good to hear that you've been busy, certainly. And Nicola, you've obviously got a bright future ahead of you in the industry. If you could work on your dream event, what would it be?
A festival, definitely a festival. I love music, I love being with people. So, I mean, if I could deliver a real fire festival, one that actually delivers on the luxury and the promise that was directed all those years ago, that would be amazing. I'd definitely like to deliver an event that was a once in a lifetime opportunity for attendees. It's definitely what I enjoy the most about my job at the moment, is delivering incentive events. So if I could deliver a once in a lifetime fire festival, that would definitely be my dream event.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure you'd be able to execute the fire festival, unlike the one that unfortunately didn't come to.
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm sure you'd be able to. Well, Nicola, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me today, and good luck on all the events that you're working on at the moment and looking to deliver. So yeah, we look forward to seeing how they go. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
If you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon to the rest of the world.
I'm here with David Watt, the CEO of CI Group, and he's joining me here on TMS TV. David, can you tell us a bit about what CI Group has been up to?
Hi, Paul. Thanks for inviting us onto the show today. It's a pleasure to join you. So, CI Group, what have we been up to? I suppose the first thing to explain is, CI Group is it's a group of agencies consisting of brand, creative, PR, digital, data analytics, and where we actually originally came from, which was live events and experiential. So those 6 agencies today make up, CI Group. And I guess the COVID was a shock to us all, and also especially a shock to the events industry, which is effectively the heartland of CI Group. It's where we come from. The agency Corporate Innovations has been around for 24 years. But we created the group some years ago, and in that group, as I said, we bought a brand agency and a digital agency, brought those in as well. So we thought when COVID came along, what better to use our brand skills, our digital skills, which has got app development, and our live event skills, bring those together and actually try and create a solution to get us out of this goddamn mess and get us back to doing live events.
So what is that solution that you've come up with?
Well, we came up with a platform, a digital platform called Liber. And the reason we called it Liber is because Liber is actually Latin for free. And actually, we want to kind of like get people back to the freedom of doing live events again. So effectively, Liber is a platform which is a trace and track app. And you can download that app 14 days before you were to go to any live event. And then you can put your COVID results into that app, or you could then actually just self-certification. So what you do know is when you, all the people that are arriving at that event are actually saying, I'm COVID-free, or I've not been near anybody that's got COVID symptoms. And then again, what we add at the event is we do then temperature testing. So effectively what happens as soon as you arrive there, we verify who you are, and then we take your temperature, and then basically you know that you're free to come into the event and you're also COVID free. So that's the way that we're kind of like looking at Liber, and it's been really successful to date.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so have you used it yet, any events so far?
Yeah, well, we spent quite a lot of time testing it because that was really, really important. But we did, so we did our first major event only last week. We had over 8,000 people coming to an event called Salon Privé, which has obviously had all the social distancing rules and government guidelines. And that was run at one of the most amazing venues in the UK, Blenheim Palace. So we had the prestigious car event, Salon Privé, which had brands like Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Bentley, all displaying their cars. And we did that at an amazing venue. And basically the reason, or one of the main reasons that event could go ahead, is because they actually deployed Liber, the trace and track app. So they could actually tell the government that they were complying with all the conditions, and the event was COVID free. And it's about creating that perimeter, I believe, because if it can't get into the event, then it can't be spread at the event, and that's what Liber really helps you do.
Yeah, and so have you been affected at all by the latest restrictions that were brought in?
Well, I think one of the disappointing things about the latest restrictions is, we deployed some technology. And we kind of like proved that it worked, and we ran it at some large events. And then typically, what do the government do? They start legislating from Whitehall, and they start to try and deploy their own technology, which we know has failed in the week, after deployment. So yes, we've been affected, but what I'd say to Whitehall and the government is maybe stop legislating from the comfort of their offices, or maybe the Zoom calls at home they're doing, and actually reach out to our industry. We've proven that we can actually professionally run events, we can deploy trace and track, we can actually do proper social distancing, and we can deliver professional COVID-free events. What they should be doing is asking us to run events, set examples, and use those as a case study to the public of how they should be doing things. Not actually prevent us from running things and then preventing the public to know what good looks like. I mean, so yes, it's affected us, but I think the government could do a lot more to actually engage with our industry to deliver a better solution.
Why do you think they're not? Do you think there's any one reason for that?
I think that Boris's latest statement, it was the first time it actually mentioned the events industry as a whole. So I just think that they're naive to the fact that this industry exists, and the professionalism within it, and it's not really been put on their radar, I don't believe. But I guess some of that is maybe down to our industry's bodies not maybe pushing hard enough. But if you go back to the actual finite details and you look at the financial reasons, there's only actually 3 SIC codes, which are the things that measure the size of an industry that the Treasury would use, that identifies our industry. So what I would actually say is one of our solutions is to get together, maybe employ one of the big 5, the KPMGs or the Accentures, and get them to do a proper audit on the size of the events industry and the impact it has on GDP, and deliver that back to the Treasury. Then I think they'd actually sit up and listen and actually realise the size of the industry, the professionalism it can deliver, and the solutions it can give them to get the economy moving back in the events industry.
Yeah, because you look at other countries, and there are other countries, say Germany is probably the prime example of a country that understands the value of business events and meetings. And is that something you'd like to see kind of obviously more adapted in this country?
Yeah, I think that we could go a lot further. And I think what they could actually do is actually reach out to us and ask us to put a paper into Whitehall, and using kind of other countries as benchmarks of success, and actually put forward a paper to say, this is how we think we should get the events industry running again. These are the types of technologies that you should have. These are the types of rules for social distancing you should employ. We all know, it's all across the news. The reason COVID is coming back is because that people are mixing, probably in households, parties, where there's no track and trace, there's no social proper distancing. So, the events industry do it professionally, we do it properly, and we do it, we've been following legislations and health and safety guidelines, for many, many years. And we can create our own COVID guidelines and follow those and, keep everybody safe, but also get the economy moving again.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's all we've got time for there. But thank you very much for joining me, David. And best of luck with everything.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing, because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company, or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA, where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant, because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit
the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
Hi Heather, can you give us a little bit of background about ABCO and what it represents?
Yes, of course. ABCO is the Association of British Professional Conference Organisers, and our purpose is really to enable and promote excellence in association conferences and events. So it's aimed at the association and not-for-profit side of the industry, and we do that by bringing association events community together to promote and encourage excellence, to share, to learn and collaborate. Members of professional conference organisers in the association and not-for-profit sector, and relevant industry partners and university departments as well, with a mind to always helping those come into the industry who want to be part of it.
Things have understandably been different for the industry this year. What's ABCO been doing to support its members throughout these challenging times?
I think we've really been trying to live our values. We've got some very strong values, and that they've seemed appropriate for this year as well, really. So firstly, excellence. We've been promoting the integrity of our members and how their skills and experience can be utilised strategically to transform events really from the physical to the virtual world, and they have the skills and experience to be able to do that. And learning, we've been facilitating that, we've been sharing, we've been trying to evolve and learn from best practice to benefit the whole community. There are always going to be some who are older and bigger than others, and we've tried to sort of cascade that information throughout the community. And we've been working hard on our industry voice and our collaborations with associations like the BVEP to increase the role and the profile and recognition of the events industry. And last but certainly not least, we've been really trying to give that sense of belonging, that virtual hug and a support network to our members.
Yeah, I know it's important for everyone to come together at this time, isn't it? It's particularly the challenge. But why has it been so important, particularly for ABCO, to come together as a community and with the rest of the industry?
We want people to realise they're part of a strong and dynamic profession. It seems to have been a little bit forgotten about, doesn't it? And during this year, and that together everyone achieves more. It's that whole team thing, isn't it? Together everyone achieves more, and by sharing, collaborating, and learning together, we ensure we're agile, we're dynamic, we're resilient to whatever challenges are thrown at us. We don't want to just sit here and whinge. We want to prove that we're positive people and creative, and that we can go out there and really do some good.
Yeah, great. Thanks. And looking ahead to the meeting show, what are you looking forward to most about this year's show?
I think it's that chance to come together. I think the education is brilliant, isn't it? You know, there's a great schedule over the time. So, you know, it's important for us all to learn and to continue to learn. And, you know, we've all gone through it a lot this year. And I think some of the subjects are sort of positive for almost consolidating what we've done now and to help us to move forward, but also to feel part of that community. You know, we all want to come together, don't we, in the widest sense. So it's not just ABCO members or EVP members, but sort of linking in with that wider community as well. And there will be the opportunity to do that really through the meeting show.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy the show.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
4, get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all its beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and say, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
Well, that's a wrap for day 2. Wow, what an incredible day. So much content, so much networking, great exhibitors. Don't forget to be here tomorrow for more brilliant sessions. Have a great evening and I'll see you tomorrow.